generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every beautifully. Oh, yeah. Enemy list. Wire death. Dead bags. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being. According to a reviewer, Dyson's main claim is that the evolution of a conscious mind from today's technology is inevitable. It is not clear whether this will be a single mind or multiple minds.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of tech.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then. And if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity. So I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Kiba. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigra. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. I've got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, computer, work it work. Come on, jiggle.
Drop shit. Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participation before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream of human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attack, detected full advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks just like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the notori Alloy brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole chorus within construction. Nanonet filaments, hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem to bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kick your fixes. To level, hidden cages, you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones sitting all chrome, hitting with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the
Sticking axe in your guts like Maximus, bumping Exodus, bonded by hemoglobin, dumping clips in your tits, the anarchist activist. The brotherhood of evil mutants, one on one, you shooting people, fucking feeble unit, none of us are good. Toxic avenging your head, the reverend of death, revving the engine for the revelation of flesh being stretched to the ending. Your homo flicks exterminated like vermin roaming through train stations, terminated by electrical currents occurring. I rock a pair of Nikes hiking through the streets like a Viking holding spikes. I'm civilized, devil eyes don't slay. You're not ill, you perpetrate the blood that circulates in your vertebrae, squirting your shirt with the perverted murder percolate. You're revolting, insulting coke king. It's resulting as the sickest fuck on the planet Earth, catapulting molten. I'll be a billionaire and still be down to throw you down the stairs and kill you. Rocking military gear with ill, I don't care. God of atrocity, fuck you for 5 fingers constantly. The monstrosity, king of the scumbags, king of colostomy. My gun bang, we run things, get you a necktie. Look how your tongue hangs, bloodbath pornography, splatterfest, sadomasochist. I paint the walls with your blood, physical graffiti, cynical and greedy. This is murder world. Welcome to your death after the afterlife. I'll murder you again. Laugh with a burner to your head. Suicide soldiers like the heaven's gate. Die obsessed with hate. Blood-stained holy books are like a test of faith. Like the word of God telling me to kill. Or the word of pagans telling me to sacrifice you in the name of Satan. Pain, lust, and abomination. Unholy combination. Circle of tyrants, we control an entire nation. That can attack you like the dawn of the dead. Rather be backstage catching head from your daughter instead. You're on all fours, candle stuck to your back like gauze. I got to make a lampshade of your skin, tack you the walls. That's when the boredom sets in. Pull out my axe from the store. How he pops up with enough packs of the last to fall. The wizard of gore, diminished like the skull with his sword. Emotionless, serotonin finished like ripples and dwarves. God hates us all, so we burn churches. Your mouth's a urinal, bitch. Lays in the deep purple, I'll hurt you on purpose. Never got shit handed to me. The silver spoon is only used to cook the Lord and important. Your kids are fantasy. We sick goons, we don't give a fuck what you say. Above the law, get an apology straight from DAs. Players, ball killer, coked out jokes of Beretta schemes. If I don't blow up, this lab is a kitchen for methamphetamines. The walls closing in, too much to fight. Pay-per-view suicide, we all die tonight. Hey, yo, I slay who I wanna. We're creating a horror. See, my state of nirvana is to make you a goner. Stick a pick in your stomach because I'm sick of you frontin'. But still I'm quick at the bludgeon and catch a victim for nothing. I whip out the sharpshooters, they can jig up with these. I watch your ligaments bleed with very vigorous speed. My left hook is gonna put a bitch in the seat and transform his face into mystery meat. After I clap at your wing, your skull will snap like a twig. There ain't no little body counts, I make my massacres big. Carefully put in the clip so that the bullets can rip. You getting butchered to bits, to me's as good as it gets. Bet you leave on a stretcher when the 16 wet you. With your cap twisted back like a major league catcher. The head will bleed, catch up to your garments and soap. Watch me finish the job with something sharp in your throat.
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, we got some special sort of ideas for you guys. And if I could sort of synthesize three different sets of ideas here, right? Real quick before we get started, right? It would have to be the creation of techno-liberalism, right, and the ideas of scientific totalitarianism synthesized through major concepts, right? One of them is Christian theology, right? Obviously there's the idea of the death and rebirth, right? And there's also the idea that God is separate from nature. So there's these dual concepts. One is a mastery of man's reason over nature, right? The other concept, right, which is very important, right, is the sort of death and rebirth, right? This would mean that the flesh is sort of secondary to the spirit. The flesh is sort of reborn in the spirit, right? Through this sort of baptism by fire, the coming of the new body, right? And the new man, right? And of course, this goes into the concept that in order for man to become like God, God had to become like man, right? So there's this exchange of energies, right? There's this transformative quality, right? And of course, we're talking about this, right? And there's a whole nother concept, okay, that's sort of talking about, okay, the transformative nature of death and rebirth, right? Okay, on the one hand, you have the notion of reincarnation, and on the other hand, you have the notion of evolution, right? The sort of idea that sort of a rebirth and continuity, right? So you have these sort of three ancillary concepts, right, about the spiritual coming into the mortal framework, right? The separation of spirit and matter, or spirit and flesh, so to speak, right? The transcendence into a ethereal form, right? The notion of death and rebirth, right? Okay, is another notion. And lastly, the notion of evolution or change from within, right? So you have all of these interlocking concepts, right? Okay, and of course, what is put on the two sort of balance beams here is nature and time, right? Nature and time, right? And of course, it draws a dialectic of nature versus time, immanence versus transcendence, materiality versus ethereality, right? Being versus becoming, so on and so forth, right? That we've constantly sort of laid out on this stream, right? The various thinkers, sort of where they fall, right? And I've actually procured some philosophical text for you guys, right? Okay, so so I procured some philosophical text for you guys, but I don't think that we'll be able to get into it today, right? Stuff like Parmenides and Heraclitus and Empedocles and some of the ideas from Plato and Aristotle, right? And those guys. So we could narrow in and look at the ideas of Western philosophy. Obviously, there's two great poles, right? Right. In terms of the ideas of Greek philosophy and the ideas of Judaism, right? And by the ideas of Judaism, I mean not only the restoration theology of the Jews, right? The salvation theology of the Jews, right? About this, the theology of national restoration, right? Which puts the world into a historical framework, right? And we'll call this the sort of world historical framework. Right, there's a second concept, right, that's ancillary to Judaism that seems to be very important, right, and that is the hierarchy of being, right? That means the emanation of the soul, right, up the chain of being, right, that you see within the Kabbalistic text and in the Zohar, right? And this idea of emanation of the chain of being, right, is a way that they blend the notions of being and becoming together, right? And of course, you have the ideas of this sort of Kabbalistic ideal, right? Putting forth into the ideas of science, right? And the creation of a world system, right? Through this sort of millenarianism and messianism. Okay. So you got a lot of ideas now around the same time, right? That this framework is being developed, right? This sort of millenarianist framework, right? About a national world restoration, right? Around the same time, that you have this being developed, right? You have all sorts of other ideas coming into the framework, okay? And namely, you have these notions of sort of transcending nature, right? And of course, one of the concepts in that framework, right, is these ideas of Teilhard de Chardin, right? So there's two key elements there that we've sort of referred to, right? And the first is the philosophy of Aristotle, right? And this idea of telos within nature, right? And these ideas of inner potentialities, right? Let me see if I could find a sort of passage for that, right? Because I think I do actually have some of the Aristotle open here. Because I was looking through some of this because I was thinking, maybe I should read some of the Aristotle stuff. So check this out in book 2, right? Right, he says, so much for the views of the soul that our predecessors have handed down. Right. Okay, let us now return to make a new start, trying to determine what the soul is and what account best applies to all souls in common. We say then that one kind of being is substance, right? One sort of substance is matter, which is not a this in its own right. Another sort is shape or form. So see, matter and form are two different substances, according to Aristotle. Okay, and that means that they're two separate sort of modes of being itself, right? So this is a sort of idea, right? This sort of dualism, right, within matter itself, right?
Well, can you hear me? All right, you can.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, I accidentally unmuted. I was trying to balance my cell phone. I'm trying to introduce someone new to your show, and they're a little hesitant to make declarative
Time to
statements.
jump in. Yeah, the water's fine. Even now,
I agree. They're on my phone. They're hearing you. They're hesitant to jump in, but I think they need to make their voice heard, to be honest.
Hey, this is a little
Here he is.
Yo, I agree with a lot of the themes that you're putting forth. Yeah, but we're on.
Is this Oh Darn?
What?
No, this is not. No, this is. I know him in real life.
I thought this was a different. Oh, I thought this was a different guy. Yep.
This is. I've known this guy for a long time.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, please proceed. Yeah, we're kind of on a time thing here, but please proceed. Yeah.
Information about God and religion from watching near-death experiences. So, one important quote is that we're not physical beings living spiritual lives; we're spiritual beings living physical lives. And in the near-death experiences, reincarnation and heaven is real, so they're both true. And you can decide to reincarnate. And the earth is a school, and it's a hard school. And free will is one of the main things, although some things are controlled on the other side that we don't really know about. Just bringing, these ideas and concepts, we want to create technology that has a win-win, doesn't harm the earth, and recycles all the pollutants without toxifying anybody, and creating groups to work on. There's a myriad of free energy projects on YouTube, and often the most profound and best methods are very simple and primitive. Like you can just ground out to a water pipe in the basement and draw electricity with a phased wire on the other side. And and then the bit life and death. I forget all the themes you put forth, but I would just generally say that bringing our philosophical concepts into action in a daily and forming community with working groups is like how we can move the ball forward, because we know we want to be symbiotic, not parasitic. But if we keep using the resources of society, we'll be giving them money to feed their machine. But I believe autonomous, small, ecological communities is the way of the future. And to look for politicians and other people for guidance is, I think we have to look to ourselves for guidance and just discern with common sense who seems the most legit. Like there are charlatans or fake stuff, but figure out how we can bring this into living reality, these concepts into living reality.
And he goes by Little Bear. It has nothing to do with Owen Benjamin. I don't even think that he knows anything about Owen Benjamin.
Yeah, sure.
Good.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I've heard you. Yeah, I think yeah, I agree with everything you're saying. The thing is that the problem is that the objective factor of power in our age is technological, right? So the problem is sort of gaining autonomy from the system, right? While trying to sort of promote a low tech society, right? So there are solutions for that, right? One solution is deep ecology, right? Obviously, that is very fantastical, right? And even somewhat utopian in its application right now. In terms of efficacy of application, right? There are more or less dangerous means of accomplishing, right? Obviously, convincing people that there is a problem, right, with the technological society, right? And convincing as many people as you can, right, is a very slow process, right? That can happen. To quote Brzezinski, right, he said it's in the past it was easier to convince 1 million people than to kill 1 million people, but today it's easier to kill 1 million people than to convince 1 million people, right? So it's very much about the direction of mass opinion. Now, there are some notable people in power that promote very dangerous ideas like transhumanism, right? So we need to watch out for those, sort of bad actors, as you've said, right? And then also, the idea about small communities, yes, developing parallel communities and parallel systems that can function and sort of attack the problems within the system. As ellul says, teach people to live within the technological system but not be affected by it. To quote Jesus, the idea of Jesus, to paraphrase,
be in the world and not of the world.
Exactly, Reddington. You know what I'm talking about, right? So there's different ideas that can manifest. Now, obviously, a revolution against the technological system is the solution that requires the lowest amount of people. And of course, it does not have to attack people. It can only attack the infrastructure, right? So for the first time ever, they're able to attack technological and economic infrastructure, right? And not attack people, right? So that seems like a very deleterious process. Obviously, any hit to the system is going to affect people already. Right. So that is not to be advocated because that causes harm to most people.
Here he is. He's coming back in.
Oh, he's coming back in? Yeah, go ahead.
Jump in. Okay. We need to replace the system by doing things peacefully, like Martin Luther King, and never.
Right. Exactly.
Never use violence unless your life is at risk and somebody's trying to kill you. Never use
Yeah, I
violence.
personally agree with that. Yeah.
And replace the system with working groups like people are creating forest gardens and homesteads. We need working groups that create free energy ideas. And two of the most viable I've seen are using an ancient machine that's passive called the trompe to create compressed air. And one is using a Fresnel lens, which is like layered magnifying glasses that can make a very hot beam and have that with a tracker with the sun creating steam to create steam engines. So we do have viable, and if you look at YouTube, there's 100,000 different ways, many times from the third world, because they have to be more resourceful with their resources and recycle them. So I would just say,
have you ever heard of the work of E.F. Schumacher or Petty Linkola?
I love E.F. Schumacher.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we talked about him on the show here.
What?
I said we watched a documentary of E.F. Schumacher on the show. Tell him truth or if you can't hear me.
There's TML, like the delays between you and I don't exist now. I hear what you're saying. He's on the phone being recorded through my computer.
Right, exactly. Right. Yeah, it's
like
it's no worries.
Well,
Do you not have a way to
Yeah.
get onto the stream?
Yeah, you said you're familiar with Schumacher. Yeah, what's your views on him?
Can I say one last thing?
Little bit.
Yeah.
You want to say one? Yeah, you can say more than one last
There
time.
has to be complete cooperation. The way they have it is everybody's in competition with each other, so nobody works together and everybody keep their secrets patent. We need to, without any power trips, realizing that we're all God, we need to work together and form working groups and find but have a dialogue and a debate and research think tanks or whatever, researchers, and collate the data, edit the data, refine the data, and figure out how we can work together as a team with our various roles that we're inclined toward doing without any power trips, to cooperate and to share our mind, have dialogue and go through it and figure out what's best. Because there's on YouTube right now, there's 1,000 breathing techniques from now not everyone's good. You have to really be good discern which ones are real and which ones are the simplest and best. So, I wish you all the luck. I understand you're on the path. Is there anything else you want to tell me? And seed saving is really important too, but free energy. They don't want us to have free energy because they would lose political and economic control over us. The role of the city-state is to, mine and extract resources out of nature and send it back to the boss and keep people kind of relatively subdued. We need to honor nature. We need to accentuate nature and harness the forces of nature without destroying it for greed.
Yeah, exactly. Have you ever heard of the work of Hendrik Skolimowski or Dr. David Skrbina?
Tell me in a nutshell, both of them, real quick.
Well, Skolimowski is a Polish philosopher who taught Dr. David Skrbina. Skolimowski wrote a work that is very important called Eco-Philosophy. Right, Skrbina, he wrote Technological Slavery and also Metaphysics of Mind. Right, they were my instructors, and basically I've read a lot of their works, and yeah, they promote a lot of ideas about ecology and anti-tech ideas, and that's basically mostly what we talk about here on this show. Right, it's centered around Skrbina, Kaczynski, and Skolimowski. Right, so yeah, that's what I'd like to tell you.
Pour through YouTube videos on free energy and come up with the best ones and work as a team. People who are interested in technology, green belt, and permaculture is a really good place to start. If you look at Bill Mollison's lectures on BitChute, and I think there's one Earth Network or something, you can find his green building. He creates a house that just has a window and a thermal mass wall on the floor and on the central wall, and you close the windows with curtains at night, and you don't even need internal heat stores. Plus, if the place breathes, it's not sealed completely tight. So
I have a Bill Mollison book I'm trying to show to the screen. I don't know how to because it like
check out his lectures because
he's the permaculture expert.
Well, it was
I actually have one of his books too. Yeah, Bill Mollison is great. Yeah.
What?
Well, he's saying about Avian Buddha is saying about how amazing Bill Mollison is. Really,
he's like all the green builders in the world don't have anything on this guy. Like he went to every culture and formed like from myriad different sources, like these. And by watching the native peoples in different places and like combining the information, he freaking has like a template. Now he ain't perfect, but in general, like green building and growing food forests and capturing water and free energy, like explains the Trump shit, is like more awesome than anybody in our society is willing to fully embrace and start researching how to implement, because they're so brainwashed that somebody speaking the truth so pure, even though he has kind of like a bad, kind of slightly sick sense of humor and he's a little abusive, like even with that, like people can't see through that and realize how he collated like all the natural knowledge from all these native peoples from into an operating system with. I mean, you could argue like, yeah, all right, Pete.
I lost connection with a little bit there.
Yeah, can I also say something? I feel like also researching traditional herbal medicine is also very useful because the older primitive people and the traditional people, they have such vast knowledge about what to forage and eat. So foraging and traditional herbal stuff is very good too, I think.
Yeah, I lost him. I might the Bill Mollison book I bought because Bill Mollison is like the inventor of permaculture or the concept. He's the white man's interpretation of this idea.
Yeah, I haven't heard much from Bill Mollison. But yeah, I have. I am aware of. I'm a permaculture and biodynamics and all that stuff. But yeah. So let me get into this. Some of these pre-Socratics, right? And I think I got the hiccups, but I'm not sure. So give me a second here, folks. Testing 1 2 3. Yeah, okay, I'm fine. Yeah, so this whole thing.
Can I say something quickly? If you want to deal with hiccups, you can like pinch your nose and cover your ears.
Right. That's what I have to do. Yeah.
From the other side of the cup.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, Neil. Oh, you know about that? Okay.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know about that one. And yeah, it's just a kefir that I'm drinking. I mean, it's making me get the hiccups. But here is some ideas from Anaximander, right? He says, in the beginning, humans were born other kinds of animals, since other animals quickly manage on their own, and humans alone require lengthy nursing. For this reason, in the beginning, they would not have been preserved if they had been like this. Right, so he kind of talks about animals becoming other animals and creatures, right? So there's obviously Pythagoras, right? Now Pythagoras is a really interesting guy. It says once Pythagoras passed by, as a puppy was being beaten. The story goes that in pity said these words: "Stop! Don't beat him, since it is the soul of a man, a friend of mine, which I recognized when I heard it crying." So there he goes. Right, so he's talking about reincarnation. So people used to be animals, through this idea of animals became humans, right, through a sort of quasi evolution idea, right? And then there's an idea that that actually they have the same souls, right? So they could be reincarnated, right, as different animals. Spirits can be reincarnated in animals, right? So there's that, right? So there's this idea from Heraclitus. Right? Heraclitus is talking about this idea of becoming, right? He says nature loves to hide, right? So he's got this idea of natural laws and these principles that operate within nature, and of course Empedocles sort of followed him on that, right? And then finally we have Aristotle, right? Okay. Actually, there's also Anaxagoras, right? Anaxagoras is talking about this sort of mind stirring all of reality, right? So there's this idea of the nous that's sort of guiding these changes within reality, right? So there's another one, right? There's obviously the atomism of Leucippus and Democritus, right? It says that nature's laws are governed by convention, right? Atoms in the void, and the way they formulate is by like convention to like certain laws, right? Here's a quote. It says, by convention or custom, sweet by convention, bitter by convention, hot by convention, cold by convention, color, but in reality, atoms and void. Right, so they're saying that things are not as you perceive them, right? They're actually atoms and void, right? So obviously, you see all of those ideas there, right? Where you have sort of a brute naturalism, or we have random change, right? Then you have sort of the idea that there's naturalism with evolution, right? So there's sort of instead of these sort of eternal, things being in stasis, right? They're sort of moved, right, and guided, right, by this sort of chaos that sort of stirs things, right, and then they randomly mutate, right? So you have this sort of randomness and emergence model, right? Then of course you have a sort of guided evolution, right? And this could be guided from within principles already existing within nature, right? You could have it guided by some sort of secondary cause, such as aliens or something. There you have like Prometheus, right? Or you could have even powerful being that began the entire universe and is guiding the cosmos from that level. Now that being could be identical with the universe, or it could be exalted from the universe, right? A separate being altogether, right? But now this idea that God is causing evolution to happen, right? This was basically the nub of the concept, right, of Teilhard de Chardin, that God becoming like man, and in order for man to become like God, meant that nature would be transformed in the process of evolution, right? So this is a key concept, right? So it's taking into account all these ideas, and it's also taking into account the idea of Adam Kadmon, right? The spiritual transformation, right? Man graduating up the spiritual hierarchy, right, and going and transcending beyond matter, falling down, right, and being combined with the mineral, right? Even, right? So we could transcend matter by becoming spirit, right? Or we can combine with the mineral, and become like golems, essentially, right? So there's this sort of Kabbalistic notion of spiritual transformation, right? That also goes into it, right? And of course, that ties into the notion of enlightenment, and the notion of God coming into matter, right? Is there as well, right? Within the notion of incarnation within the Hindu religion, right? So there's a lot of concepts to work with there, right? So I just put out a spiel, and thank you to Truther Cop's friend for calling in. I think everybody heard him fine, hopefully. Right, let us know in the chat if you heard that guy fine. I heard him fine in the studio. So yeah, hopefully that wasn't like horrible audio production there. But yeah, let's move to the ideas of because we have a lot of material here, right? So we got first we have the presentation from Buddha's friend, right? So we'll open that up, and so I tried to situate things as much as I could, right, with the existing material. But lastly, I'd like to say that, right, these ideas going from Aristotle, right, to Aquinas. Okay, now Aquinas is a major guy, right? Because remember, he gets rid of the idea of the prima materia, right? And he talks about creation ex nihilo, right? So God becomes separate from matter, right? So this whole idea, right? God being totally separate from his creation and nature, right, is a principle of how reason can be above nature to a certain extent, right? Through the spiritual aspect, right? Because God used reason to construct the laws of nature, right? So on and so forth, right? But of course, he got rid of the notion of the prima materia, okay, which is this eternal matter, right, that Aristotle was talking about. Remember, I read that Aristotle believed that matter is eternal, right? Remember, he said there's two states of being, right? One is matter and the other is form, right? Okay, so obviously Aquinas did not think that that was true, right? He did not think that that was true, right? Okay, so this is a key departure, right? Now, how did Teilhard combine these two guys? Okay, right, obviously, right? He wanted to combine the notion of matter and form, synthesize them through the notion of evolution, right? But of course, it can't be a material evolution. It has to be a spiritual evolution, right? So he has to depart from the Darwinian synthesis, right? Okay, and scale up the evolution to a cosmic affair, right? Okay. So, so would you like to say anything, guys, about Teilhard or any of that stuff, Aristotle, or I know it's Buddha's friend. He's talked to the guy before, so Okay, without further ado, we'll get to the presentation here and see what. And I'll try to interrupt very little because it's not my presentation, right? But he did submit this for the show, so we're very happy, right? We're very satisfied with that result, right? But obviously everybody's not.
Let me just say the first 2/3 he described his older singularitarian views, but in the last third he described his newer views. So that's his views are more Spinozist.
Yeah. So can you briefly explain for the audience what's the distinguishing factor between the two?
Well, basically, he views the singularity in a Desjardins sense, where he thinks that it's inevitable when it happens. People won't really know it happened, but it will like change the psyche of people in such a way that it's like a fusion with the technique in a way that accelerates us kind of more of a new stage of consciousness, or like the super, that kind of stuff. And the last third though is like when you start talking about his newer shift, it's like he thinks that none of this really means anything or something. Like it's hard to explain. He just thinks it's all kind of like because it's just one, and then there's
exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's ecstatic. It's pantheistic. I mean, this is Spinoza, right? So
yeah. That's pretty much what the video will be. He has a thick accent, and sometimes it might sound like he's rambling, but he is intelligent though, because he did get his degrees in philosophy from Slovenia. He's Slovenian.
Yeah, and so is skrbina. So it's interesting stuff here. So let's present our Slovenian friends presentation, and of course I'll play a small part of it right now. I'll play a song. We'll take a break. Then I'll play the next part of it. Then we'll move to Pannenberg, and then we'll have some other thoughts for you guys. So that's how the stream will go so far. So thank you guys for joining, and so here are some thoughts about this sort of idea of this sort of cosmic evolution, right? Is influenced by Bohm and Hegel. Teilhard de Chardin, and of course at the end he'll present a Spinozistic view of ecstatic, sort of a sort of view of immanence and ecstatic view instead of the view of transcendence and emanation, right? So yeah.
All right, here we go. So let me immediately kickstart this with a claim, a simple claim, that our history could be described, and I don't mean just human history, but universal history could be described as one between two horizons, between two singularities. We can poetically call them the alpha and the omega. And yes, let's say it like this. One singularity is where our physics goes blurry, and the other is where we go blurry. And neither of them is the edge of reality. So this is my central claim here. And I would like to first immediately comment on what is probably very obvious, that yes, we are using the same word singularity for in the physical sense and in the sense of informational, computational sense of technological singularity. I'm well aware that these two have very little in common, but I think they do actually have a lot in common if we understand them both as being about the limitation, about the horizon of let's say an anthropocentric ontology, the limitation thereof. So just a quick introduction. I go online by the name of Tivra. I think there is no need to share my real name. I come from Slovenia. I put my links to the Twitter and my email below if someone wants to contact me about any of these ideas. Yeah, I come from Slovenia. I graduated at the University of Ljubljana, and probably some of you know Slovenia and the University of Ljubljana due to Slavoj Žižek, who lectures there and is a professor there, tenured. But my direction at my studies there was a little bit different. It wasn't the Žižkian, Lacanian one. Instead, I was focusing on German idealism, but later in my graduate studies on Heidegger, on the work of Heidegger. So other than Žižek, the other popular thing about my country, Slovenia, is Melania Trump. So I assume most of you are American, so your first lady comes from here. So okay, my country is the country of these two things, Slavoj Žižek.
So his accent, his English is very clear. So yeah, I don't think we have a problem with the accent. He's coming in very clear. So yeah, blessings to the friend. And I love that idea. That concept, the edge of our physics and the edge of ourselves. Right, I was looking at two different aspects of that, and I wonder if he'll incorporate the idea of alpha and omega. Right, and of course, he said there's two different singularities. But then he made the statement, neither is the horizon or the edge of reality. Right? So yeah. I'm loving the beginning of this presentation. Moontan said he sounds familiar. That's funny. It's like her cousin or something. That'd be hilarious. Yeah.
And Melania Trump. These are our two main exports. Our duo. So let's see. So I'm grateful to Avian Buddha for an invitation to be here. Me and him, we debated this topic online for many years, way before AI was mainstream. And I think we used to be on totally opposite sides of this debate. I used to be a very hardcore transhumanist, a purely singularitarian determinist almost. And absolute optimist. So I was like influenced by a Hegelian view of history, let's say, where you see step by step an increase of freedom in human and power in the human history, where each step you track goes from prehistoric to historic to the invention of writing, and then before writing you have language, then you have writing, then you have writing allows you to store information, then you jump a few centuries more, you have printing press, quick distribution of information, then you have if we make a few steps ahead quickly, then we have information technology, we have databases, now AI, and so on and so on. So basically you just see this crescendo of increasing complexity, increasing power also, which if you extrapolate in the future, it leaves you with a kind of Teilhardian view. The Jesuit priest Teilhard was one of the earliest theoreticians about the technological singularity, and he basically envisioned the universe being pulled by an eschatological attractor at the end of the history, at the end of the history of the universe, which he.
Yeah, the most popular place that people would see this idea of this great attractor is in the ideas of Terence McKenna. Right? He always talked about this, and he said nature was a creative force, right? That was sort of going to lead to this explosion of creativity, right? The event horizon, right? As they say, right? So Teilhard is very important at Singularity University, right? Obviously, I think Hegel's hugely important, right? And I forgot to mention Hegel is a huge stepping stone, right? So appropriate way, to bring up the ideas of Teilhard, right, would be to go from first Aristotle to then go to the ideas of Aquinas, right? That kind of synthesize Aristotle with the ideas of the church, and then you go to Hegel, right? And Hegel kind of invents this idea of the world spirit, right? So there's this notion of progress, right? That's kind of the spiritual force, right, throughout the world, right? And it does all kind of things, right? It leads to the state and all this stuff. So in terms of Teilhard, right, you could see this idea of the spiritual evolution, right? That combines the notion of Aristotle, Aquinas' de anima with the matter coming to know itself. As it says here, the Hegelian Bohm drama, a perfect unity falls into matter to know itself. Right. So this is a stellar presentation. I'm fascinated by this presentation so far.
Called the omega point, where the complexity would reach such a high level that it would be basically the same as saying absolute total complexity, unimaginable complexity, and so on. So back then when we discussed this with Avian Buddha, he was a skeptic about the singularity, and now he moved, I think, more to my side when it comes to that. He does believe in the singularity, but he has a anti-anthropocentric take on it, and I also do have an anti-anthropocentric take on it now, which is my revision of my old position, which used to be transhumanist, so human-centered, and now it's no longer anthropocentric. But, my take on Avian Buddha's view is that and we will see this develop later, and my friendly disagreement or departure from his view is that, for me, rooting everything in animals, for instance, is still anthropocentric. So I think it's the anthropos in the word anthropocentric is not necessarily a human being as much as an observer like us, a human-like observer. And I think when we think about animals, we're also projecting a human-like observer into them. Okay, but let's leave that aside. Let's go to the second slide. So like I said, we will, by the way, pardon my voice, I have a cold. That's why I also cannot be with you in real time. I had to record this because it's like 3 a.m. in the morning when you have these streams, and it would be very hard for me to be there, especially now that I have a cold. And I hope you can understand my English and that my pronunciation is clear enough. I know I have a strong accent, but hopefully you can understand me. So let's go to the first, what I call the first horizon, so the first singularity. The cosmic one, this is the cosmic one. It's a fortunate linguistic coincidence that we use the singularity for both of this, the start and what I call the limit of the horizon of the future of our technology. So the connection is not in the object themselves, like we said, but in us, in our limits. So that's why the word singularity works really well for both. Namely, in Einstein's general relativity, we know that if you go back time, if you go back time to zero, as you set the variable closer and closer to zero, the math breaks down. It blows up, so to speak. Or, you know, you get infinities, which you, in the physical sphere, you usually don't want to be getting mathematical infinities. But this isn't a literal event that happened in space-time. So this singularity, this infinity you get at the equation level does not map to a physical event, I claim, but to a model boundary, so a limit of the model. It's our theory telling us, honestly, where its description is no longer reliable. And a good metaphor is if you think like about a blurry microscope, let's say. You think, okay, a blurry microscope, the blur isn't the cell's fault. So the blur is in the microscope. So the singularity is our equation saying, listen, I can't see further than this. It's the hier be dragons, hic sunt dracones. Note at the edge of the map we trust. Remember, in the ancient maps, they used to have this hic sunt dracones, here be dragons. So that's why we're saying that the singularity here is the limit for observers like us, which we will develop now in the next slide. But bear with me for a second more. I think.
Yeah, I wonder if the same thing applies to mind, right? Because, obviously you're trying to figure out what mind is, right? You don't know how dead matter creates mind, right? Or what combination of dead matter could, create mind, and yet you can't separate the mind, from yourself and observe it. Right, so maybe the mind is another place where this observational, loop sort of ends and begins, right? It's like between the mind and, this Big Bang idea, right?
I think just to comment on something, like when you hear scientists and philosophers talk about what was before the Big Bang, or creationists versus let's say secular people and so on. I think my take here is that one would need a reverent piety of thought, kind of, and I think sometimes both the scientifically minded person and the religious can be dogmatic in their own way. And that is to have a overly confident posture in light of the immensity of the universe that we are not understanding yet. And
yeah, I've said that before. I've said that that religion tends towards anthropomorphism, right? Whereas science tends towards anthropocentrism, right? And they both get confused in trying to understand, right, whether nature or technology is causing the sort of changes within the humans, right?
And it's possibly requires an infinite depth to be understood. It's possible that we're dealing with let's say with a fractal of explanations that will never end, but that's another topic I cannot go into here. Already I'm worried that this will take too long. So suffice to say here, we're just saying the so-called singularity at the beginning of the universe is not an event, it's just let's say signifier of the limit of our model of, but I'm not just saying that current. So just this I have to point to, that I'm not just saying, oh, just our current model is not good enough, let's make a better model. I'm saying that for observers like us, for our constitution of how we are as observers, it will always be the case that there will be such a limit. This is important to understand, but I really have to go to the next slide, otherwise I think my pace is way too slow. Now to the second horizon. So this one, it's anthropic. It's defined by our loss of prediction and control. Here the word singularity points to a time-scale clash. The speed of machine cycles versus the speed of human institutions, so to speak. It's the point where we hand off decisions to systems that move faster than laws and committees can follow. And when we talk about observers like us, like I already introduced in the previous slide, I'm borrowing from Stephen Wolfram. So this category is not just humans, again, I have to reiterate. It's any being bounded by linear time and finite computation. Our instruments, our machines, us, even animals, all of these are observers like us. All of these fall in the same category. So the singularity is the event horizon for this entire class of observers. That's very important, I think. So for all of this category of observers like us, the singularity, the future technological singularity will be an important event. For me, there is a very practical, so if we go to more specifics, like when will this happen, what am I talking about in practice? For me, there is a very practical indicator for when we cross this line. It's the moment that more than half of the meaningful progress at the AI frontier, so the core research and development is model-driven, not human-driven. At that point, the self-accelerating loop closes and we will likely only recognize it after the fact. So only retroactively we will know, oh, the singularity already happened and we didn't notice. I mean, this is 100% how it will happen. And who knows, maybe it's so close that maybe it's already happened, who knows. But basically, it will never be like, oh, here, look, now it's happening. It will not be like that. But it's possible to at least formally define it, and I think it's very easy to define it when you look at these coding agents and their speed of progress. So it's very simple. You just look at percent of AI research and AI development that goes into developing the new models, training the new models and everything else involved. And you just look at the percentage, how much of that was human done, how much of that was AI done. And you don't, percentage is a little bit stupid because you need to check the meaningful percentages of the research, the important, the core ones. But anyway, when that percentage goes more than 50% AI, I think that would be my definition where the singularity happened.
Okay, let's take a break right here and play a little song for the audience. And yeah, we'll be back with this presentation. Yeah, this is a great one, right? So he's so I was close, but no cigar, right? In terms of yeah, the other horizon is sort of the mind, but it's sort of AI, right? So it's sort of machine learning and this sort of process. So it is sort of a horizon of the mind, right? That we sort of cross, and that leads to this sort of process. I mean, it kickstarts this process of the singularity, right? Like I said, there's a sort of singularity for physics. So anyways, there's a singularity in the past and a singularity in the future, right? So, sort of, interestingly enough, right? But yeah, I'm digging this presentation. A lot of good stuff here. And of course, he's explaining the concept of the singularity to us, folk here, right? So that we understand and can grasp the notions of Teilhard de Chardin with more certainty, right? And look at them on their own terms, right? So yeah, we'll be playing music here, and yes, we'll be back in 4 minutes here with you guys. Blessings. Okay, and yeah, there's a girl who makes these videos, but I forget her name. Yeah, I kind of want to contact her, but I don't know if she'll talk to me. But yeah, anyways, yeah, this girl who makes this stuff. Anyways, I've mixed Only You by Portishead with Drugs by Cool Keith. Hope you guys enjoy. Blessings.
Tie my arm up at night between shows, taking soda tops off of soda pops. I used to be up all night in the living room, smoking a lot of weed with the four tops, making collect calls back home to my pops. My little brother said, "Keith, you need to stop." I knew something was wrong when I gave away my VHS and sold a pair of my socks. The IRS calling me, getting on my nerve. I was warned by Red Fox. My girl, Keith, you see my diamond rings in the jury box? I don't know, last night you and Shaka Khan was in here sniffing blow. I was in the room sweating, thinking about the rent, playing bingo. The landlord said the first of the month we gotta go. Packed up my bag and met down Strawberry in the mall. I told James Brown stop smoking angel dust in the pit stall. He wanted to go up to the Olive Garden and start a restaurant brawl. Mary J. Blige, my son don't accept them type of phone calls. I can't come out tonight, my big lighter don't light. I heard you and Casey in the background. I'm screaming that the cops come and break up the fight. All the crack in the drugs make me feel the way I feel. All the crack in the drugs. All the crack in the drugs make me feel the way I feel. All the crack in the drugs. Freebasing 18 pounds of coke with Marvin Gaye. Put that on the table, let's parlay. With Smokey Robinson and Bootsy lighting aluminum foil, watch that crack pipe boil. With Richard Pryor, we burned the house down, getting higher. Don't think I'm bluffing me, Tommy Lee Curtis, Keith Richards, Eddie Kingris, and David Ruffin. Rick James was in the kitchen lighting the flame at Mousy's trap with Cuban Gooden Sr. I don't want nobody to know my name. I kept glasses on, it was a damn shame. Losing weight, falling out in big arenas. The same guy used to deal to me, deal to Whitney and Bobby, me, Ike and Tina. Every Saturday Mansions was packed. Hey Jimmy, you got the smack. Shut up, you don't know how to act. All the crack and the drugs make me feel the way I feel. All the crack and the drugs. All the crack and the drugs make me feel the way I feel. All the crack and the drugs. Crystal methane and heroin and quaaludes. A relapse of your mind. Angel dust, ecstasy, sniffing coke, baby. Got the best of me. I got mixed withdrawals, my symptoms of pain rush me to hospital. Oh baby, get this monkey off of my back and get him off of me. Get the monkey off my back, baby. Get the monkey off my back, girl.
So that's the typical AI creates new AI story, which, you know, years ago it seemed, even to me, it seemed totally science fiction. Like, and now, does it seem still science fiction? I don't think so. I don't think it does. When you look at the new Claude by Anthropic 4.5 thinking model, it's so excellent that, I mean, something catastrophic must happen, that these models will not keep improving. And that, I mean, it's very hard to envision something that would just suddenly stop them from improving and from coming closer and closer to being better than us at AI research and so on. And soon we will have a model that was created by other models, and that's when the whole thing takes off. And to be honest, I think that almost none of us can truly internalize this.
Yeah, we gave an interesting presentation on this earlier. On Avian Buddha, right? Avian Buddha gave a very impressive presentation, solo on his channel, on this notion of autopoiesis, right? Of things creating other things that fulfill their own function, right? In a sort of self-created system, right? Out of a loop. And of course, the foundations are there in Norbert Weiner, right? His book on cybernetics, right? He talks about sort of self-replicating machines and all of that type of stuff. He has an entire chapter on it, right? Chapter 9, right? So
I think we're just paying like lip service to it. Okay, I believe it, but nobody really lives with awareness or belief that this will happen. This is very interesting. Like, it's almost impossible to internalize something like that. It's very similar to internalizing that, I don't know, in 2 years, 1 million UFOs will land on the planet, and and we will have a contact with the superhuman intelligence. I mean, it's something that is so out there that it's impossible to internalize. So I think all of us just live like nothing is going to happen, even though knowing that something totally world historical, maybe the greatest historical event, is going to happen soon. Yet,
yeah, he used the Hegelian term there, right? World historical, right? So yeah.
Yet the life goes on like nothing, right? Isn't it interesting? Like, I remember back in the day, I thought, oh my God, the Turing test was such a big deal, right? Wow, if you could talk to an AI and it could fool you that it's a human. The Turing test was already passed maybe 1 year ago. Nobody cares. Nothing happened. So this is the most fascinating thing to me, is that how much all this stuff is not really impacting us in any way. This is very fascinating, really. But okay, yeah. Like I said, it's almost impossible to internalize what's going to happen. And at some point it will seem like, just a quick detour. You know how human language is like this. You cannot think of anything outside of language, right? If you think of something outside of language, like, okay, let's say there is something outside of language, let's say a mystical, meditative state, or the time before I learned the language when I was a child, or whatever have you. But language doesn't let you do that, right? Language, whatever you want to signify outside of language, it's already signified. It's already inside language. So the outside of language is always already inside of language. So language has a let's say totalizing characteristics that once you upload language to a new human being, to a child, it totalizes everything. So there is no outside of language anymore. And it seems as if it always existed. Once it's uploaded to that human, there is no more outside language. There is no extra linguistic reality anymore. And also it will seem from his point of view as if that language has always existed and there is nothing outside of it. And I think something similar will happen with AI, when this total AI integration will take place. It will basically rewrite everything, almost in a Stalinistic way. This is what a superior intelligence does. If you remember Stalin, how Stalin wanted to edit all the photos from Soviet history. This is something similar that will happen, in the sense that once we're fully immersed into AI, it will seem like it was always here, and we will not be able to even think anything outside of it. I know this is a kind of prophecy I give you, and it's very hard to prove it to you now, but it will turn out to be true. You will maybe remember it someday. Okay, have to go to the next slide. Okay, moving on. Well, we have these two horizons, both defined by our limits. And so this leads us to the crucial question. Why are we so drawn to stories of grand destiny that puts us at the center? For instance, the German idealists, and what I refer to as my old view, which Avian Buddha argued against, was that, and here I think Hegel, the German philosopher Hegel, and his, let's say, progressive view of history, was partially inspired by a mystic, Jakob Böhme. And Jakob Böhme is interesting because he received his mystical revelation, so to speak, if I'm not mistaken, by just watching a ray of light or of the sunshine coming through the window, and that ray of light spoke to him basically his whole philosophy. But the German idealists took him very seriously, and especially Hegel, who called him the first German philosopher. So Jakob Böhme believed that, to cut a long story short, I won't go into this, but a very simple take on what he was unveiling about God is that, let's say, and that was surprising for a Christian perspective, definitely, was that there is a struggle in God himself against his own abyssal background, which he called the Ungrund. But more importantly is that God, in his view, God has a striving, and this striving is to manifest himself in the universe, which the universe then acts as a mirror in which God can then recognize himself. So this story.
Okay, now this is a huge concept, and I don't know if Bohm is actually connected to Hermeticism, right? But remember I told y'all that Hegel's hugely influenced by Hermeticism, and this concept that the world is being transformed in the sense of God, right, making the world in order to come to know himself, right? So this idea of God being realized in the world, right, as Paul said, right, that your faith consists in the fact in the knowledge that Christ has been raised, right? So this idea of being raised from the dead, going beyond life, right, the eternity and all this stuff, all right, it's a fundamental aspect, right? The notion of transformation, right? And also that transformation consisting in a sort of immortality and transcendence from nature, right? So yeah, this whole idea, right? Now, we do have to look more into Bohm, because I mentioned Bohm, he's mentioned Bohm, right? So we need more resources on Bohm. Now, Bohm and Swedenborg, right? They caused a lot of spiritualists in the 1800s, right, to idealize these ideas of progress, right, and the coming of the kingdom of God on earth, right? So, however, their philosophy now, obviously, it's pretty much there in Swedenborg, right? But yeah, I've yet to look for it in Bohm. Yeah.
Story could also be described by a quote, which I don't have here present, but
what I have seen from Bohm, it's a sort of astrotheology, right? So yeah, cosmic forces have sort of characters, and they're connected to energies, and yeah, so it's this sort of thing for what I know about it. But anyways, yeah, this is a very interesting presentation.
I memorized it more or less. It's from his work Aurora by Bohme, in which he says that if the light was just expanding outwardly forever, and if it didn't have a limit, or let's say a boundary against which it hit against, it couldn't reflect upon itself. So that is to say that the expansion needs a contraction, and contraction needs an expansion. In other words, God has to expand himself into the finite world, into the world of matter and so on, so that he can then use this externalization, this self-othering movement, where he sees himself in another, only because of this distance, because God now distanced himself from himself into the world. That's why he can then recognize himself, because the eye cannot see itself, right? Or a camera cannot take a picture of itself. It needs to a distance. It needs outside reflective surface. And so under this view, this reflective surface of God is the world. And it's in time, it's like a sculpture in time. It starts as pure, let's say, pure stupid matter. It starts as let's say, quantum foam, what have you, prima materia. It doesn't matter what. Just something basically non-spiritual. And then it goes through stages through which God is coming back to himself. First through, I don't know, inorganic, then organic, bacteria, plant life, animal life, human intelligence, then machine higher intelligence, higher AGI, ASI, and so on, which leads to a kind of Teilhardian reconfiguration of all matter into meaningful complexity, which we could call a spiritualization of the universe. But
now see, this is a very important distinction, right? Because as I mentioned earlier, right, Teilhard would be understanding the universe through the Aristotelian, and also through the lens of Aquinas, right? So the separation of form and matter, right, would be very apparent to him, right? So this is why matter must be spiritualized, right? Matter has to come into a synthesis with spirit, right? So this is part of the part of the synthesis, right? Especially in Hegel, right? As I explained, right? Mind is the antithesis of nature, and man is the synthesis, right? So that sort of fits the model right there. Yeah, blessings, Max.
How are you doing? Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm doing swell, sir. Yeah, how about yourself?
Doing great. I like the content. I like the subject.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, this is a presentation put together by Avian Buddha's friend for our show, and he lives in Slovenia. So he's been kind of been kind enough to record it for us, right? So it could be a part of our presentations. So yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's fundamental. The thoughts of Jacob Bohm, Hegel and Teilhard de Chardin, and how they relate to the singularity. So.
Do you think the singularity is an inevitability or an impossibility?
I personally, am sort of on the fence about it. Sort of learning more about the concept. I'm sympathetic to the idea of the spiritualization of matter, right? But I don't think that spirit and matter are two separate things to begin with, right? So I'm interested in the concepts in general, right? So I'm more of I guess a proponent of the Spinozistic view that he's going to present in the later part of his presentation.
Okay.
Right. I'm a more ecstatic instead of a transcendent view. So and that also relates to the notion of panpsychism versus idealism, right? See, he's following the ideas of German idealism. So he's along with Hegel and all those guys. So it's interesting. Of course, with panpsychism, right, the mind exists everywhere in nature, right? So.
Yeah, I'm kind of an animist.
Right, me too, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of more panpsychist, is the animism, yeah.
But I don't know if it translates into man-created things. That's a good, interesting subject,
Right. But it does create but it does relate to things creating man. right. So it's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's get back to this interesting stuff. Yeah.
Of course, Böhme was a shoemaker from Germany from the 17th century or 16th century. Actually, was it 17? I think 17th century. So, of course, I'm now translating his views into a singularitarian perspective, but I do think this Böhme here was crucial in putting a desire into God himself, or let's say a project, an agency into God himself, because this kind of goes against standard theology where you have a perfect God. But if you have a perfect omniscient, omnipotent, omni everything, God, then how do you have any meaning with every historical or dynamic process everything is just almost like a scripted event, right?
Right, and that's why I said the notion of God's entrance into history is a powerful synthesis for this concept, right? Because God becomes, right? So in order to accommodate God's becoming, nature has to be transformed, as I said, right? So this idea sort of accommodates, right, the notion of man becoming the a new sort of sort of coming into the resurrected body, if you will. So yeah.
Okay.
So this is a synthesis for that idea, and of course Hegel used that as a synthesis, right? He used German Protestantism to sort of synthesize his ideas.
Already known by God, and God is already perfect and complete and needs nothing, and so on. Okay, but my current take is a little bit more informed by Spinoza, let's say.
So he's kind of in a deterministic universe. He's operating in that way.
Not anymore. He said he used to be more of a transhumanist and a determinist, but now he's he's more into into his new Spinozistic view, right? So he's going to get to explaining that now, right?
Yeah, because I like the Indian or Eastern philosophies that the first thought was desire. So
right.
Which kind of leads to a lot of things that he's talking about here.
Yeah, that is a fascinating concept, isn't it? Right. Yeah. Desire being the basis for everything, and of course, attaining of desires, right? That sort of creates the movement to begin with, right? And then the synthesis of pleasure of having obtained the desire, right? So there is a sort of movement there as well. Of course, desire seems to attach to this concept of the great attractor, right? Yeah. Right, it's attracted by something, right? Right. Yeah.
The thesis is that reality, what he calls Deus sive natura, is perfect and totalizing substance. It lacks nothing, and so a goal or purpose in it, which always implies striving, luck, it doesn't make sense at all. And Spinoza would say that any kind of teleology, any kind of story like Burmes or Hegel's is necessarily a human story, an anthropocentric story. So their story is a beautiful one, cosmic fall and a return back. And the benefit of having such a story, I guess, is that you feel that you're part of a grand design. And there is something seductive in this grand destiny narrative. But yeah, I claim with Spinoza that it's a projection, and I want to develop why I think that. So the best way to think about it, I think, is that if you think about computation, let's say, or let's call it computation, because if I say thinking, it's always related to human beings. If I say logic, it doesn't quite render the idea clear. So let's say computation. So the question is this: what is the essential difference between the computation that happens in a hurricane and the computation that happens in our head? And I think from the point of view of a hurricane, and the hurricane is not in the category of observers like us, who cares about linear time and sensory perception like seeing and so on. from point of view of a hurricane, let me rephrase that. So a hurricane also does a lot of computation. So how can you explain why that complexity of a hurricane computation, the computation that goes inside a hurricane, that decides where particles of air will move, in what direction they will move, that is a form of computation. So how can we privilege our form of computation? What is special about it? And the answer that Wolfram gives, Stephen Wolfram, which I mentioned before, is that it's impossible to give any coherent explanation why these computations are special. This, for instance, the ones that take place in our head or on our computers versus the computation that takes care in a hurricane.
Yeah, it's the experience as a whole.
Or in a summer cloud, or in...
Right? The whole thing. Like, we don't experience each cell doing its little job.
Exactly, right.
It as a whole. So the hurricane may have a brief life and may have no memory, but its experience would be the whole thing. You would think.
Yeah, that sort of explains the concept of immanence, that there's no separation, right? You know, that is a sort of Spinozistic concept, right? Because mind and nature are one, and God and nature are one, right? In Spinoza, right? I think in the Ethics, one of the subsections is titled "Nature is God," right? So I think that shocked a lot of people, right? You know, but yeah, this idea, nature lacks nothing, right? And of course, there's the great concept, nature abhors a vacuum, right? And of course, something has to come in. There has to be space in order for there to be a creative force that can, proceed, right? So yeah. Yeah, blessings, Dom. Yeah, good to see you.
I like the Emperor LARP. Let's create drones, clones with Jedi cells. That'd be awesome.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Or in the clouds during the storm, is that we care about certain computations more than the others. So the specialty of certain types of computation comes from merely the care, what we care about. And okay, so this is why my current view is that it makes no sense to say that there is some grand cosmic purpose in the singularity. Rather, it seems that this specific complexification that is happening in the direction of the technological singularity is a horizon that is important to observers like us, but it has no...
Wow, there's my audience. Do you guys not understand that 7:30 the show starts and not at 9:15 anymore? The show does not start at 9:15 anymore. It starts at 7:30, right? So I know a lot of people are having problems adjusting to the new schedule, but yeah, it's because of the sundown, right? I have to adjust my prayer time, so the show is starting now at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time, not at 9:15 p.m. Eastern.
Sundowners.
Right? Yeah, exactly. So yeah, please be advised at the new time.
Value.
People hate
it has no more value. This computation that will be happening in all these data centers, and some days, I don't know, Dyson spheres or whatever, all this computation that will go into artificial intelligence will not be in any way special in itself compared to the computation that goes on in a hurricane or in a volcano or whatever. But it will be special for the category of observers like us. So, okay, having cleared the board of cosmic destiny and having arrived to this realization that the universe doesn't have projects, but we do, I can give a kind of intuition how I can still save my old soteriological attitude to the singularity, even though I no longer think it has any cosmic significance at all. And so the way I experience it, and I will tell you even on a personal level, is that very similar to the Christian concept of kingdom come, or let's say the kingdom of God is already here and not here. It's here and not here at the same time. If you read the New Testament, you see that ambivalence. It's already here and it's not here at the same time. And even in some sects of Buddhism, you have a similar idea with the Pure Land. The Buddhists are practicing this practice to be reborn in the Pure Land, in a perfect Pure Land. But then their desire, let's say their one single focused desire to be born there in the Pure Land makes it as if the Pure Land is already here. So the very practice of the very determination, single focused determination to be born in the Pure Land is such that it's as if one is already born now. And
yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what I was saying, right? The idea that the idea of enlightenment, right? The idea of reincarnation, the idea of transformation, the idea of becoming immortal, the idea of becoming resurrected in a new body, right? The idea that God is the first God came to become man and he's the first fruits of the resurrection, right? And this whole idea that that this is it represents both the kingdom, being already here, right, and already being there in the future, right? It represents both, right? The coming of the kingdom of God and also it's it being fulfilled, right? So, right, so as they say, right, Christ has risen, right? So it's something that both represents the future and now, right? So that is an important synthesis, right?
I think a similar dynamic happens already in Christianity also. I think that the way in Christianity love is understood is something like a fragment of the end times of.
Oh my God, he's anticipating Pannenberg, right? Almost perfectly, right? This is wild, right? So did he know we were going to talk about Pannenberg, right? This is very interesting, right?
Not of the end times, but of the final apocalyptic salvation, let's say, the final resolution of everything that is already present now. So like a fragment of that omega point, that final resolved point in the end times, but it's already present now. Because like in St. Paul we have hope, faith, and love, but the greatest of this is love. And why is love greater than faith and hope? It's because faith and hope are both directed to something external, either later or external, like something that still has to come later, or in the faith's case,
Truth is a higher
that is
vibration
external
than
to us,
love.
that is unknown to us, and so on.
Yeah, I like that, Max. Yeah, truth is a higher vibration than love, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, that is one fluffy cat for sure.
There's some truth there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I've tried to analyze, why is truth higher vibration, and it seems because you can stand in it. Love can be wavering and false, right? But truth is truth, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I love the Sun Ra album that says God is more than than love will ever be, right? It's an interesting name, right, for an album. God is more than love will ever be. Yeah. Fascinating.
Sheesh.
Right, it's powerful. But yeah, so yeah, what a fluffy cat, honestly. Can't get over it. The fluffiness.
Yeah, I didn't make him stay there. He stays there on his own. He has no collar or anything, so
yeah, he's got some fine whiskers there for sure.
Yeah, it's a few inches deep, a couple inches deep. And he's a Norwegian forest cat, or a mix of one. Because he's got short, stubby legs. He's got snowshoes and lots of fur. Sorry, buddy. I like showing off your shoes.
What's up? Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's a crazy cat for sure. Norwegian cat. Whoa,
Norwegian
man.
Forest cat. Yeah.
Snow cat. Yeah.
Yeah, they're the precursor to the Maine Coon. They came over on the ships and started eating all the fish and got giant.
Yeah,
pretty big. He's about 15 pounds. Not a big cat, but mid-size, I guess.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys know about this. I mean, the whole concept of social Trinitarianism, right? So the whole concept of social Trinitarianism, I think it's also Swinburne, right? I think he's an Oxford theologian. He talks about this, how the whole idea of the Trinity means that there's love. At the beginning of the universe, right? So there's so this idea of love bringing things together. The concept of faith and hope, obviously, and Paul. Now, hope is obviously the most futuristic one, right? So hope, hope for what, right? So
Hope
this is obvious.
Important. Hope can keep you going for a long time.
Right, and it's different from sort of I think fatalism, right? Right, because I think certain amount of destiny ideas, right? So there's a sort of faith in the future.
Yeah,
doesn't necessarily have to do with hope. Hope and faith have to do with what's going on now. Now what's coming up later, right?
Yeah.
But Pannenberg says
all faith to carry on, but hope can give you the get go.
Yeah, Pannenberg makes a staggering statement in his book. He says all faith has to do with the future, and I was like, I gotta totally disagree with that. That makes but yeah, it's interesting.
All faith has to do with the future. Yeah, in a way, I guess he's right.
Right. So he's trying to tie this idea of evolution to it. Interestingly enough. Moontan. Yeah, blessings.
Not an evolutionist myself. At least not on this planet. I don't know, maybe somewhere else.
Yeah. We got mixed reviews on that theory. But the conventional theory, Darwinism, definitely no one here believes in Darwinian evolution. So it's always something else. It's always either Teilhard or we've even had a few devolution guys, that believe that aliens caused man in a sort of Gnostic, where either aliens or archons have manipulated humans to fall below their true potential. So there's that sort of thing as well.
Yeah, there's good evidence that could be happening right now,
Yeah, right. Yeah, with the technology. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, exactly. This alien force being implemented upon man without his knowledge.
Right. Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, let's see more of the Spinozistic view. We've got a little bit more of this presentation, then we'll go ahead.
Spinoza's been coming up a lot in my feed lately. I've watched.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's an excellent thinker. Very important thinker. He rejected Cartesian dualism, right? And of course, he was a pantheist and a panpsychist, and all that type of stuff. So he's got very interesting viewpoints. So yeah.
Cool.
But love is already present here. We already have it totally present. We can live it. So this digression was just to say that I find a similar dynamic of time here when it comes to the way I see this technological singularity. The not yet is the coming of a technological reality, a form of intelligence so vast it closes our horizon. But the already is the latent truth of the world that this new reality will reveal. The truth is that infinite complexity, infinite computation has always been here. In the turbulence of a whirlpool, in the folding of a protein, in the heart of a star. It was never absent. We simply lacked the eyes to see it. So the pull of the future then is not a mystical force. It is the shadow of a coming cognitive shift that promises to attune us to the reality that is already and has always been present. So this is my conclusion, that what this is ushering, hopefully my most optimistic take is that that AI will be able to take us by hand towards seeing what is already the case. So that this infinite intelligence which we will be going towards is actually already present everywhere around us. So I hope I make this point clear. So yeah, let's end it here. I think it's already getting a little bit lengthy. So, and this brings me to the end of this short presentation. So we started with two horizons. One, the Big Bang, and that is the edge of our model, edge of the universe for observers like us. So it's not at all the beginning of the universe as such. And again, this Big Bang may be total non-event in cosmic terms, like something totally unimportant. But it's important to observers like us. And the other is the tech singularity, which is the edge of our species. And again, species in an extensive sense. But perhaps the true function, the grace, let's say, there is a grace here, of the second horizon is to help us finally dissolve the first horizon. The grace of what is coming is not that it saves us or that it fulfills a destiny. The grace is that it might give us a new way of seeing. It could be the very tool that allows us to perceive the infinite, immanent computation in everything. To finally truly see this day.
I can't believe he's using the same word that Skolimowski uses, grace, right? To talk about immanence, right? So he's anticipating, the ideas of Skolimowski right there, right? So that's fascinating.
So is he talking about some higher form of man that he wants to be?
No, or at least it depends on whether you talk about his first view or second view, right? In the Hegelian or Bohmist view, right? Definitely. In the second Spinozistic view, no, right? The grace is a resolution of what's already there, right?
Okay.
So yeah, so this is the grace of seeing, right? Unveiling the real reality, right? So as he says, two horizons, one reality at the top there, right? But yeah, the grace, right? Anticipating, right? Imminent forces within nature, right? So yeah, so that's fascinating that he used the same word, I mean, right? From the Christian soteriology, right? Interesting.
Not as an abstract concept, but as a living, breathing, thinking fabric of all there is. Or Aristotle's definition of God as noesis, noesos, no. And so that which thinks thinking. So the two horizons collapse into one reality. And our project then is not to build a God, far from it. That's not the way I see it at all. But rather it is to learn to see the one that is already here. And I can mention also this, that I don't think this is the only way to come to this realization. I think similar to, perhaps a little bit similar to Teilhard de Chardin, I think that there have been geniuses throughout history that were already able to access, to intuit this without needing the technological singularity. So I think it's possible to arrive to it through thinking alone, through contemplation alone, through many ways. But the special thing about the technological singularity is that it will kind of force everyone collectively to arrive there. Even to not keep it all so elevated and so sublime, I can also say there are many vulgar ways to get there. Some people may arrive to that realization through taking LSD or DMT. I think psychedelic substances also help us.
Yeah, that's what McKenna saw, right? He said he saw the singularity when he was on psychedelics, right? So this is exactly what he's talking about, right?
See this computational basis of everything, which is a very, very profound topic I cannot go into, and it's mostly...
Yeah, because remember what he saw when he was on DMT? Self-transforming machine elves. And what did they tell him, right? They said, you can do this too, right? If you can dream it, you can do it, right? So this whole thing is basically a concept about, changing reality, right? And by changing your perception of it, right?
Also, mostly also, I'm not qualified to give, but I think this is it for now, and I hope some of this resonated with you.
Excellent.
To hear some comments or any kind of...
Yeah, I tried to offer him some of my comments, right? So very much appreciated for the presentation there. Let's see what else he's got to say. I think this is a closer.
Feedback so that I can improve the presentation of my ideas in the future. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, for giving me airtime. And I will listen to the stream tomorrow when it's not late night in Slovenia. And
excellent.
Hope to be live with you sometime in the future. Thank you all, and have a good discussion.
Yeah, peace be with you, my friend. So that's our friend from Slovenia. Very important presentation, I think. Very important ideas there. Yeah, would anybody like to comment on there? I think I've said enough. And we'll move to Pannenberg. I'll play a song.
Well, let me see if I have any comment. Well, we've been debating for a long time, you know, and
Right.
know his intellectual background. He's highly educated and intelligent, a very wise person, very intelligent. Yeah, but we have our disagreements, of course. You know, I would say I lean towards like the first half, but in a different kind of way. Like I think that, like, based on the biosemiotics of Jesper Hoffmeyer and some other stuff I've been reading, I do think evolution, the highest point of evolution is the Buddha. You know, the Buddha's awakening is like a singularity in some way. And my question is, can other organisms reach that point of sapience? You know, that's to reach the Buddhahood, you know, like a Buddha, like millions of years. Let's hypothetically say that human beings went away, like hypothetically. I'm not saying they should. Could, like, I don't know, millions of years, billions, crows or elephants or whatever reach the capacity or the potential for Buddhahood? And yeah, I kind of lean in that direction. Yeah, but you know, I think the original nature that, let's say, another non-human sapient awakens to would be the same as a human's original nature. So in that sense, I agree with the Spinozas too. But still, I think that the you know, I'm kind of obsessed with saying a non-human sapient. You know, if that's will ever happen, or I think it, or from like underground or like space or whatever. I would love to see one. Like, people always say reptilians are crazy. You know, I watched this interesting interview from, well, I didn't watch it. My wife watched it, and then she told me this interesting interview from this guy, David. She was interviewing this woman who claimed she was a part of the MK Ultra bloodline, where, you know, the reptilians who, you know, like drink her blood or something. I don't know. My wife says she believes her, but I have to watch it myself and determine it. I have no idea if I. But the weird thing is, Peter Thiel, you know, that his name is an anagram of reptilian, right? He's anagram of the reptilian. Yeah. So, so I don't know. But what I'm saying is, let's say hypothetically I did come across a reptilian. I think I would be more fascinated. You know what I mean? Like, this is a sapient being. You know what I mean? That they have their own, like, you know, symbol. You know, symbolic reason, symbolic reference is only unique to human beings right now. But the idea of symbolic reference not always being unique to human beings, or some other group lineage has it. You know, that really
Like the
fascinates me.
Nagas, they had the Nagas that were humanoid reptilians.
Yes. Yeah, the Nagas, the Garudas, you know, I'm very fascinated by it. And then you have in the Japanese mythology, you have like the Kimonoki or something, those fox, you have fox entities. Presently, their name escapes me. Well, the trianthropes and triomorphic entities greatly appeal to me. I think they're called therianthropes. You know, even some older Christian saints were depicted with dog heads or something like that. In ancient Egyptian mythology, you had tons of therianthropic gods too. Like, you
The
had, like,
dog-headed saint, yeah.
yeah, that's really
I believe in
interesting.
chimera. I think our past was filled with chimeric creatures.
Yeah. Well, if it was, that's a really big thing to hide. You know, I mean, like, damn, yeah, I would love to learn about that. I don't know how to go about that. You know, that's, you know, that means they're hiding a lot. And, you know, so I don't know. Yeah, but yeah, that's interesting. You know, so the idea interests me from more like a spiritual angle and stuff like that. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I think a non-human species could achieve enlightenment.
Yeah, it's interesting. In the Lotus Sutra and some other sutras from the Buddha, you know, he's surrounded by, you know, different beings like Rudas, Nagas, you know, some other ones too, whose names presently escape me. You know, it's interesting, you know. And then you have symbols like Ganesha from Vendetta. You know, Ganesha is very interesting. So yeah, that kind of stuff, you know, I see those symbols as maybe like latent potentialities, like maybe from an Aristotelian angle, because, you know, the third way of evolution, that's what I lean towards. Like, they try to bring back agency, and they see self-organization, you know, as being more Lamarckian. So I am more Lamarckian, basically. I am more Lamarckian. I would say I'm a neo-Lamarckian. I am not a Darwinist, you know, but I am a neo-Lamarckian.
Okay. I don't know Lamarckian, so I'm not familiar with that.
Oh yeah,
Darwinism I am, so.
Yeah, Lamarck was, you know, he basically argued for like acquired characteristics can be passed on. You know, you saw like a kind of growing order of complexity in the evolutionary process. But
more of an adaptation than an evolution.
yeah, that's right. That's what you saw. And it's kind of coming back again with figures like J. Scott Turner and, you know, Dennis Noble. You know, Dennis Noble is nice. You know, those guys are heavily attacked too. You know, because they're trying to bring back agency and, you know, back to the evolutionary context. So they interest me. You know, and Jasper Hoffmeyer's biosemiotics ties into that too. So you know, there's like more neo-Lamarckian. So yeah, I'm a neo-Lamarckian.
Yeah, excellent stuff, bud. And also, this thing, I mean, about the animals, right? Like Ganesha or like the angel with the 4 heads, right? That it represents time.
Yeah.
Right. So that is very interesting, right? The angel with the 4 heads represents like 4 ages, right? And then the idea of
many meanings. They have layers of most things, which is amazing from the old world. It does kind of almost seem like a devolution because we don't think in concepts that cover 4 areas or aspects at once anymore, you know, where they did. Even the Bible is written on so many different levels. There's at least 3 different levels of understanding in the Bible.
Yeah, but this idea that, I mean, Ganesha is like waiting there, and his waiting, you know, I mean, then Shiva cuts his head off, right? And then he continues waiting, right? So he represents, you know, sort of, you know, standing by your duties. I mean, over time, right? Like, I mean, the times have changed, but what you got to do doesn't change, right? So, I mean, right, it's this interesting notion of, you know, both immanence and transcendence, right? Ganesha itself, right? Or the angel with the 4 heads, right? Sort of
One of the oldest figurines from Europe is the Lion Man. You know, there's a small sculpture they have of a lion humanoid. I think that's very fascinating. It's one of the oldest sculptures from Western Europe. I think they got it from Germany. The Lion Man.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah, so let's so let's take a little musical break, and I mean, we'll move to Pannenberg, right? And I think a lot of stuff that he said reflects what Pannenberg is, you know, sort of saying, and then we'll move to the little documentary we have. I mean, also look at the Kala chakra, and then we'll move to Mumford and Ellul, and then we'll see if we have time for anything else here. But yeah, blessings to the people that are here. Here is this little song, right? Gas Lamp Killer mixed with LP. Right. Yeah, thank you guys. Blessings.
And my wife really enjoyed the last song.
Oh, sorry, Max. What was that?
Oh, my wife really enjoyed the last song you played.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, I greatly appreciate that. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, this one's a little different energy. This one is a little more hype energy. So yeah.
Cool.
So I'll make it full screen and yeah. So we'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes here. Blessings, guys.
The League of Extraordinary Nobodies was filmed in front of a live studio audience.
I just counted in my head how many people in this room I'm talking to that I would never get a time. But here we all being vain and looking at ourselves in mirrors very closely, nodding straight up in a line. And all the funny little stories that I told are being fueled by what amounts to nothing more than minor crime. But I'm a whore and I'm exploring territory with a party and a pussy, both a number with a dime. I've been thinking that this frozen glow I've chosen is a candidate to lead me to a very sudden end. Another room up in the tombs, a lovely substance with a grave diggers are shoveling that dirt up in her head. The very fact is I'm sitting here with zombies talking endlessly but couldn't tell you one thing that was said. I get surrounded by the friendliest of strangers who would sooner kill themselves than give a fuck if I were dead. I just realized the tragedy of this is that her hand is on my leg and she so clearly wants to fuck. I know I'm wide and I would certainly oblige. I can't continue getting high and then confusing it for lust. I'm not an angel, but the bag can be unfolded and just split to give a lick is dripping out me colored rust. And you seem nice, but I still hate you for the moment, cause I'm too smart to be open. This is artificial trust. I've been noticing the fact that nothing glorious can happen anymore. We run the gamut of our filth. But here I am again, pretending spontaneity exists with idiots all lifted out their little gills. Aren't you disturbed that everything you did tonight is something else you did already and its meaning is still new? And all the people in your presence are just weapons. It's as simple as the theory that the dying love to kill. Everybody, 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 everybody here is so alive. Oh, what a night. Oh, what a night. Oh, what a night. Yeah, you would tell me if I was crazy, right? I've been wondering how arrogant it is for me to keep doing the things that killed so many that we know. No. I've been noticing how quickly motherfuckers had the answers to existence just as soon as someone goes. We change the channel for a week or so of cleansing and reflecting on ourselves, but then it's back to that old show. I hear the cackles of the crowd, they're laughing at us, and we haven't even gotten to the part where it's a joke.
All right. Yeah, we got more music for you guys. So let me figure out what's going on here with you guys. And move to this Pannenberg. Right, and I trying to figure out where exactly I put my glasses at. So give me a second here, folks. And I will be with you guys. But let me play this in the meantime because sort of kill the dead air here. And here's our friend Pannenberg, right?
If all measurement in space and time presupposes the undivided infinite space of God's immensity and the infinite whole of his eternity, then the definition of the concepts of space and time cannot be the exclusive prerogative of the physicist and of the mathematician. Their special competence is the measurement of space and time. But in exercising that competence, the scientists move within an intuitively present conception of space and time that is not constituted nor exhausted by them.
Now remember, space and time can jointly be referred to as, in their primordial, right, sort of conflict, right, is the conflict between being and becoming, right? But of course, in the sensibility where things are always changing, right, or within the notion of evolution itself, it's about immanence and transcendence, right? So when you're dealing just with change, right, you could deal with immanence and transcendence. When you're dealing with ontology, where the nature of being itself, it's about being and becoming, the one and the many, right? Right, whether things are one or many, right, whether things are in a state of being or in a state of becoming, right? So yeah. And of course, as we stated earlier, right, for Pannenberg, it's the entrance of God into history that resolves this, right? Because remember, it's the sort of union between spirit and flesh, right? Which Paul says there's a huge distinction between those two, spirit and flesh.
Measurements. The question for the nature of space and time, therefore, transcends physics and geometry. This is the reason also why changes in the scientific description of space and time, like the space-time concept of general relativity, contribute less than one might think to the philosophical question for the nature of space and time. This has been emphasized persuasively by William Lane Craig in his recent book, Time and Eternity, Exploring God's Relationship to Time, Crossway Books, 2001. It just was published. The contribution of the physical theories and descriptions of space and time concerns the measurement of movements in space and time, which is important enough. But contrary to Spinoza and Einstein, the nature of space and time transcends any geometrical model of their description, because the infinite and undivided whole of space and time, or of space-time for that matter, precedes all measurement. The infinite space of God's immensity, however, and the infinite whole of simultaneous presence, that is God's eternity, are implicated and presupposed in our human conceptions and in our measurements of space and time. Thus, God's eternity is different from the time of his creatures, but constitutive of it. And his immensity is constitutive of the space of his creatures. This comes to expression in that the infinite whole of space and time precedes any conception of temporal and spatial sections or units, and therefore precedes all geometrical description. At this point now I return to the field concept and to the significance of its application.
Yeah, this is something that I was looking for to explain why he's going into this, a conflict between geometry and physics, right? Because geometry represents abstract world, right? So this is a sort of graph I've showed a bunch of times, right? From a Gary Geck Secret History, right? So yeah, as you could see, right, this whole idea of sort of rationalism and empiricism, right, and sort of the conflict between Plato and Aristotle, right, and of course on its furthermost outpost, right, it's a conflict between mysticism and materialism, as he says, right, and you can see how the perennial tradition is very early developed within sort of Neoplatonic axis frame, right? And then logical positivism is sort of the fruit of, British empiricism, right? But anyways, right, the Aristotelian side deals with physics because it's studying things, right, right, from causes to general principles, right? And then Plato is studying general principles to their effects in the world, right? So he's dealing with abstract principles before, right? So he represents geometry, right? It said on, it said above Plato's, academy, right? Let no one enter here who is ignorant of geometry or something like that, right? Right. Whereas Aristotle promoted the study of science, right? Studying nature, right? He didn't say you could come up with these abstract principles by studying mathematics and studying proofs of mathematics. Right, he said, no, you have to study nature, right, and figure out general principles from science, right? So it's really a battle between math and science, right? Right, and there's a battle there in itself between theory and application itself, right? Right, between mathematical theory and the engineering, which is its extrusion or whatever, and which you have to apply it to, mechanical things, right? So here,
to the doctrine of God as spirit. I said before that space and time, or rather space-time, are the only basic requirements of the field concept in the general theory of relativity. Here the universe is described as a single field, while in principle the states of bodily matter or particles are considered as singularities of the cosmic field. If all geometrical descriptions of time and space, however, are dependent on the prior conception of space and time as an infinite and undivided whole, the immensity and eternity of God, then this infinite and undivided whole may also be described as infinite field, the field of God's Spirit, that constitutes and penetrates all finite fields that are investigated and described by physicists, even the space-time of general relativity. This relationship, then, makes intelligible how the divine Spirit works in his creation through the created reality of natural fields and forces. The interpretation of the concept of God as spirit in terms of the field concept then functions as a key to obtain some understanding of God's fundamental relationship to the world of nature. Such a theological use of the field concept does not and need not rely upon any specific field theory the physicists have produced. Nevertheless, it is related to the field language of physics, since it claims to deal with the preconditions of any physical field that occurs in the spatial and temporal setting of the universe. John Polkinghorne, in his criticism of my theological use of field language, did not pay any attention to my argument concerning the connection of the field concept with the concepts of space and time. He may have regarded this as a philosophical question which is not important for the scientist. Otherwise, he would have seen that the field concept is used not in a vague way in my argument, but with some precise meaning, though different from the field theories of the physicists. When I refer to Faraday, it was more the metaphysical vision behind his scientific work, the priority of his field of force regarding bodily entities that I was concerned with. And of course, I'm aware that the field concept underwent a long development since Faraday and beyond Faraday. When I called upon Einstein's field concept, I was primarily interested in its reduction to space-time. But I did not adopt the idea that the nature of space and time is determined by measurement and expressed in the geometrical scheme of space-time. I rather suspect this position as related to Einstein's professed Spinozism. He explicitly, several times, identified himself as a Spinozist. And I think that theology has to insist on the
yeah, that's really interesting that Einstein identified himself as a Spinozist, right? because of sort of the disagreements that Henri Bergson had with his viewpoint, right? And of course, the whole conflict was about the perception of time itself, right? So I think that's really kind of weird, right? It doesn't really sit well with me that Einstein was a Spinozist, right? Maybe that has to do somewhat with his ideas of relativity, right? That there's a sort of inner consistency to the laws and how they relate to each other, that it's one cohesive system, right? So maybe the relativity has to do with that, right? But yeah, it's interesting, right? So yeah, but yeah, here's Spinoza again, right? So Spinoza putting forward the idea that nature is creative, right? And how that could sort of alter, right? This whole game, right, of evolution. And of course, the theological scope. Obviously, Spinoza said that he was trying to prove the God of the Old Testament, right? So this is pretty weird stuff that he proposed, right?
Transcendent reality of God, even with regard to his immensity and omnipresence. My theological considerations on the divine spirit as field aim precisely at the distinction as well as interconnection between the reality of God and the world of nature concerning its constitution in time and space. The space and time of the creatures are composed of parts and divisible into parts, which God is not. And they are object of geometrical description and physical measurement, which God is neither. It seems that the transition from God's immensity and eternity to the space and time of the creatures occurs when finite events and entities are granted an existence of their own within the undivided space of God's omnipresence and in the presence of his eternity. The finite existence of creatures entails relationships that are described in schemes of measurable space and time. The space-time concept of general relativity is of philosophical significance here in expressing the dependence of the metrical structure of space and time on the presence of finite reality, of masses or clusters of energy. It is possible to conceive of this dependence reversely, reducing the occurrence of masses completely to the concept of space-time, which would mean, if it would be possible to finish this way of interpretation, it would mean the reduction of physics to geometry. But the relevance of these attempts seems to be limited by the irreducibility of events in quantum physics. This is related to the emphasis on contingency discussed earlier in my presentation. In his critique of my theological use of the field concept, John Polkinghorne denied that fields as such have any intrinsic relationship to contingency. Well, that depends on how the concept of field is formed. Polkinghorne's judgment is certainly correct with regard to classical field theories and physics, but he himself allows for an exception in the case of quantum fields. The field concept in general should make room for contingency if time is to be taken seriously as a source of novelty that characterizes each new event because of the irreversibility of time. Whether
So contingency suggests that, sort of time and space are one, right? Events suggest that there's only one sort of body of time, right? That's sort of unfolding itself, right? According to him, and then this notion of the spatial, right? Sort of like the immersion into the space itself, right? So he's talking about blending these notions of space and time, and how the notion of field exists and the notion of space, and this idea of event and contingency blends together space and time, right?
such an accommodation of the field concept in order to describe the openness of natural processes is possible in physics, along the lines, for instance, that Ilya Prigogine suggested, is not a question for the theologian to decide.
Oh, look at that. He also mentioned Prigogine, right? Just like Skolmowski did, right? So it's like everyone we talk about mentions the same resources, right? It's pretty wild, right? It's pretty wild to see, right? And even even our Slovenian friend was, talking about ideas of grace and the ideas of Christian soteriology, right? And how they could be possibly supplant this notion of transcendence. This world historical model, right?
But it is certainly appropriate with regard to the work of the Divine Spirit, who is the creative origin of life in all its forms. Life is characterized by self-transcending openness, in the case of the individual organism as well as in the case of the evolution of living forms. The ecstatic openness of life to its environment and to its future corresponds to the creative activity of the Divine Spirit. And if the Divine Spirit works as a dynamic field, then here we have a field concept that is connected with contingency regarding the efficacy of the field. It also produces the phenomena described by chaos theory, and is related to the spontaneous generation of large-scale orderly structures and complex systems, as well as to the effects of wholes over parts that Polkinghorne and other Peacock call top-down causality. When we want to describe the emergence of these phenomena in the language of a Christian theology of creation, we have to...
Did he just call Polkinghorne a peacock? You guys see that? That's pretty funny. Whoa, shots fired on John Polkinghorne.
Speak of the activity of the creative spirit of God.
Yeah, it's like a 50-cent diss tape. He just called him a peacock. It's pretty serious. But
in cooperation with the divine logos. In the
and there it is, the creative spirit in cooperation with the divine logos, right?
Bible references to the divine pneuma occur in different ways. One way is the identification of the essence of God as pneuma, as it occurs in John 4:24. And we have talked about...
Yeah, it said God as puma. Yeah, it's pneuma, right? But it sounds like he's saying puma, as we discussed earlier, right? But yeah, pneuma is the word Pneuma. I'm pretty sure, right?
To some lengths. More often, the pneuma is seen as the power through which God is active. Finally, the pneuma is mentioned as a gift of God in the hearts of believers, or as a hypostatic reality of its own, glorifying in our hearts the Son and the Father. Furthermore, God is not only Pluma, he is also a personal reality, or more precisely, he is a threefold personal reality. He is not one personal God, but one God in three persons. The divine spirit exists in personal centers in the Father, the Son, and the hypostasis of the Holy Spirit. Perhaps we may say that the field of the divine spirit has three singularities, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And it exists only in these three singularities, though radiating through all the world of nature, their creation. In all of his creation, God the Father is working through his word and through his life-giving spirit. Both can be related to the scientific description of the world of nature. The divine logos as creative origin of the forms of creatures and of their order. The spirit with regard to the dynamics of the natural processes. The recognition of the nature of spirit as field in connection with the theological appraisal of space and time contributes, I think, significantly to elucidate this affirmation. Thank you.
Alrighty then. Okay, let's move to the text here, right?
Dang.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, right? Connection between science and religion right there, right? And you know what I mean? Pretty wild. Without dwelling on messianism, right? Just using, philosophy and evolution, the good old fashioned, the good old boys.
Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby.
Yeah, so yeah, let's check it out if nobody's got anything
I like
So,
the Trinity concept as a torus field myself,
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, tell us about it. Yeah.
Well, you've got it actually has 3 points in it. You've got the positive upper male, negative female lower, and of course the spark point, the Christ point, or if you want, or the Son. So you have the Father, Mother, Son, or guess the Trinity. I don't believe in the Trinity as they teach it. I think it's kind of been a little bit augmented, but it does kind of fit the same way with the Father, the Holy Spirit, Holy Ghost, and the Son. But yeah, it does describe, in a way, a torus field in action.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. One interesting Christian thinker I came across, though I plan to read him more, is James Martineau. James Martineau was a Unitarian, British Unitarian. I'm surprised that he's not that popular because he has some interesting views about apologetics. That basically he believed that all life was touched with the dignity and the grace which it owed to its source. So all life was touched with the dignity and the grace with which it owed to its source. So I thought his ideas about apologetics is very interesting. So yeah, the British Unitarians tend to be underappreciated.
Now, when you get into resonant magnetic fields, it opens up the possibility for all memory of all existence to be held in the field of everything that holds a field. So all
I feel like electromagnetic properties are so poorly understood. I remember doing some of the math for one of my classes, and I feel there's lots of mysteries to it. There's to the magnetic fields. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they say that memory is held inside the magnetic fields.
And Lankavatara Sutra in Buddhism, there's the Lankavatara Sutra for Mahayana. They claim memory is not stored in the brain. It's in the storehouse consciousness. It does connect to the mind or the brain, but it's in its own a separate field, and that kind of ties into Rupert Sheldrake's morphic resonance. I'm not sure if you know about morphic resonance. It's a
I
fascinating
do.
idea, yeah, and I'm
Is that
highly
a
sympathetic.
Akashic record?
Morphogenesis is what they're working with now. Electroceuticals and morphogenesis.
Yeah. I do think that memory has more, hidden secrets to it, especially if you don't think mind can emerge from non-mind. You know what I mean? Then there is memory, explicit memory, prior to the retrieval of it. You see what I mean? So yeah, I'm highly sympathetic to like Rupert Sheldrake's morphic resonance, or these ideas of magnetic fields being way more mysterious than what our models can capture of them. So yeah, I can agree with where you're going.
You know, the link between our DNA and our electrical field is kind of wishy-washy because they can change it both ways. If you change the DNA, you change the field, but if you change the field, you change the DNA. So, you know, we also seem to hold the memory of our form in that field, because if you alter that field, you can alter the shape.
Believe it or not,
Hello?
but Michael Levin, he
Yeah, we can
argues
hear you.
similar things with his
What's
idea
up,
of
man?
morphospace, and Michael Levin claims there's a bioelectrical field that is across the whole body, communicating with the cells, and the whole body is intelligent, and that there's something like the morphospace, which is this platonic dimension which connects to the electrical fields. You know what I mean? So it's like he has a kind of Platonism where
Yeah, I don't know whether it's self-sustaining or whether it's supported by something else. So, yeah, that's a good.
Yo, TML, bro. I love that chart. All right. Can you send that to me? Because I can't find it.
Yeah, you're talking about from the Gary Geck?
The chart on your icon, bro.
Oh, yeah. That's from the book Hyperborean Wisdom. Yeah.
I reverse image searched it from a screenshot, and I only was able to find it in Spanish, and I was very confused.
Yeah, it's from a book by Nimrod de Rosario called Foundations of Hyperborean Wisdom. So I don't remember what page it's from, but I can send you the book for sure.
Hyperborean Wisdom. All right.
Yeah. Foundations of
volume
Hyperborean
finally
Wisdom.
coming in good.
Yeah, so yeah,
it's a great chart.
Yeah. Yeah, but
how's everybody doing tonight?
Doing good, thanks.
It sounds real low energy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean it's not. Yeah, I mean it's not really a party or anything, but yeah, you know.
Let's fucking
it's not
turn up.
Yeah, no, it's not really that kind of.
Up.
Yeah, I'm about to read Pan and.
You gonna like?
I'm reading about Pan
take a bunch of methylene blue, bro.
Yeah, yeah, I'm about to read like 3 pages from my book, so it's about to be Nerd Central in here. So yeah,
I taken methylene blue. I taken methylene.
Fucking Nerd Central again! Damn it!
Yeah, it's gonna be that.
I
so
tried that stuff too.
It's always Nerd Central, bro.
My wife liked it though.
Yeah,
I got my sword sharpened, bro. I got my armor on. You know what I'm saying? My dick is hard. I'm ready to fuck shit up and fight.
Yeah.
And it's Nerd Central.
Go chop wood then or something, bro. Gotta dispense that
Listen,
energy.
all right. I don't
yeah,
want to chop no wood.
Yeah, the way you use your aggression is to
chopping wood is great.
Yeah, I mean the idea is about the idea is about this
Can I talk to Max Vision some more? Max Vision, I'm curious.
Yeah,
I've
sure.
never talked to you before. What are your personal beliefs? I just would like to know. Like, I'm just curious because you seem like an interesting person. So I was just wondering, what are your personal beliefs?
Yeah, he's a fascinating guy. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think he heard you.
Yeah, Max Vision, I asked, what are your personal beliefs? Because you seem to be an interesting person.
I thought you were talking to a new friend there. On what? Like,
just generally speaking, like your metaphysical stance or your
Oh,
So
okay.
the way
Yeah,
you
I'm
use
kind of
it,
an animist. I believe that
It's
everything has
42, bro.
ingredients. I like discussing time. That's fun. I don't think of time as a real thing, but it does kind of. It's a good measurement. But
Rope snake.
rope snake.
Rope snake.
Hmm.
do you think that ancient trees, like, you know, sacred groves or like the ancient old growth forests, like they hold like some great mystery to them, like they hold like some great animistic spirit? Because, you know, I'm just curious about it. Like old growth forest, because I really would like to visit more old growth forests.
A lot of memory, probably.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, especially with how entangled and how rich the root system is with all the fungal interaction.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
cool. I respect animus. You know, I respect animism. You know, it's very rich and there's a lot to it. Yeah.
we might be part fungus too, so you know, might be able to tune right into that.
Look, Cannabis said a good line one time. He said, I don't speak like you, but I could understand you. All right? I know exactly what this entire ordeal can expand to. All right? That's what I'm saying.
What would it be like to experience the all?
Yeah,
It'd be like popping 10 e-pills, a fucking vial of acid, and busting a nut all at the same time while on a roller coaster.
Sheesh.
Well, personally speaking, I'm not that Dionysian. Personally, I'm more of the, you know.
It's like overload.
Yeah, what's your positioning on the universe? Do you?
I'm just saying, like that's the only thing I could imagine. You know what I mean? And that's probably a bad or a very underwhelming example.
I think it's more like that's not really my personal belief, but I think it's more like Ru Jing said, the sky tips over like a jar, flooding the inner vision. So it's more like one's inner vision is flooded, a sense of fullness, you know. But that I wouldn't say it's like, you know, that was the vulgar things you've said, but if that's what you believe, then I respect that. You see what I mean? That's not my
It wasn't.
story.
It wasn't that vulgar.
Well, it sounds explosive and orgasmic, anyway.
Exactly. I mean, if you experience the all, what do you think it's going to be? Just like, oh, I'm experiencing the all right now, guys. I'll call you back later.
I don't know. It might be just like experiencing right now. Like you're having, you know.
No.
Could be like this.
Yep. No way.
Maybe.
You ever took psychedelics?
Yeah.
All right, that's probably a lot closer. I mean, tell me I'm lying.
I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm just speculating.
Yeah, would it be a euphoric experience or would it just be normal? You know, being the all.
It would probably feel like your atoms were exploding, you know what I mean, in a chain reaction to the sound of like to the frequency of like a Beethoven song.
Constant
and Rise
avalanche of experience and input.
Yeah.
It's like, yo,
has your conscious
more like ripples or like the sense of like reverberation, you know, like the ripples and a cascade of like ripples and a sense of timelessness, you know, but it has a more of a, what's the right word?
Like a
There's
content.
an element of transparency, I think, and it's kind of, I wouldn't say it's more explosive, but it's more like, you know, let me see, it's more like non-abiding awareness, you know, like an awareness that is pure and centered on stuff.
More Buddha-like instead of.
What if it's a calm
raging.
and all of the crazy stuff at the same time, right? like a total calmness and all the explosions simultaneously.
Yeah.
To where you don't even know if you're exploding or at complete peace all at once.
But would it cancel each other out, perhaps?
Hmm.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But could you describe the feeling?
Can you? It's ineffable. Probably.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm speculating.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, shot out of a cannon. Oprah Winfrey, Barbara Walters, your wife. You got to fuck one, kill one, marry one. Go.
Ugh.
But can I finish my inquiry, please, before you move off of it? If you masturbate with a wooden dildo, and that's conceivably fine, but having sex with a tree which is alive is not, then the only threshold breaker there is that the wood is dead.
A quote from Ludwig Klages to read. He was an animist also, but more of a high-low zoist. You know, I mean, he describes it like this. You know, this is how he describes it. You know, he describes it as life is not observed, but it is felt with all of our darkest powers, and we are only able to achieve access to this feeling of living actuality with complete certainty in our deepest inwardness. Beyond that, nothing can be definitely asserted. Whether we judge, assert, will, or wish, dream, or fantasize. Huh? I must not.
Did you
say
N-word?
I don't think so.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, just let him finish the quote.
So whether we judge, assert, will, or wish, dream, or fantasize, each and every one of these activities is supported and penetrated by the self-same stream of elementary emotional life, which is incomparable, irreducible, and beyond the reach of rationalization or coercion. For we are apodictically certain that life can never ever be grasped, and since we feel ourselves to be filled with this vitality, we therefore bring ourselves into the most intimate bond with the substance of life, the image of the world. Briefly put, we experience the personal and participate in the experience of a stranger. So I like that quote. Maybe the experience of the all is like, you know, experiencing the personal, but participating in the experience of a stranger, something like that. It's like he's very much about the eros as a more cosmogonic perspective, decoupling the ego from, you know, from one's soul or something. And that's what he argues. Ludwig Klages is an interesting thing. So he was an animist also, you know, basically. Yeah, he was
a bit of a voyeur too, right?
Yes, he was a bit of a hebephile. He was a heap. He was into 14-year-old girls and stuff, or like 12-year-olds or something. He was a hebephile. Well, he was a very handsome-looking guy. So just look at his pictures online. Super handsome. I mean, like, hey, I'm not homosexual though. I'm just saying that he looked like very manly.
Sad, man.
He could get the ladies. Yeah.
Hylozoism is not quite panpsychism, though, if I remember right.
Yes, I think hylozoism. Yeah, that's correct. Yes, it's more like life exists across degrees. You know, instead of being about psyche, it's more about life. And he's closer to animist view of things. You know,
right.
Yeah. I'm more closer to kind of idealist or something. Sort of like that, I guess.
Yeah, that's. I think that was present in. I'm in the Slovenian. I'm in a friend's presentation, right? That idealism is close to a transcendence view, right? Yeah. So let me read this stuff about Pannenberg now. Scare away the rest of our viewers, and then we'll basically. Yeah. We'll play a song. Yeah, thank you, SNL. I appreciate you. I don't know who you're talking about. But yeah. But yeah, blessings. Peace be to you. I think she's referring to Avian Buddha because he's new, right? So yeah. So I think you got a fan there, Avian. So yeah. So let's check out a couple of these pages here, and I'm just gonna read it really fast. I'm just gonna read it, right? Because the thing is that this is the last day we have of Pannenberg. I don't want to look at Pannenberg's face again. I'm right on the stream.
I got to take off. Thanks for having me up. I really enjoyed talking to you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much, Max. Blessings. I
Yes,
really
nice to
appreciate
meet
it.
you. Nice to meet
See you
you. Hope
guys
you have a
soon,
good night.
man. Nice talking to you, Avian.
Yeah,
One
thank you so much.
Have a good one.
Yeah, I think I scared Grant away as well. So yeah, so so
He's,
some people.
He's
yeah,
too
man.
hyped up for readings for
Yeah,
readers.
yeah. Maybe he accidentally kicked himself out. So we'll see if he comes back. But yeah, blessings to the people. But yeah, so Pannenberg follows Hegel in claiming that reality is the unity of essential being and essence, right? Obviously, he's combining the Aristotelian and the Pauline, right? And of course, this happens through successive stages, as I've already explained, right? First through the philosophy of St. Thomas Aquinas, and then through the philosophy of Hegel himself, right? So Teilhard is sort of right a perfect blend of Aristotelian and Pauline notions within those other two guys, right? So we also have the Jewish God, right, which has the eschatology of national restoration. Right, so that's a whole key in this, right? You have the whole notion in Paul that creation was subjected to futility, not of its own, but by the will of the one who subjected it, in the hope that creation itself will be set free from bondage and decay. This is in Romans 8:20. Right, and you have the process of contingency, right, or this idea, right, that is sort of the open future, right? So the future is sort of open, right? And so yeah, so you have this idea of the future, right? And of course, this notion exists in Paul, right? Man becomes a new man as the second Adam, Jesus. So you have the fulfillment of man's transformation in Jesus, him being the first fruits of the resurrection, right? And of course, even people like Peter Thiel are borrowing this idea, right? This idea of self transformation from the Christian soteriology, right? Becoming like God, right? And yeah, this transformation, right? Becoming immortal, right? The transhumanists have hijacked this idea, right?
Freaking Teal.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's referred back to the Judeo-Christian framework for the idea that you could die and become reborn and all this stuff, right? So obviously this is in 1 Corinthians 15, right? This entire notion. Okay, so yeah, he talks about the breath of life and the ephemeral and ethereal stages of world history, right? The notion of world history, right? The linking between these concepts of pneuma and soma, right? These two notions of pneuma and soma, right? Okay, and of course we talked about how the notions of pneuma and soma, or spirit and body, are to be linked, right, within this notion, right? Because I said form and matter are two substances that are separate, and they have to be linked. Right now, when you add the temporal or ephemeral stages of the development of matter, right, and the complexity of form, right, then this is what you get, right? So yeah, so this is tied back to Anaximenes. As I said, right, the news stirring all things. Okay, okay, so where should I start reading here? Maybe I'll skip some of this. Okay, maybe I'll start reading here, right? It says self-determination and collective salvation, right? These are the two notions right? The relation between ecology and genetics, right? Which is sort of anticipating the problem, right? The sort of Lamarckian problem, right? With the tension between ecology and genetics, right? And of course, it's the tension between the ecstatic nature and the nature of transcendence, right? Where becoming realizes its final goal, right? In Teilhard's sort of ideas, that's the omega point, right? And so I'll start reading here at paragraph 598, I guess, right? Another issue is the notion of man overcoming his sinful nature through self-transcendence, but also being paradoxically made in the image of God. Pannenberg feels that being made in the image of God reflects man's ability to master the forces of nature. However, being made in the image does not convey capacity or end, but merely constitutes similarity of shape or form, with none of the actual meaning or status of being like a god. We further more detest this interpretation because it has led to gross materialism, anthropocentrism, which treats nature as a secondary category in the experience of man, even though man originates from and is part of the natural world. It also ties to the fundamentally Greek concept of prosopon. And this is a huge concept within Buddhist philosophy and Christian theology, right? Is the notion of the self, right? It doesn't appear that much in a lot of other systems, right? But yeah, in Buddhism and Christianity, in a philosophical sense, the notion of the self is one of the most important concepts, right? And of course, the notion of transcending the self, right, is part of the idea there, right? Whether it exists and all of this type of idea, right? So yeah, so in order for the self to be transcended, there has to be a concept of the self, right, which is a primary tool used in the medium between the symbolic world, which emanates from the spiritual backbone, and the cultural and political world, which for the Hegelian world historical map is a stage of primary importance for the supposed self-actualization of man. Okay, so the Pauline conception of a new man, reborn to fit in a new age in the world to come, right? The man, who man is now, best response to man in the Old Testament, right? And thus the entire message of the New Testament only applies to the world to come, right? So preparation for the world to come, right, is the message of the New Testament, right? So this idea of a sort of quasi-dispensationalism, right, that there's two dispensations for two ages, right? There's going to be a new age, right, of the New Testament, right? The age of the Holy Spirit, right? It's the age of the Father, age of the Son, and the age of the Holy Spirit, and the Joachimite, right, sort of pre-Hegelian, dispensationalism, right? Okay, let me go back to this. The Greek conception of man as a rational animal is also closely tied in, especially as represented in philosophy of Boethius. Pannenberg talks of the significance of God's entrance into history in terms of man and says, quote, God has also united himself with humanity as a whole, because by his unity with God, this one human being has manifested true human perfection. Okay, and says, quote, the goal of this history of man's becoming has already appeared in Jesus. Okay, then Pannenberg notes that the point of futurism in Paul is already made, a 15th century Cardinal Nicholas of Cusa. Okay, so as I previously explained, right, the ideas of Nicholas of Cusa, right, and his ideas of coincidentia positorum, right, the transformation of matter, right, into the divine substance, right. Okay, also seen in the Joachimite sort of idea, right, the age of the spirit, right. So yeah, Nicholas of Cusa and Joachim of Fiore, right, two pivotal figures within the Hegelian sort of notions when they're applied to theological speculations, right? Anyways, let me go on here. Nicholas of Cusa, who defined man's likeness to God, in terms of the creative production, especially of technical products, much like Philo, who called logos or creative reason, quote unquote, the firstborn son of God. Even the dialogue of becoming or self-improvement in Nietzsche too readily offers itself to the Christian scope. As Pannenberg says, quote, the longing and struggle for this coming to be of man as man form the hidden theme of the history of religion, unquote. He notes that the main link between the Jewish and Greek conception of God was born of a humanism, which reasons from God's actions and activities on or in the world. This is brought out especially by Paul in 1 Corinthians 15, whereby in Jesus' resurrection, man's future is already fulfilled. The resurrection, in short, is fully symbolized in the end of history, depicted in Jesus' resurrection from the dead, which is a promise made by of eternal life in a future kingdom. This is also the Hermetic notion of self-transformation and self-revelation. Finally, there is a doctrine of universality in Christ addressed to every man's conscience in 2 Corinthians 4:2, and also apparent in the mission to the Gentiles. Okay, we have focused on two critical stages. One is the championing of Greek philosophy, which they use to prove the existence of God, and the other is the Kantian severing of the metaphysical domain from the function of external laws. Pannenberg makes the emphatic statement that, quote, faith always has to do with the future, unquote. However, we feel it is precisely this type of faith in the future, right, that is the crux of the issue, right? This is because it presents man with a temporally dislodged and horizontal dualism, which matches a vertical dualism of being removed from the ascended realm. The temporal dualism of Hegel does not solve the separation of form and content seen in Kant, because it paradoxically assigns value to the present only in what it is to be made for and eventually must surpass. So all of reality becomes nothing more than a transient phase, as Paul states in 1 Corinthians 15:17, quote, if Christ has not been raised, your faith is futile, and you are still in your sins, unquote. This knowledge is about a physical event existing in time that is the promise of all mankind. Here, the terminology of collective salvation arriving in the future is exhausted. It is for us both the empiricism and futurism that is to be doubted and questioned and has the most influence on the current view of the West. Furthermore, it has become apparent to us that this knowledge of Christ's resurrection is not available to laymen, scientists, or historians. This is partly due to the lack of evidence from an event dating back to ancient times, and partly due to the ideological and dogmatic restraints that bind experts in any field that we have taken care to describe. It is also suggested to us in quite contradictory fashion that knowledge is not the same as faith. Okay, it is perhaps not hard to see how collective salvation of the future that is to be awaited and doctrine of salvation by faith alone seems to put no emphasis on either the nature of man's responsibility or greater ecology, which represents the vital currents of existence that appear to us now. This removes God from nature and man from his present mode of existence. As history begins with Israel, the meaning of salvation of the entire world coming through Israel is exchange for the physical reign of Jesus. As Pannenberg declares, the central motif of Christ as truly man figures into a greater picture. It says, quote, the God of Israel is not tied to a world order, but confronts the world in freedom, unquote. But here, Pannenberg makes an important proclamation, quote, all Western historical thinking stems from biblical understanding of the world as history, unquote. This not only accounts for the particularity of European society, but also the modern period secularization. In this world historical view, well, was perhaps best explained in the second part of the book. The main intellectual and spiritual force began in the Middle East with the Jewish kingdom, then passed to the Persian and Greek, which morphed into the Hellenistic Alexandrian structures, which are the crux of the Pauline thought, which finally spread to Christianity to Europe. As Pannenberg states, quote, after the fall of Jerusalem, the mandate of the world dominion, formerly linked to the Davidic kingdom, first of all passed to Babylon. Later, it was assigned to Persians, then to the Greeks, then to the Hellenistic state structures. This succession of world kingdoms, however, according to Daniel, forms a merely transitional period, which will soon be superseded by the final kingdom. Yeah, I believe that was a direct quote, right? He goes on to say, quote, unlike the land once promised to Israel, the salvation which took place in Jesus has to reach all men, unquote. Okay. So you have to move from this theology of national restoration to the collective salvation, universal, right? And of course, that is expressed in the Paul's preaching to the Gentiles, right, and the Europeans, right? Sort of the spread of this message from being exclusively Jewish to a universal message, right? Yeah, so where are we at? Okay, yeah, so in an almost racial thing, right? He talks about the notion of a world historical movement, right? Sort of emanating from Europe, right? And of course, Hegel talks about this too, right? Hegel has a sort of idea that Europe plays a special role in world history, right? And the result of the Enlightenment, right? He says Europe was preserved as a spiritual unity. This is a direct quote by Pannenberg. Despite denominational conflicts, Western civilization and the Christian heresy of communism has spread more successfully throughout the world than the mission of the churches. So it's pretty weird, right? He calls communism a Christian heresy, right? I'm pretty sure that would make Unseen Warfare's head explode at this point. Because that's like, stupefying, right? Because obviously the communists, they murdered lots of Christians, right? Millions and millions and millions of Christians that they killed, right? So his sort of connection between science and liberalism and Christianity is just off the scales here, right? He literally says the Christian heresy of communism. Wow.
Yeah, they killed a lot of Chinese too. Basically, that's all Bolshevism did, just kill endless numbers of people. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I think Unseen would not tolerate that, and I think rightfully so. If he was here, he would definitely protest against that whole concept. But yeah, it just goes to show you just how liberal and sort of modern Pannenberg's ideas are, right? And of course, it's Protestantism mixed with German idealism, right? Fascinating stuff here. Right, from my perspective, I think it's really cutting edge here, right? And obviously, right, it represents sort of a central motif in the development of world ideas, right? but yeah, so let me continue reading here. There's only a couple paragraphs here, right? Okay, so here too there are opportunities for Christianization of their mission. God preserved his aim of universal Christian mission through the West, and is from Europe, particularly in modern times, that the world has grown into a unity. He admits that this has not been accomplished directly by church efforts, but indirectly by the spread of science and technology. Well, that's what Andrew Wilson claims too, right? Right, that Aquinas and Aristotle helped to spread Christianity around the world. Right, even though those were the fruits of Catholicism and not Orthodox Christianity. Right, so yeah, they believe this kind of stuff, right? It's indirectly by science and technology, and of course the Jews will say this too, right? The Jews will say that indirectly Judaism spread by Christianity and Islam, right? So they'll say, well, they spread the Torah around, right? They spread the stories around, right? Right. Yeah, don't mind that they want to kill us, right? It's different, right? But yeah, so yeah, here he says we object to the notion that everything is moving toward an ultimate end or divine purpose, right? Not because we find it irreligious, but because it discounts for the fact that every act of all-powerful God is self-sufficient. Right? The doctrine also holds that God is distinct from the world. Right? Instead of God being the totality of existence, God has manufactured becoming through the void. That's Aristotelian, right? Did I skip a bunch of stuff, man? What is going on here? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Yeah, so here it goes, right? So the notion of universality, right? The division of churches and separation of national and religious spheres supported the rise of secularism, as Pannenberg notes, quote, total equalization of reciprocal human relations would dissolve all community, unquote. The supranational tendency of democratic ideas. Okay, this is his terminology, really, right? Okay, seem to match with the two kingdoms approach of Christianity, which represents one rule preparing one for the rule to come in a new earth and another earthly rule. Pannenberg points out that both Eusebius and Origen felt that the ending of national division would lead to a spread of the Christian doctrine instead of a Stoic ideal of equality in terms of constitution and essential nature. The Christian equality is an equality in terms in regards to tenets of faithfulness and preparation for the coming of a future kingdom of God. To sum it up, Pannenberg writes, quote, individualism. The individualism of a holy private piety and traditional Christian authoritarian morality consciously or unconsciously help to maintain existing structures of dominion, unquote. This is coupled with the fact that Jesus seemed to reject the political messianism of his people that was exchanged for the Pauline notion of collective salvation. A nominal agreement rises between us and Pannenberg in discovering the fact that the eschatological interpretation of the Christian message bears much significance to Paul's message. Focused in a personalized experience which has individual and direct, but was manifested through the coming of a universal and collective salvation available to each and every person. Right, but also, you know, what's important to understand is that this notion rejects the Jewish notion. Right, so if it's personal and collective, right, then that rejects the notion of national restoration, right? So it's the ethic of transformation, becoming and change, penance, transformation. Okay, anyways. So we're down to 6 viewers after that. So yeah, so that's the last time we'll focus on Pannenberg. Wow, but I think it was a good expansion of ideas, right? From the Tilliard stuff, right? And and it's a more personal take on the problem, because it's Christianized. Whoa, 1 viewer? Well, we're still live, so wow. I guess we're all one person here, so so I'll play some music and we'll move to a different avenue here, consisting of a little video we're watching. We'll end this series of documentaries that we're watching here. Art meets science and spirituality, right? It's been a thrilling series, right, including Fridtjof Capra, Marina Abramovich, the composer John Cage, right? A very interesting cyberneticist, right? David Bohm was in the series, right? Rupert Sheldrake was in there, right? So it's been a very interesting series of people, for sure, in this documentary. So we'll check some of this out. We'll play some music for you guys, and yeah, we'll be back in a little bit. Kind of blew up the spot with that Pannenberg.
I don't know. It's just the view. I don't think they're telling the truth, or like the number of people watching, because it doesn't make sense. Because I see a lot more people here.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Wild, man. I think that's when the AI system scans the show, right? Trying to think if they want to cancel it or not. So yeah. So I think that's when the viewers drop like that. So it is what it
I hate
is.
to say it, but I feel like YouTube in the past 1 or 2 years is becoming unusable in some ways. Where it's really becoming more and more despotic. Yeah, YouTube. Yeah, it just seems that way to me because the algorithm is demoting shows like this and other ones aggressively. I feel like that, but I don't know.
Right. Right. I mean, when we had all these malicious retards in here the other day, I mean, we had 63 people watching us. I mean, the lowest level conversations we've had in a year, right, on the show, and so many people watching. Right. I mean, it's
consider the general populace to be dumbed down thoroughly.
Oh yeah, they're riding the algorithm wave as it is. So yeah, I mean, I don't. I know it's a high bar of entry on the material here, but I mean, would you rather have bubblegum for your brain? I mean, and of course it is Saturday night, and people want to party and all that type of stuff.
Seemed like Rant wanted to party.
Well, he came over from OTW, I think. So I think OTW is a spot. I was there, it was popping over there, honestly. And it was probably a drama LARP going on, of maximum proportions, so yeah, so it just so happens.
Maximum gayness.
Maximum gayness, exactly. But yeah, I'm gonna pack this thing here, some cannabis. We'll play some music for you guys. And yeah, we'll see what I got here. Working with Yeah, I appreciate you guys. So yeah. Hold on, let me see what we got here. See what we're working with here. And of course, we did some excellent music streams. You know, our other show that we produced a 3-hour show extra for you guys. Okay, where we debated with tards. Okay, that's available on the Cyber Caliphate channel. There's 2 music streams available. One is upbeat stuff. The other is sort of dark. Right. So yeah, you want to go dark. You want to go light. You pick your poison. Right. Over there on the Cyber Caliphate channel. So yeah. So that's for you guys. Yeah, we'll take a little break now here. Right. In which yeah, I guess if you have cannabis, right, that'd be great. Bring the cannabis out and smoke some cannabis with us.
No. I don't have cannabis, but I have chocolates.
What is that?
I have chocolates.
Oh, chocolates. Yeah, chocolates have. Yeah, the what do they call it? Theobromide or whatever. Yeah, chocolate is psychoactive. Yeah, so
nutmeg is also psychoactive, I believe. Nutmeg, right?
Oh yeah, that's just it contains the same kind of chemicals that create MDMA. So that's interesting. So yeah, you guys are here. We'll go with some Mars Attacks, right? Some more Aesop for you guys. Blessings. And I got Alien Weaponry, the original version. I mean, by Apathy. I really like that one. But yeah, blessings, guys. And I'm looking at the TV so in case we get canceled here. But yeah, peace be with you guys. We're gonna do that. We're gonna watch the documentary. We're gonna read the Kala Chakra, right? And then we'll move on to Mumford and Ellul, right? And see how much time we have.
Kala chocolate.
Yeah, exactly.
sapien abduction. What's up then? Billy took a laser to the mug piece, hollowed out the mandible. Channel headquarters ordered the cannonball. Mars attack. Deify demands column to this pigeon ankle and boomerang. I'm a harvest 51st area sickness. Not a threat, never a witness, won't answer the promise. Monster lead carrier ligament banged in the monster. Dodge phaser, taser, major acer. Cater to alien decomposure. Soldier plater like Caddyshack 18 holder. Go for C4 magic. Smolder as the bazooka tooth holster fabric. This fucker's rabid and still breathing. Cabbage. Hold the heater claps till evening. I'm a ninja this shit with sugar in a fuel tank and a saucer. Buddy up and head down to the metal cobra tunnel. Ice pick the Saturn ship wiring. Get us off the mother end up. I'd be lying if I said I knew your intentions. See my sexy sabotage things defensive action to save the race. You landed hand on fourth dimension mag. Blaze the place. Read by your Bible. There's wires in your Bible. Obviously you'll tech advance from a point counterpoint comparison of ET versus little old freak me. She be on some brittle sweet peas with your nickel PCs, fickle CDs, miserable TV sitcom. Pathetic ritual collective slander shit. Beautiful establishment. You ain't established shit. I consider you foul. Proud back to the numbers under bird pride in the dark. They want us dead or alive without the alive. And the sun rose over over a body bag shortage. Last week I was like, God bless the saint that invented the cordless. This week I sort of rerouted the bullseye of my worship. Temple body / skull cabinet, master my diversion. Fuck y'all, let's do this shit. My movement soothes any space invader practice. Stomped up to enemy like, hey, what now, bitch? I am human, hear me rise above material and carnal sin. They shot me in the face, Mars wins. Mars wins. Mars wins. Mars wins. Mars wins. Space invader practice, stomped up to enemy like, hey, what now, bitch? I am human, hear me rise above material and carnal sin. They shot me in the face, Mars wins. Mars wins. Mars wins. Mars wins. Mars wins.
In the last few years, there's been a great deal of emphasis upon extraterrestrials visiting our planet.
Hey yo, these motherfuckers bugging if they think I hang it up. Pass the mic in my direction and I straight up bait it up. Really got the guns I talk about, I wouldn't make it up. Ultramag 4 horsemen, I'm about to raise it up. Till I'm cool Keith crazy with voices that tell me shit. Trigger fingers extended like E.T. with Elliot. You get your belly hit and shaking like ballistic gel. This is hell, bodies getting dropped like pennies inside a wishing well. Pennywise, fingers with Freddy knives and chainsaws. Put you in a coma, make your brain pause. This is why we break jaws, singing Judas Priest while we break laws. Rockin' break beats since Eazy-E sold 8 balls. I travel through space now and lay foes face down. Cause app is real, battlefields feel just like playgrounds. These little double time yappity yap rappers, I rapidly smack backwards, get battery packs fraction. We ain't in the same place or occupy the same space, so get the fuck out my face. I got that ancient technology, I keep the alien weaponry on me. I keep the alien weaponry, I got that ancient technology, I keep the alien weaponry on me. My verse makes earthquakes and aftershocks, scaring off massive flocks of birds on rooftops, shattering glass in your Apple Watch. Appernauts rocking like Axl Rose and acid wash. Astronauts blasting off, laughing while rappers watch in disbelief. This is beef, problems you never wanted. My raps killing tired crowds and leave your whole town haunted. And while you rocking man buns, I'm cocking handguns, sticking you for paper. I'll pass down to my grandsons. Fans run when apples on the stage. I'm metamorphing into a demogorgon. I give your head an abortion. I leave your brain in the dumpster, the braver the dumber. Cause some brazen motherfucker about to get his brains braided this summer. Since Biggie was unbelievable, I was similar. Assemble sentences like defenses established around perimeters. You outgun, outshine, must be out your mind. Raps is putrid, app is stupid, slap the fluid out your spine. Spit divine scripture, rhyme sicker than polio. I'm Godzilla in Tokyo, dicks big as a totem pole. Got inhuman capabilities, kinda like opio. Grabbing bulls by the horn, this ain't my first rodeo. Yo, we ain't in the same place or occupy the same space, so get the fuck out my face. I got that ancient technology, I keep the alien weaponry on me. I keep the alien weaponry, I got that ancient technology, I keep the alien weaponry on me.
But what we seemingly have overlooked is the possibility that these records that we now consider to arise from
Yes, excellent beat made by Knots, but I do like my little remix of it. You know, yeah, let me see this. Try to look up this art meets science and spirituality. Of course, we're on the one with this lady, which I don't know, it's kind of a weird lady, but I find her a little bit attractive, honestly. Francisco Varela is the cyberneticist guy that's on the panel. He's pretty interesting. But yeah, the white lady, you know, yeah, anyways.
To the three other panel members. And I understand that one of the objects of this meeting is to have us, them three or us four, bare our souls to you. Well, I shall do so within limits. And I can't help but think of what this charming lady on my right said on the video up there. That we shouldn't really be working all the time. There should be time for play.
Life is all a rhythm and all a balance. But in the Western world, work has taken over to such an extent that in the United States today, psychologists are calling this a workaholic society and are treating...
Yeah, this is something that that obviously a lot of the thinkers we talked about actually complained about, right? Like Orwell, right? He talked about how you know, what isn't you know, considered a work that's also a hobby, right? Of course, everything that used to be considered work, you know, that can now be done by a machine is now considered a hobby, right? But of course, how are people supposed to spend their spare time when everything is done by machines, right? They're not going to be creating the same stuff that the machines make, right? They're going to lose those skills, right? And then there's this whole idea, you know, in Carlyle about the dynamic, right, versus the mechanic, right? And of course, he puts art and religion and these personal, you know, deeply personal and creative affairs into the dynamic, right?
No. Also, can you turn on the subtitles quickly? Like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Work as an addiction, which is an extremely important revelation. And the antidote to that, obviously, is more leisure and is more play.
This is what I'm doing now. I'm playing.
I'm working.
Well, perhaps you are, that's it. but my life is the humdrum kind of
Yeah,
life.
and that is one of the main points. It's a lack of a distinguishing factor between work and play, right? Right. I mean, the most I think visceral example is people getting paid to play video games, right? Where there's kids that are making more than entertainers or debaters or commentators or intellectuals, right? That aren't actually performing any function or value in society, right? So the value is being generated. Yep.
I 100% agree with that. Yeah, there's really a huge decline in values. Like kids nowadays don't really, free play in nature is very good for the mind. Yet you don't really see kids play in nature anymore due to a number of reasons and stuff. But also, it's kind of crazy that someone like an OnlyFans prostitute can make more money than, I don't know, a farmer, because a farmer is more integral to everything. Yeah, the farmer isn't gonna make that much. So it's really crazy. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I often thought that as you watch a show like the whatever show, right, where they have these intellectuals on to debate these, shiksas, right? And it's like it's obvious that they're making a lot more than some of those so-called intellectuals, right, that are on there, right, commenting and debating. Right, so it's sad. Yeah, the OnlyFans models are making more than people who spend their life writing books and trying to change people's life in terms of political opinions and bring values to society. I mean, it is a very daunting situation. I mean, but you think of these poor fools that are up there, and it's like, they're trying to gain fame and notoriety, right?
That's why I'm not an egalitarian about all things. I am not an egalitarian. Obviously, reading a good book is above, being an Instagram whore. But yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, the problem is that people don't understand quality, right? Because they don't know what it's like to actually make anything, right? So yeah.
That one gets up in the morning, goes to the office, goes back home, and I happen to go to the office when it's dark, and I go home when it's dark, and it's there all the time, and Saturdays and Sundays it goes on all the time. It gets to the point, as you said, these, what do you call them, workaholics, or dreadful people that they are, they don't know what they are talking about. They can only learn something when they go out to play, as I'm doing. You go and throw these sort of balls of snow at the other one and you enjoy it. Well, I'm learning. But the only trouble is that if I learn too well, will I go back to my life? I have to, I can't help it.
We see that we are not just here talking about what the problems are out there, but we're manifesting the problems, and we haven't gotten very far yet. And we are hoping that today is going to be a turning point, and that it's possible to get farther. And again, I just want to come back to what I began with, because
Turning point,
today I feel
trombone.
that we're meeting as persons, and that's what makes the difference. We're not meeting out of our boxes. There's been an awful lot of talk about progress, and in the name of science, progress, and we have, isn't this wonderful how far we've come, and now there's no more exploitation. Well, I don't see it that way. I think that there isn't a whole lot of progress. There's progress only on the material level.
Bingo, right? Yeah, I mean,
Yahtzee.
yeah, pretty much 100%.
Well, on a deeper inspection, I would say there isn't progress on the material level either because of, soil erosion and, pesticides. The food we ate hundreds or 500 years ago, they're probably more, I remember reading, it's more nutriently dense. It was more dense with nutrients, but not so much anymore,
They don't let the land to breathe. They don't. It's all mechanized now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
They deplete the minerals. They don't build back the minerals up by letting it breathe.
Well, I think it's undeniable. Mass production lowers quality over time. Definitely, like that's what happens with mass production.
100%.
Yeah, and there's sort of dual level of deception that she's pointing out. One is the idea that people think that we're living in a time that's better than the time that was there before, right? And then the second is they expect it to get even better, right? So I mean, obviously, if it's not better than it was, it's not going to get better, right? So yeah, so this is a huge delusion that people are living. It's like twofold delusion, right? Of progress. I mean, and then there's the whole idea of progress, which is the bootstrapping problem itself, right? Is that you have to use what you have now to get to where you're gonna get to, right? And where you are is not good enough, and where you're gonna get to will not be as good as it can be, right? So you're never there, right? With progress, right? It's sort of infinite, right? So yeah. So the dual sort of stasis between both complacency and progress, right, is what she's referring to. And yeah, it's a total moral dead end, right? It leads to moral paralysis, a deep-seated moral paralysis, right? that most people are experiencing. I mean, it's like Dubliners of James Joyce or something like that. There's these people just like fiddling around. They don't know what to do with themselves.
On non-material levels, I think we're less than barbaric. For example, this morning you talked about communications. Well, communications. What are all these communications systems if they don't lead to communion? And there isn't much communion. There's over-communication, which very often spoils communion between people. And Jacques has talked about, well, now we can read 6 newspapers, and we can read 6 newspapers in a flash. Well, yes, you can, if all you're looking for is information. You can get information very fast, but life is more than getting information.
Wow, she's almost like talking about information overload, right? And yeah, I mean,
yep.
Interesting stuff, right? But yeah, she's on point. Yeah. Yeah, the idea of information overload, the idea of mimetic complexity, right, is how I've phrased information overload, right? And yeah, it's a powerful issue, right? Obviously, there's a newspeak, that's being imposed on us by these emoticons, right? And other type of limitations of expression, right? Imagine a prepackaged emotion, right? It's almost like weird. Like that's, if you think about emoticon, right? It's like a prepackaged reaction, right? Really strange. Not. And every time I say something like that, every time I say anything about technology, people say, "Whoa, well, maybe we should." And it's like, look, we have to look at these things in a comprehensive fashion, right? Analyze the principles, problems, and then understand the solutions, right? That are potential to those problems, right? But for people who don't understand the issue at all, right, it's kind of hard to speculate.
Meeting,
And
life
it's
is
like
relatedness. And now another point you made.
Yeah, please go ahead.
it's like prepackaged, and you only get so many of them. So if you can't find the right one that's reflective of you in a particular moment, I guess you're just out of luck or something.
Right.
Yeah, one thing I will say is that some of the deepest emotions cannot really be put into words, or they cannot be put into emoticons. And I feel like when you have
Exactly.
yeah, exactly, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and have you ever like had a feeling like where you thought you had to respond, so you're like looking for a GIF or an emoji, and it's like, why do I need to respond? And right, or why should I respond with this prepackaged emotion, right, or image or whatever if it's inauthentic, right? And that's why I have like my own signature images that I'll use. If you ever catch me on the Discord, right, I'll use like signature. I don't know.
I love that train one. It's fucking hilarious.
Right, it'll be like little, like I'll use the same ones over and over.
Let me tell you this, they probably spend way more money on advertising than improving, anything, like trying to, make people happier with more leisure time or whatever, but they spend lots of money on advertising. But the reason I'm mentioning that is because they also spend lots of money on platitudes, the saying, no sacrifice too great. I always thought that saying was retarded because, some sacrifices are too great, you know what I mean? But you know what I'm saying? It's like, you see people repeat those platitudes without thinking more deeply about it, and that's the job of like CIA and or whatever, to spread those memes or whatever. You see what I'm trying to say?
And it's funny because like, do you have like one company telling the general populace, oh, this other company spends this much money on advertising, but it's like you're saying that in your advertising. It's like it's like crazy. It's getting crazy.
Yeah. When I was going to college campus, it was so weird. There were these Jews, they were saying free trips to Israel, free trips to Israel. I was like, what? On campus, I'm on, my school. I was like, what? So weird. So yeah, yeah.
Yeah, now 18 people watching, so I guess we exist again. Wow.
You can get information very fast, but life is more than getting information. Life is meeting, life is relatedness. And now another point you made was about how we've created all these desires in people all around the world because of our fabulous communications and our television sets. Well, for one thing, what we put on our television sets isn't even real. I mean, it's all...
Right. It's artificial needs. Right? It's not real things that these people need, right? That they're seeing on, that the technology is offering them, right? So it's just that simple. I mean, right? When we want to deal with technical necessity, look at all the artificial things that people desire that they don't fucking need. Yeah.
Monk lady's batting 1,000 right now.
Yeah, she's based, honestly. I mean, so far.
It's like almost like Aunt Teddy or something. Instead of uncle, it's Aunt Teddy.
I feel like I've seen her face before, and she has written books. Like I'm not sure what books, but I have seen her face before, I think.
Yeah, Bielecki. Mother T. Bielecki. So, yeah.
Auntie T.
Auntie T.
A bunch of lies about how happy you're going to be if you drive this car or smoke this cigarette. Or so we talk about all these other countries, and we're going to give them all these material things, or we give them money, or we don't give them money. But what do these other peoples have to offer us that we may be lacking?
What I think Tessa is pointing to us relentlessly is that without that kind of presence in our lives, of how do you finally confront or not confront the way of lodging yourself in being, of just relaxing into just the openness of what it is to be alive. It's not a past age. It's not a faith. It's not a belief.
Jordan
It's
Maxwell has
something
entered
much
the
more
chat.
absolutely immediate.
I mean,
which
Joseph
is
Campbell.
the depth of just being.
Right.
Now, you please tell me, why is it that in the West we have lost sight of that fundamental aspect of learning, of training? Why is it that you cannot go around and ask people, well, can I learn that? How do I go about having some kind of actual learning, practice, path to follow to let go of this constant quality of grasping onto the next thing that's happening, onto the next idea that you have, or the next memory that you might have. There is no space, and I think this is absolutely right. There is no space. We live lives with no space. Now, I'm not saying that that's the answer for everything, but without that, I find it very hard to believe that we can ask any question how to help. As you know, the Buddhists are very fond of saying, and I agree, before you ask yourself, how can I help? Ask yourself the question, how can I stop bothering?
And we've asked, well, where do all the problems come from? And we're looking for systems and projects and programs, when what is, I think, much more fundamental is that it begins with me. What is in my heart or not in my heart?
We don't accept that we are double. We are really double. It is the French writer Paul Valéry had said it, wrote it in, I mean, in the 30s or in the 20s, it's not so new, but he said something like, it's not sex what is the principle, what is important, it's we are double in ourselves. We can talk with ourselves, we agree, we disagree with ourselves. And that's quite normal that you say, I want my comfort, my positions, and everything I want, my pleasure. I'm responsible for humanity. I want both.
We should be aware of the fickleness of our minds. Nevertheless, we don't behave that way. We behave as if we know where we're going, or that we have these kinds of values, and we think that our thoughts for others are the good ones. Well, sometimes they aren't. What keeps you tied to your beliefs, to your attitudes, to your dear notions about what should be done? If one can become a little more lighter about those beliefs, a little more, therefore, response-able, even if it is little things, like getting along better with your neighbor, it will help. But that takes a learning. We don't provide our children with an occasion to explore that. We don't provide our adults with an occasion to explore that. We teach them mathematics. We never teach them how to tune the instrument of their life, of their beings. And I think that that's the question of spirituality in everyday life. Spirituality as the most fundamental training that's got to grow steadily and slowly to become response-able. True commitment to others has to be translated in commitment to oneself.
Becoming the beloved, or knowing what it feels like to be the other.
I think love is an energy, but the main question.
Yeah, so what he was talking about, it clearly connects to the loss of the sacred, right? So obviously the desacralization of nature, the desacralization of knowledge, and as I've sort of put forward here, right? And sort of the loss of truth, right? But yeah, she's pointing out something also fundamental, is this idea of the other and the beloved, right? Which appears in the symposium, right? That love is for the sake of the beloved, right? So when the beloved appears in the symposium of Plato, it's kind of a shabby sort of a character, right? He's like got fucked up shoes, and he's like kind of like he's not doing too good, right? He needs the he lives for the sake of the beloved, sort of. And so So I mean, in Kierkegaard and Plato, right? The lover is not, he's kind of the shabby guy. The beloved gets all the good stuff, right? So yeah, it's interesting.
Can we produce it by ourselves, or not, or will we get it from outside of our planet, any cosmological realm? I don't know. What do we know about it? Very little, I think. Only that it exists, and that it happens, as Tessa said. But first, the beginning point of where the origin is, you don't know. Love is an existing energy who is important, and then it comes to art. Sometimes I think without that art cannot exist, but I can prove it. I can say what special energy are working when I'm doing something with art. We need not, it's only questions, we need not the answers on the questions, because I think the question and the answer is together in art.
But is it greed or is it need that drives people by the million into the big cities? Which is the city in Brazil that population has gone up from 1 million to 14 million or something this century.
Yeah, I mean, is it greed or is it need that drives people to the big city? I mean, dude, it's need. It's technical necessity, right? That's what's driving it, right? It's not greed, right? It's not based on, hundreds of people deciding to build these, beehives, right? For what, right? They don't know why they're building the beehives, right? Any more than the bees do, right? That's ridiculous.
Shambala has around 14 million, and it should unfortunately grow by 500,000 every year. There is no doubt in my mind that television today, in my country at least, is responsible for this flow of people from backward areas to the big cities, because they come, they stay, they live in what we call favelas or slums or something like that, and disappointment comes in and back they go. But the reason why they flock to the big city first is in the hope that they can get for themselves what they see on the screen.
I was also asked to ask, and perhaps you would like to tackle this, whether this is not precisely what we are seeing in Eastern Europe, that the change in the economies there is precisely the pursuit of just that they want what they have seen on Western television, they want the goods, the cars, the whole consumer thing.
I'm very distressed by what happens with the Eastern countries, because we have this incredible equation: democracy equals market economy. When you see that in the Eastern countries, some kind of opening from a situation that was stagnant, that was not particularly helpful, now is the equation democracy equals market value, then we're going to end up exactly where we know we are in the so-called industrialized countries, where I see the drug junkies in the metro in Paris not having particularly a great time, or we see the consequences in the third world. Let's start.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? It's interesting, right? And of course, when Gibson writes his sort of semi-dystopian future, right? He talks about designer drugs and people uploading all sorts of synthetic drugs into their system, and of course their bodies are synthetic as well, right? So yeah, it's fascinating type of idea. I'll move now to the Kala Chakra, and I'm also making some coffee here, so maybe I'll play a little song here while we do this little switcheroos. And so yeah, so
And, yeah. No, I don't know. I don't know if I want to ask. It's kind of ridiculous to ask, but do you think that David Icke is a glory? Because sometimes I look at the faces of these elites, like I don't know, Sheldon Adelson, Brzezinski, or Peter Thiel, doesn't really look human to me. You know, like I don't know if it's just me, because I don't know. Like I've been looking at their faces more lately, and I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I never really see people get that scaly skin when they get old, but a lot of these guys get scaly skin when they get old. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make it too conspiratorial, but I don't know. Like it's just been something I was thinking about since my wife mentioned it to me, and she was talking about that interview she listened to. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I could show you some of their faces because it doesn't look normal to me, and so like when they get older, so, yeah. Or maybe it's just a perception.
Yeah, maybe some sort of complex genetic engineering. Maybe they have the reptilian genes and they're splicing themselves with the reptilian genes. I mean, right? You know, you hear the stories of like the Fabergé eggs and all this type of stuff. You know, yeah, I don't know. You know, I'm definitely leaning more towards the Hyperborean type of thing. You know, in terms of you know, let's look underground before we look at space. Just in terms of ideological premise, I think it's superior, right? Let's look in the ocean and let's look under the ground. I mean,
Yeah, actually, I have a good documentary about that. You know, Jesse Ventura did it, and you know, I do think they are hiding stuff underground. There's no doubt about that. You know, but some areas it's illegal to dig. You know, like you cannot go start digging. But there is one part of the USA that people claim, forgot where it was. I can find the name again. That there is something being hidden underground, and like there's a stream of water coming from that area. No one knows what's causing that stream of water. So, yeah, some people claim they can hear groans and other stuff from that part of the USA and stuff. Yeah, I can. It was from an episode of Jesse Ventura. You know, so I do think they are hiding something underground, but I have no idea what. You know, so I agree with you there. Yeah, there's something underground. Sorry for derailing.
No, you're fine. I'm just trying to look for the song here. But I don't know if Reddington has an opinion on you know, the reptilian thing. I know that our friend Neurojack is a huge fan of David Icke, so lay that on the table. You know, he definitely supports some of the hypothesis that he's laid out. Recently, we were looking at Credo Mutua. I don't know if you've ever seen Credo Mutua.
What's that? Credo Mutua? What's that?
Yeah, I'll send it to you. It's sort of like the reptilian origin story that David Icke is sort of drawing from. It's sort of African origin. There's a guy, Credo Mutua, who sort of you know, espouses it, and he talks about this reptilian race that sort of engineered humans and they kind of engineered the sexes of humans. He said that humans were one androgynous race, so sort of divided into two sets, male and female, by the reptilian gods. And so yeah, that's kind of his hypothesis or whatever. I'll send it to you. But yeah, it's pretty weird stuff, for sure. You know,
I look forward to that. Look forward to that.
Yeah.
I don't know where they put the. I'm trying to find the area with the underground stuff because I do think maybe looking into conspiracy about that in the future will be interesting more.
Yeah. Yeah, our friend Free Monikers is huge into that. You know, Free Monikers, right? In the Discord, right? He loves that type of stuff. Underground tunnels and stuff. That's his main conspiracy.
My dad has a strange attraction to caves with minerals and crystals in them. Like he loves going to caves with crystals and stuff. Yeah, I do feel like crystals could have like special properties to them, especially if they're naturally occurring. Because most of the crystals you buy in stores are synthetic. I think crystals are naturally formed. They have like special healing properties to some extent. I'm not saying that they could heal anything, but I'm saying that they do have some healing properties to some extent. I think so. I'm not really aligned with most, modern scientific mindset. I'm not really, imagine me saying that to, I don't know, someone in academia. They would want to crucify me. But I do think crystals in naturally occurring environment have special healing properties to some extent.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you were saying earlier that some of the Gaian people, they talk about the electromagnetic fields in the earth and stuff. So not all of their stuff is pseudoscience, indefinitely. So yeah, I kind of hold that opinion as well. I kind of investigate on my own. But yeah, the science behind crystals, yeah, it's a complex science I don't think we'll understand. There's some stuff in morphic resonance about crystals as well. Very interesting. How they form, it seems to be memory and how they form, right? So that seems to be transmitted from crystal to crystal, but how would it be transmitting that information, right, without a morphic field, right? It's kind of his take. So it's interesting dynamics with that. But yeah, so we'll sort of move to the Kala chakra here. Right, let me just open this up. I was gonna play a song, but I think I'll just wait. We'll just wait. Oh, it's kind of going black here. We'll see if this makes it. Oh, whoa. All right, okay, almost there, folks. Give me a second. Yeah, I want to see what this is about with you guys. So I may not read too much of it. I have not read this before. Okay, so yeah, internal theater. He's going to talk about an anatomically trained person from the 21st century requires a godly portion of tolerance to gain familiarity with the concepts of tantric physiology. Then for the tantras, the body consists of a network of numerous larger or smaller channels through which the life energies flow. These are known as veins or rivers. This dynamic body structure is no discovery of the Vajrayana. Rather, it was adopted from pre-Buddhist times. For example, we can already find it in the Upanishads, 9th century BCE. Three main channels are considered to be central access to subtle physical system of a person. These run from the lower spine to the head. So what I'm noticing here is in the Kala chakra, they're taking a lot of information from Hinduism, right? And then of course they're got to be taking a lot from the bone shamanism, right, which is indigenous to Tibet. Right. So it says they are like everything in the Tantra is assigned a gender. The left channel is called the Lalana or the Kyagma. Is masculine. Its symbol is the moon and its element water. The right feminine channel with the name Pingala or Ni Ama is linked to the fire and sun, since both are seen as feminine in the Buddhist tantras. We can provisionally describe. See, that's interesting because isn't that the opposite of what it is in the Western Hermetic system, right? Right, in the Western Hermetic system, the female represents the moon and the male represents the sun, right? So interesting, right? So it's inverted. so to speak. I mean, depending on which perspective you look at it from. He says we could provisionally describe the central channel Avaduti or Susumna as being androgynous. It represents, among other things, the element of space. All of the life energies are moved through the channel with the help of winds, by which the tantric means various forms of breathing. In a simplified depiction, such as is to be found in most commentaries, the left masculine channel Lalana is filled with white watery semen, the right hand feminine channel Rasana with red fiery menstrual blood. The main channel in the middle is originally empty. Via sacred in part extremely painful techniques, the yogi succeeds in pressing the substance from both side channels into the Avaduti, the main channel. The mixture sukra, thus created, now flows through the entire body as enlightenment energy body transforms him into the androgynous diamond being, who unites within himself the primary energies of masculine and feminine. So here is a depiction of that process there. Can you guys see this?
Yeah, I see.
Ourselves here, and then I'll kind of like just read from this here, if I can. So all three channels pass through the 5 energy centers which will be found in the body of the yogi, which are known as chakras or lotus circles, quote unquote. In Tibetan Buddhism, the count begins with the navel chakra and leads via heart, throat, and forehead chakras to the highest thousandfold lotus at the crown and the skull. So this thousandfold lotus, you guys ever hear that? The Kundalini serpent?
Yep.
The 1,000-petal lotus. Yeah, this is some Joseph Campbell stuff too. He likes this stuff. I mean, after all, he did say the Dalai Lama is like Jesus and Ramakrishna.
He's definitely not the only one that would say that, though.
That is a wild statement. I mean,
think
just
the
anybody.
most-
Yeah.
Sorry, but I think the most interesting Buddhist in like the past 50 or 100 years is probably Kuzan Sunam. I don't know. When I read his stuff, I think he was the real deal. Kuzan Sunam was a very interesting figure. He was Korean, but yeah, Kuzan Sunam is interesting. Kudo Sawaki was also interesting. Kudo Sawaki. But yeah, something about the Tibetans I don't know, something about them never felt attracted to Tibetan Buddhism, unlike the, I don't know, Chinese, Korean, and Japanese, Buddhism, which is more Mahayana, Zen, and stuff like that. Stuff I tend to be more,
Yeah, Zen Buddhism is great.
yeah, Zen Buddhism. Pure Land, interesting stuff too. Pure Land and
Yeah.
some other stuff too.
Yeah, Korean. Yeah, it's great.
Well, there have been
say,
frauds.
like it's the new all the New Agers saying like these are the ascended masters and they include Jesus in there.
There have been some flaws in East in Buddhism too, from Korea and Japan. Like some of the teachers did get into sexual scandals, but that's more like a flaw on their part. I mean, it's not like actually encouraged in the teachings to do that. Like Sang Son is one of them who did that, and I think he was kind of a fraud, Sang Son. And the point is that's more of a mistake on their part. It's not like the Dharma encourages that or something. So yeah. But the thing about the Tibetans is they really do have occult rituals encouraging, I don't know, sexual sex magic and stuff like that, which is I consider a dharma
Right.
or transgressive stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think the link to Western Hermeticism and some of this obviously to the New Age tradition, I think at this point it's like it cannot be denied, right? The stuff we
Yeah,
went
of
over,
course.
it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, and then obviously Blavatsky was hugely into Tibetan Buddhism, right? So yeah.
yeah. Notice, I think fundamentals of Hyperborean wisdom also has a lot of Dzogchen stuff, and some other esoterists I've been looking into. They've also been into the Tibetan Buddhism. For some reason, esoterists tend to be attracted to Tibetan Buddhism, which is kind of interesting. That's true.
Right. So it gets into sort of a chicken and the egg type of deal there, Like who started the gay butt stuff or whatever. And of course Western Hermeticism, right? It's like there is a concept of the androgyny, right? Because that's in Orphic Pythagoreanism for the people that don't know. It's in the character of Phanes Protagonist, right? So yeah,
That stuff existed among the Scythians on the steppes. It was called Enaree, Enaree. And basically, they would have a shaman, become an androgynous shaman, engage in massive sex with the tribe or something. Like, I mean, you can read about it more. Like, it's shamanistic though, but it does have ancient origin. That's probably from Scythians and some other one. NRE. I mean, you can look at the Wikipedia about it because it is kind of to your interest, like the androgynous priest. And I learned about that stuff because I read some books and there's the kind of strange, but yeah.
Yeah, I think there's some story of Odin cross dressing as well. So there's some stuff.
Yeah, that has ancient steppe origin. Yeah, ancient steppe origin.
So yeah, interesting stuff. Yeah, trans investigations going on. Exactly. Yeah, I shouldn't have put that up. I think we might get banned for just putting that up. But yeah, so all three channels pass through the centers, right? Heart, throat, forehead chakras to the highest 1,000-fold lotus. The tantric initiation is the equation of the individual energy wheels with the 5 elements. Navel equals earth. Heart equals water. Throat equals fire. Forehead equals air or wind. Highest lotus, crown, or skull equals space or ether. Yeah, that is interesting. Here is a let me show you guys this. Yeah, but I think Rance would like that book, honestly. I mean, Hyperborean Wisdom. I think it would make a lot of sense for him. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this guy right here. by G.R.S. Mead. Me and Unseen have remarked on this many times, right? But yeah, look at the system. Mind, heaven, voice, sun, reason, air, reflection, water, name, moon, thought, earth. Isn't that very interesting, right? I'm just trying to draw parallels between the Western system and this one, right?
I actually have something interesting to share, which ties more into Taoism. I'm not sure if you have that image, but I have some very interesting stuff you can compare and contrast to the Taoist cosmology. Like I can, if you want me to share, I can share that.
Oh yes, of course, yeah.
Yeah, but that's some stuff that was very interesting, and yeah, basically it will take me like 2 minutes or 3 minutes to get it. I have to find it again. But it's from my old pictures.
Yeah, this is for the Scythian trans.
There are like several of them, but I think this one's probably one of the best.
Androgyny.
Androgyny priest, I guess, to get down, get down.
Yeah, I have several of them. Let me just... Let me see.
Yeah, but I think that's so interesting.
Yeah, here's
how it corresponds. Air, wind. It's got almost all of them in there. And,
I sent it.
Oh wow, this looks very similar to the image we just saw.
Yeah, that's the more the Taoist cosmology, I believe. Yes.
Supreme ultimate, the indiscriminate, gives rise to yin and yang, but this indicates in this fundamental substance there is admixture of yin and yang. This represents how the emptiness makes or produces yang, quiesces and produces yin. Center represents their fundamental substance. And then there's an X thing. This represents how yang by its name and yin by its union therewith produces water, fire, and metal and earth. So there's the elements. Right, so in the Simonian analogy, right, and the Tibetan system and in this Taoist system, you got the 4 elements. And in Empedocles,
looks like we're being raided.
You got the 4 elements, right? You know, so it's interesting, isn't it? Right. So, okay, looks like you got another image here. Wuji, Supreme Ultimate, diagram of ultimate power.
Yeah, I gave one more also if you want to look at Manichaeism, because Manichaeism is so different from all the other ones. You know what I mean? This is Manichaeist. Like, it's really dualistic, you know, you can tell.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, it's like they're totally split, right? It's like the opposite of the yin yang. It's just so weird.
Prince of Darkness, Ruh-roh.
You gotta mix them in there too. Let them slosh around in the mud.
But I can say that's the correct representation based on what I read of Manichaeism, and I think the more Taoist ones, I think are correct too. My friend who was reading about internal alchemy, he kind of shared the first one with me.
Yeah, look at the upside down in the downside triangle, right, where they have the light and the dark, and here they have light and dark too. You know. But yeah, so it's interesting between this and this, right?
Yeah, it is interesting. Yeah.
A lot of similarities. 12 aeons.
Got some kind of OTW raid going on here.
Yeah, I wonder if they have the 5 elements in here either. Yeah, blessings to the people that are watching. Yeah.
There are 5 elements there. The 5 splendors, those like the elements in their pure state. Well, the 5 chambers are the elements in their impure state. You see what I mean? Like air is pure, while the smolder or like fume is like is impure. So you can see that it's separate to them. Like purity and impurity are like separate ontological categories and in Manichaeism, which is bizarre, but yeah, that's what they believe.
Yeah, and then this one, this is the main one right here. That has the sort of has 5 elements there. And it also sort of looks like a Jew star. It's really weird, right? It's got like upside down and downside triangle.
You don't know about the Japanese occult symbol that Seimei used. It's actually kind of like the Jew star, but a little bit different. That one has, you know what I'm talking about? The star
Isn't that
from the
supposedly like a star Merkaba or some shit?
Yeah, like on the bottom there, it looks like the Merkaba thing. You know, it's a completed system. You know,
It's got like a dot in the middle though.
Right.
This one is from Japanese occult. This one is different though. Let me see here. Make sure this is their star from Japanese occult. You can see it a lot of anime too. And that's their star. Over there, I just sent it. The Japanese crest.
This is a Japanese occult star?
Yes, that is a Japanese occult star. You can actually read about it. I know about it because I researched it. Abo no Seimei used it. He was a Onmoyoji. The Japanese occult involves Onmoyoji, and so yeah, here you can go. You can Abo no Seimei use that, and yeah, that's a Japanese occult symbol that goes back to Heian period. I believe it goes back to the Heian period.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll make us very popular. You know,
How about that? He's got his own pentagram.
Yeah, yeah, but these systems are interesting. You know, I'd like to save these images if you have them available later.
Can you download them? I think you can download them, right?
Yeah, maybe I can from here. Yeah.
Maybe put in Discord or something.
Yeah, I could screenshot them from the episode, but that's also a thing. But yeah, so yeah, interesting. But yeah, this is a Simonian one. But yeah, what really shocks me is that this Simonian one has these elements in it, right? Then this Taoist one has those elements, and it even has an upside down and downside triangle as it displays them. I mean, and then of course we have the idea here, right, in the Tibetan system, right, where it says highest lotus is a crown of skull, space.
Well,
they got air, fire, water.
Sorry, quickly. I don't think it's true, but I haven't looked into it deeply, you know, but Giorgiani was into him too, but there's this guy named Beckwith. He claims that Buddha and Lao Tzu were the same person. You know, he claims they were tied to the Greek spear, you know, or something like that. He has like all these weird arguments for that, and I'm not sure. I do not think that's true, but there are some arguments relating to the occult and certain interpretations he has of migration patterns. His name is Beckwith. He wrote a book called Greek Buddha, but I don't really agree with it though. But yeah. It's an interesting idea, nevertheless. So maybe that could, but they probably influenced each other a lot, though. You see what I'm saying? But that's probably why, because of the influence, because of the Silk Road and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think technically, I think Buddha was first. I think maybe Buddha was like 600 BC, and then Lao Tzu was after that, right? He was like closer to like 500 or 400. So I think there might be like 200 years away. Even
Yeah, that's why I lean towards the official account or like the more academic consensus there. But it's possible that there was like a huge like I don't know, transmission of ideas at that time.
Could there be like some kind of perennialism that maybe everything was tied to, and we're only getting bits and pieces of it from that time period? Or
Yeah, it's possible, like if the technical elites are,
and it just got occulted and probably changed over time.
Yeah, I mean there are good arguments in that direction. Definitely, there are good arguments in that direction.
Because seems like there's at least a few symbols that seem to reoccur in different societies over the world. So
One of them is the swastika. The swastika was pretty much everywhere. It's one of the biggest, most important
yeah,
symbols.
swastika and the Jew star are like two of those symbols. For sure.
Jay's probably stole it then.
That's all they're good at doing, stealing, like what they're doing in Palestine.
Among other things.
And let me tell you this also, I know 100% that squatting has precedence in Talmudic law. It's squatting.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
But anyways.
Yeah, let's move to some songs here. And that's all we'll have for In the Shadow of the Dalai Lama. I'll drop the link in the chat. You guys can read it on your own. The worst parts of it I did read out loud.
Right.
So,
It's some wild shit, bro.
So that's all we're doing of that. We're gonna move on to some other stuff that Blavatsky and some other weirdos. Okay, as we sort of circle around the stuff that I think is sort of fake Buddhism before we get into the Abhidharma and stuff, and look at the actual stuff, that I think is real, and I hope Buddha will back me up on that, so it'll be cool, and we can get into that together. But of course, that's down the road, so we don't know what's going to happen. I could, drop dead tomorrow. So, there's all these possibilities. Right up. So yeah, who knows? So, but yeah. But anyways, there it is, In the Shadow of the Dalai Lama. Right. So I put it's in the shadow parentheses. Right. So yeah. So yeah, we'll play this song, have OTW's audience clear out, and then we'll get back to business over here. Blessings. I mean,
the real in the shadow, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Because these guys aren't gonna stay. I know what these guys like to watch.
Sad Jumbo.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, let's go to this. Actually, you know what? Let me actually another little smoke thing here. So yeah, actually, let me find a. Yeah, actually, give me a second here. Yeah, let me actually play Radiation first. Yeah, I'll just play Radiation again. Yeah, for all you people in OTW News, this is the fucking message I have for you. Okay, okay, is contained in this song. All right, so enjoy this song, and then we'll play some. So we got some Shabazz the disciple. I got some secret PSAs for you. And I appreciate you guys. We'll be back in a minute.
Panic, warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start praying. 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 An estimated war date, radiate the planet. Oxygenated acids, population panic. Direct exposure cause respiratory failure. Behold a pale horse, the Holocaust impaler. Fatal plagues gases, warp the ozone. Clot circulatory, eradicate chromosomes. Anemic hemoglobin, shut down immune. Paralytic people roaming, throw them in the tomb.
Can somebody drop the link in the chat? I can't see the link on my end. So I think Pi's trying to come up. But yeah.
Departure of the heavens, mothership descendant, thermonuclear fallout, cataclysmic ending, civilians surrendering to ultraviolet gammas, assault bomb shelters, distort probes and cameras, the eve of the apocalypse, prophecy fulfilled, anathema metropolis, democracy revealed, a ultra microscopic disease imposed, your culture try to stop it, anesthesia implodes, annihilation protocol, terrorist invasion, neutralize perimeter, prevent retaliation, rush the Pentagon, seize the United Nations, release our POWs or suffer radiation. Commence guard salute, widespread cargo, looting the world's cargo, put an end to tomorrow. The hereafter, I watch you bleed. The carbon dioxide, you're toxic, your head's lopsided. While inside structure of the bone, stay brittle, your heart rate shrivel, your eardrums dribble. Pollutants and physical beings, turning mutant that don't even die from execution. Half man, half dead, can't trace the chromosomes. Irregular skin tones and hydrocortisone, draped in the coffin that often resembles the feeding like anemic. You're dying from internal bleeding, plastic skins dissolving in oxygen. Non-conic vengeance without the use of forensic science. Countdown T-minus. Panic, warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start praying. 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 Guerrilla warfare all year, radiation falls here, low crawl or lose all of your hair. Napalm in the air, your apartment is gone, dark clouds start forming. 24 hours a night with no morning, no power, no light, no warning. This tight bombing even makes ice start burning, human flesh start turning into pink lumps of mesh. Slums infested with death, ain't 1 ounce of sunshine left in vertical villages. Niggas living primitive, murderous killers is losing their ice grill without the right skills. Liberty ain't a privilege when you realize all your supplies is limited. Blanco Diago controls all the cargo. Stash you a car full of food, or get stamped with the barcode. Fool, grab your survivalist kit and your water purification tablet. You got it? Now you can drink your own piss if you have to. When the famine and the drought hit your castle, before the battle ends, half of your men will probably lose half of their limbs. And what happens to them will be a small thing compared to the omen coming in, leaving niggas burnt wearing charcoal tins. Blast information infiltrating with radiation. When my thoughts and ideas start racing, to leave your ass in the day stargazing. You'll awaken with your head aching. This shit is ours for the taking. Taking and stop complaining, faking, wasting time making whack rhymes. I'll tell you for the first and last time. Front, your ass is mine. Click black, flatline, back to combine. Sick shit with tracks, Dr. Illmatic, the drip non-side. Intense, don't let me get that itch. I start to twitch, give your organic computer a glitch. If I decided to keep your eyes open, you'll be chain smoking cigarettes, laying in your deathbed soaking. For sweating during bad dreams, evacuate the fucking vaccine is your only vaccine. Like a crack bean, I got mad schemes. You can ask queens, don't make me make your fucking ass scream. Panic, warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start praying. Panic, warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start praying. Panic, warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start praying. Panic, warfare, radiation, endangering the population.
Check it out, man.
later. Y'all know it's hell when I come through. I cast spells with the Bellevue 1-2, and we can settle it with shells if you want to. Bump you, squeeze first, I'ma haunt you. Or better yet, I let the gun butt lump you. Dog tail up your ass when I confront you. Faggot, I'ma hunt you. Nay, nigga can collab with me, cause when I spit my 16, they get mad at me. Have them write their verses over trying to battle me, and nigga, that'll be a fatal tragedy. Shit, you better off shooting and stabbing me. You step into this fucking rap ring and jab with me. Get your weight up, motherfucker, with a belt on the crown. Frozen niggas like a dirty guy, I'm melting them down. Stuffing the ground, fucking with a higher force. Niggas be sacrificed, you die on the cross. Ain't you on a pale horse? Leave you with multiple wounds when they find you. Your man's coming right behind you. Y'all know the flow chops ridiculous. We're like the blow niggas cop on St. Nicholas. You think I'm pussy motherfuckers stick your dick in this? Like Biggie said, shit, in fact, it was syphilis. Got a red HIV flow sick with this. Put a condom on your mic, tryna spit with this. Tryna get with this, I'ma hit with this. Make you slit your wrist, your mind a clitoris. Like chlamydia, hard to swallow, I burn dough. Getting rid of you with hollows, you mob turncoats. Word to the safe in the ceiling. My flow's like a burning p.90. Hit the clinic, get the penicillin. You see the logo, nigga, STD. Fuck what you heard, son, it best be me. From Red Hook, y'all niggas know how long we waited. Y'all motherfuckers about to get cremated. Up, put your house up, put your tools up, nigga, put your spouse up. We could go at it, motherfucker, album budget for budget. And let your A&R judge it. Shit, I have your label push your project back, cause I get hyper than a fucking hypochondriac. Ain't no responding back, my mic can push your conscience back. Give your ass a Holy Spirit, make you haunt to try. Blaze, blaze, gun, gun, spray, sprays. Leave your whole record company in a day's day. Tell your CEO, stop calling my house. Or the next fucking song, son, I'm calling you out. Better prepare for the long awaited, finally made it. Y'all niggas about to get cremated.
All right. Okay, let's move to some other things here. And namely, that would be Ellul and Mumford. So let me pull up the, and it's going to be a little bit of the same. It's going to be heavily focused on how authoritarian and democratic forms of government seem to combine, right, under the technical aspect, right, under technical necessity, right. So, and of course, we got the link in the chat, so anybody wants to call in, come through. I appreciate you guys. Somebody called in. We got somebody called Surfer Boy. Surfer Boy. Surfer Boy. What's going on, man?
Just chilling, bro.
Relaxing.
Relaxing.
Makes sense. Yeah, so let's move to this. Let me try to pull this up if I can. And some pretty interesting stuff. Blessings, brother. So yeah, let's see what it goes here. With this Mumford, man is a symbol making animal, right? So yeah, so it's critically important But yeah, authoritarian and democratic techniques. Right, here it is. 1972 was a mighty good year. So yeah, let's check it out.
This is Alec Hoffman speaking from the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions in Santa Barbara. The center was established by the Fund for the Republic to clarify basic questions of freedom and justice, especially those raised by the emerging power of 20th century institutions. The center is currently examining such subjects as the economic order, the political process, science and technology, communications, law, labor, education, the American character, war, and peace. The talk you are about to hear was presented during a 2-day convocation held in New York to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Fund for the Republic. The subject of the convocation was the challenges to democracy in the next decade. In the following talk, Louis Mumford discusses technology and democratic institutions. Mr. Mumford, president of the American Academy of Arts and Letters, has written extensively on the history of technology. Mr. Mumford's talk will be followed by comments from Admiral Hyman G. Rickover of the Atomic Energy Commission. Now, Mr. Mumford.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, the accident of being the first speaker at this conference puts me under the necessity of redefining, very tentatively of course, the central concept of democracy. A term now confused and...
Yo.
Yo, what's up with this AI-generated surfer boy nigger?
Uh-oh.
Bruh? What you talking about, bruh? We're talking about
why you AI, bro?
AI, bruh. We're talking about the future, bruh.
Why you AI, dog? It looks good,
yeah, I've been trying to hit the... I was trying to hit the waves in the surf, bro, and have my feet in the sand today. What'd you do, bro? What did you ground
why
today?
Are you using a generated image?
Did you ground today, bro? Did you hug a tree? Did you stick your little toes in some sand like I did, bro? Did you get some salt from the ocean? I don't think you did. I think you just need to chill, bro.
Oh no, bro.
I think you need to chill and
might be
get
right.
stoic. Hey, go stoic, bro. You need to chill, bro.
I'm gonna be real. That hair don't look real though. If it's real hair, bro, I'll give you credit for the real hair, bro. That's a real blonde, fucking waving in the wind type of hair, dog.
Is that Rant? Why is he back on this internet, bro?
Who are you?
He's a real person. He's a real person.
you haven't been paying attention, have you, Rant?
Who are you?
I'm the conspiracy theorist before you were the conspiracy theorist, bro. You just need to chill. Just listen to what Machine Lies speaks, and you'll understand, bro.
Yo,
I know every conspiracy theory that you knew before your mom was born, bro.
It don't look legit, bro.
Just chill, dude.
Does anyone know this guy, bro? Is this guy real?
Am I this good looking? Maybe.
He's been on panel before.
Are you attracted to me? Probably. Because you're gay, bro.
I mean,
he's chill. You need to chill, bro. Just listen to the...
It don't look real, bro.
Hey, Machine Lies is trying to...
He's realistic. Realistic.
It looks realistic.
Exactly.
It don't look real, man.
Realistic.
So you know.
Let me talk to him like a normal person. So, how long have you been watching TML, and what attracts you to?
Let's not even begin with talking to people like normal people. All right, Avian Bird, calm down. Keep your head down, and we're gonna take it off. Right?
Have you heard of Fabio? He was my dad. He was my dad.
He's Fabio. I
Fabio.
don't know.
Have you heard of Fabio?
No.
Oh, well, so
that's some Fabio level hair, though.
Well, if you haven't heard of Fabio, then you don't know me. I'm Fabio Jr. Anyways, continue, Machine Lies. I'm loving what you're putting down here.
Yeah, sadly, we have not started with anything because he's just beginning to define democratic institutions. So nonetheless, I'm excited to hear what what his definition of democratic institutions even is. Of course, we're dealing with the theorist Lewis Mumford, right? Who wrote Technics and Man. And of course, he was a great critic of the technological society. And he, of course, wrote before Mumford and before a lot of these technological advances happened, right? So it's kind of like Rousseau and Mumford are sort of very early. I mean, somebody said in 1939, there was like, I can't remember if they said 1939 or 1936. There was no plastic. No plastic. So, I mean, that's a huge change, right? That, less than 100 years ago, there was no plastic, right? So that's quite a different world.
I'd like to be chill and go back to those days because plastic is fake. And,
right, exactly, right.
You know what I'm saying? It's like no one's authentic anymore. No one just wants to hit the waves and hit the sand and ground and do shit. Everyone just wants to psychoanalyze today's society and put their opinions in, but all they really should do is care about what they're doing in their inner self, bro.
What's under the hair? Mr. Pie?
You're kind of biting, dude.
Someone's botting.
Under the hair.
See, that's what happens is people try to talk to me because I'm real and authentic, and then everyone else bots out because they're all fake and liars and cheats and stealers. But when you talk to me...
Is this Mr. Pie with a wig on, bro?
It's about the waves.
What is that? What is the fucking sticker under the hair, bro?
We just need to get back to the topic at hand. We don't need to talk about.
Yo, that's Pie, bro. That's Pie. Why is he on here with a wig? The fuck is going on here?
I don't know who this Pie guy is you're talking about.
That's you with your stupid ass wig, bro.
He probably has the formula for life. 3.14, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
You got a sticker under your fucking hair, bro. What are you doing?
It's a price tag, maybe.
Rant. We need to talk
He's got
about
a sticker under his hair, man.
Whatever, dude.
It's right there. What is that?
No, that's my
earring. What the fuck is that?
Because I'm new age.
You got a fucking...
Price
what kind of
tag
earring
earring.
is that, bro? What kind of bullshit you playing here,
Hey,
dog?
machine lies. Get back to the topic. We're not talking about me here. We're talking about this.
Yeah, let's see what it is. Authoritarian and democratic techniques. Now, when we get to ellul, he's going to combine the techniques of both democratic, socialist, also fascist types of government. So he says actually all three display the same features underneath the arrangement of technical necessity. So yeah, let's check it out.
Sophisticated by indiscriminate use and often treated with patronizing contempt. Can we agree, no matter the conference, puts me under the necessity of redefining, very tentatively of course, the central concept of democracy, a term now confused and sophisticated by indiscriminate use and often treated with patronizing contempt. Can we agree, no matter how far we might diverge at a later point, that the spinal principle of democracy is to place what is common to all men above that which any institution, organization, or group may claim for itself? This is not to deny the claims of superior natural endowment, specialized knowledge, technical skill, or institutional organization. All these may, by democratic permission, play a useful role in the human economy. But democracy consists in giving final authority to the whole rather than the part.
Pause that.
Whoa! Yeah, I mean, he just dropped a pretty important idea. I think this idea that he's talking about, that democracy unleashes what is common to all, right? So this whole idea, right? Obviously, about technique being I mean, a sort of organizer of society, and and as we saw him say, it sort of creates its own sort of social hierarchy, and of course, the hierarchy is created by technical necessity on the one hand, and on the other hand by institutions and organizations.
So this
Right,
is where we the divergence is. Should it be institutionalized or through society? And both of them are wrong, in my opinion, because it's just mob rules. It's all demonocracy is whatever. And most people are so weak and don't have a spiritual faith or anything or any vigor or any way to stand up for themselves, that most people will go with the flow, the mob mentality,
That's
or what everyone
you.
else is thinking. Not me. No, that's what I'm saying is I would never do that. But that's what democracy actually is, in my opinion. There's a bunch of people that are weak following the crowd. So is it really democracy if a bunch of people agree in something immoral? Get on an island. I mean, we watched that. We watched the movie. It's from a long time ago. Piggy got killed, or Piggy. I mean, it's
Lord of the Flies, right?
Yeah, I mean, we watch how that goes when it's time for survival. I mean, this is like easy stuff.
Yeah, it's like man is a social or political animal, so he is driven towards this form of organization. So he seeks common goals, and when there isn't any sort of common goals, right, granted by the democratic institutions, then there'll be other forms of assimilation offered. And he's saying that these technical forms of assimilation, they're sort of anti-democratic. I'm sure that's what he's going to say, but of course that is the main focus of this presentation and of the one of the reading we're doing in ellul. So
for itself. This is not to deny the claims of superior natural endowment, specialized knowledge, technical skill, or institutional organization. All these may, by democratic permission, play a useful role in the human economy. But democracy consists in giving final authority to the whole rather than the part. And only living human beings, as such, are an authentic expression of the whole, whether acting alone or with the help of others. Around this central principle clusters a group of related ideas and practices with a long foreground in history, although they are not always present or present in equal amounts in all societies. Among these items are communal self-government, free communication as between equals, unimpeded access to the common store of knowledge, protection against arbitrary external controls, and a sense of individual moral responsibility for behavior that affects the whole community. All living organisms are in some degree autonomous in that they follow a life pattern of their own, but in man this autonomy is an essential condition for his further development. We surrender some of our autonomy when we're ill or crippled, but to surrender it every day would be to turn life itself into a chronic illness. The best
Do you agree
possible,
that most people in the world do that?
do what?
Surrender their autonomy.
100%.
Yeah, most people in the world are living under the rule of technical necessity.
Yeah.
Right.
So he's saying chronic illness, like literally that's part of it.
That's you. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. That's us. Right.
Yeah. No, I'm saying like that's
all
what
of
a
us.
lot of people do. They surrender their autonomy because either they don't have to me, in my opinion, they don't have faith.
Right.
They don't have faith because we've lost faith.
Right, but how much faith could you have to, like, not to make most of the technology that's used optional, right? The use of most of the technology is not optional, right? So I mean, most people are conditioned, right, to a certain degree, and yeah, that is just the life we live with, right? So I mean, what does true freedom look like, right? Well, he defined certain qualities of democracy, right? Sort of common goal, right? I mean, all that sort of stuff, a common direction, and all of that. So
Yeah, I mean, but we can all agree that like the common direction is not always the right direction. So like, if you want to be an outlier in life, if you want to be, do you want to be normal? Do you want to be, or do you want to be special or someone different? Like, to me, when someone says you're weird, I think that's a great thing, because I'm not like you, and I'm not going to think like you, and most of society is thought this way. And so when this democracy, quote unquote, happens, it's kind of like pretty sad and asinine and like and retarded, because most of the people can't really think for themselves because they have little to no faith in anything else. If they don't have faith in themselves, that's me. That's why I'm saying
That's
exactly.
you. That's why you have a wig on right now. That's you.
No, I believe.
Are we not going to
I'm
address the fact that you're sitting here with a wig on?
I'm being.
We're just going
I'm
to pretend
playing
that's not happening.
Okay, and you're actually proving my point, is that I'm being weird and doing something different. So
No, it's not different. It's pretty
So
gay.
he confirmed it?
So
Yeah, no, that's Pi. This is
That
Mr.
sounded
Pi
like
with a
an
wig on.
admission of confirmation.
This is Mr. Pi with a wig and glasses.
It's Surfer
Hello?
Boy. Surfer Boy.
Yeah, it's Surfer Boy. He's playing a character. Hello?
yeah, futuristic cell phone.
Hello?
Are we just going to pretend this is not real?
Okay,
saying.
so all right, you're right. You call me out on
Just take the fucking wig off and take the glasses off and sit and have a conversation if that's what you're going to do. It's ridiculous.
All right, let's see it. Can it not be funny?
It's not funny.
Can we
We're
not
in a
have a
fucking
joke?
technological battleground, bro. All right? What do you do with wigs and glasses to play it with us, bro?
Because I was probably
It's fucking
funny.
ridiculous.
Do you not think things
It's
are
not
funny?
funny. No, I don't think anything's funny anymore, right? No fucking happiness.
Okay, you don't seem fun, so that's cool. That's part of the problem as well.
I'm not fun. The world's descending into fucking shit, all right? We're trying to solve problems with knowledge.
I don't believe that.
Well, that's why you're the problem.
No,
people like you are the problem. Everything's a fucking game. You fucking jabbed up goon.
No, absolutely not. You retard. I got my fucking.
Let's not go there. We're gonna get the stream canceled. There's too many important stuff we talked about already.
You assume too much, but you talk too much too. You're like maybe
I assume
more,
too much.
You're maybe more of a conspiracy theorist than me, but probably not actually.
Break it down. Break it down. What do you know about the technology? Let's go back to the technology.
The technology. So what I think is happening right now, I think the entire financial system is changing. I believe in Q, by the way. So
Did you say Q or cube?
Q. And I've seen the patterns for like the last. I got sober, something shit happened to me. I had a fucking dream, and all this shit happened to me. And so I see things differently than most people. And I think everything is like literally running out on this timeline that's going to be beautiful. Whether you believe it or not, that's up to you. I think things are panning out beautifully. And everything that I said as a conspiracy theorist starting in 2019 or whatever has come true. So I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy realist. So everything that I've said and done, I've been right about. So
yeah. Here's the thing, Mr. Pye.
At this point,
Dude
I
is a
don't really
prophet.
Yeah, here's the thing, Mr. Pye. I'll lay something on the table for you right now, right? It's not that, you know, I don't appreciate you. I totally appreciate you, but these streets are full of a LARP campaign. I mean, and so as it behooves us, right? There are certain, you know, scenarios that have worked themselves out, right, between you and Rose and Jack Talcott and Landry, right? And yeah, we're not really in a great position with a lot of people on the interwebs right now, or at least they don't have a very high opinion of us here, right? So just to let you know, this is a sort of the status here, right? But yeah, so so yeah, just to let you know, I greatly appreciate your time. But yeah, blessings. And we'll check this out. Yeah, I think this is interesting. Yeah, this chronic illness. So Pye's not buying it. So let's see if let's see if Mumford can sell him some of this doomers.
And here I am consciously treading on contested ground, is one that calls for an ever greater degree of self-realization, self-direction, self-expression. In this sense, personality, once the exclusive attribute of kings, belongs on democratic theory to every man. Life itself, in its fullness and richness, cannot be delegated. In framing this provisional definition, I trust that I have not, for the sake of agreement, left out anything important. Democracy, in the primal sense I shall use the term, is necessarily most visible in relatively small communities and groups whose members meet frequently, face to face, interact freely, and are known to each other as persons. As soon as large numbers are involved, democratic association must be supplemented by a more abstract, depersonalized form. Historic experience shows that it is much easier to wipe out democracy by an institutional arrangement that gives authority only to those at the apex of the social hierarchy than it is to incorporate democratic practices into a well-organized system under centralized direction, which achieves the highest degree of...
Yeah, so this was actually noticed by Machiavelli as well. Right, in the book *The Prince* by Machiavelli, right, he points out two forms of government, right, the one in France and also the caliphate of the Turks, right, and he says the caliphate of the Turks, being governed by a central authority, right, one would have to remove the central authority of the caliphate, right, but none of the lower people in charge could be turned against the leader, right? Now for the French system, right, the ministers share powers with the ruler, right? And they're if you get a group of these of these ministers and diplomats together, you can overturn power, right? So the system is harder to take over, right? Because just because it loses a central authority, right, it won't collapse the system, right? But it's easier to infiltrate, right? Whereas the caliphate is harder to infiltrate, right? But once it, once the top of it falls, it's gone, right? So this is an important distinction there, right? So let's go in.
Of mechanical efficiency, when those who work for it have no mind or purpose of their own. Now, the tension between small-scale association and large-scale organization, between personal autonomy and institutional regulation.
Okay, so what happens when large-scale institutions, right, take over, right? Obviously, democracy works better in small groups, right? So this is actually a real thing, right? You'll see, like, if you're trying to make a decision, the more people you add to the decision-making process, the longer it'll take, right? And the more people will be dissatisfied, right, if you leave them out of the final decision, right? So the best thing that works in democracy is unanimous decision-making, but that really only works in small groups, right? The larger group you get, the harder it is to get a unanimous decision, right? You have to make concessions, and then obviously there's going to be people that aren't satisfied, right? So this is the thing about large groups and democracies, right?
Regulation between remote control and diffused local intervention has now created the critical situation that has brought us together for discussion, let us hope democratic discussion, today. If our eyes had been opened, we might have long ago have discovered this conflict was deeply embedded in technology itself. I wish it were possible to characterize technics with as much hope of getting assent, with whatever quizzical reserves you may still have, as in this description of democracy. But the very title of this paper is, I confess, a controversial one. And I cannot go far in my analysis without drawing on interpretations that have not yet been adequately published, still less widely discussed or rigorously criticized and evaluated. My thesis, to put it bluntly, is that from late Neolithic times in the Near East, right down to our own day, two technologies have recurrently existed side by side. One authoritarian, the other democratic. The first system-centered, immensely powerful, but inherently unstable. The other, man-centered, relatively weak, but resourceful.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that sounds like bullshit to me.
Why?
It's because he's using like terminology that's like made up. So,
what terminology did he use that's made up?
He said authoritarianism to democratic, like as in there's one or the other, and if you believe that, then you're living in the facade of the matrix of the bullshit. Like,
yeah, sure. Yeah, I think it's interesting what he said about the title of the paper, being controversial, right? Because because the counterintuitive nature of the authoritarian and democratic techniques arising together. So that's kind of what Mr. Pi is referring to as sort of the paradoxical nature of them arising together, right? So it seems counterintuitive. So let's see what actually what Mumford is saying, because obviously he talks about techniques and how they've played a central role in civilization, and now he's sort of made the claim that parallel techniques, both democratic and authoritarian, have arisen together in the scale of civilization. So
wait, hold on. I want to talk to Lotus Evolution. Rant is right about this guy. How so? How so?
Because you're kind of stupid. I'm not trying to be mean, but you're kind of slow.
How so?
Because you think that from listening to like one statement of Mumford.
Hold on.
So I'm stupid because I have one statement a month or, and you have like what, an electrician degree, you can barely fucking speak English, you don't even have an accent, you sound like an AI robot, you're a fucking retard. So now you're calling me stupid.
Right.
Yeah,
right. But Mr. Pi, you sound like a fucking retard right now, and you were sent in here to troll the show by.
No,
I wasn't. Yeah, you were. You were sent in to troll the show by Landry.
This
and
is
all
how
these people.
stupid you are. Why? I'm not sent by anybody. I never.
Right, but this is how stupid you are. You half listened to the last show that we made. You're not listening to what to what's coming out of the mouth of Mumford. right? You're not being respectful to our program, and now you're insulting my friend, right? So do you have
No,
a
he
reason
just
why you're
called
doing
me
all that?
fucking stupid. Are you talking
Yeah,
about?
but you are fucking stupid because you critiqued a statement that Mumford made, right? And
Oh,
Mumford's a
so
genius,
Mumford,
and you're a fucking
Mumford,
retard.
so
Right,
Mumford
right. He's smarter
is.
than you. Right, right. Mumford is smarter than you, and you're insulting my friends now. Right, you're coming
No,
on the show.
no, he
So it makes
insulted
me
me
think that you're
first.
sent in here by somebody, right?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, right, right. Right, you just happen to watch the last show and you know about his degrees and all that stuff, and you know about all this information now, right? You just know about all that, right? So you didn't
Dude.
study the last show before you came in here.
No, I didn't. I haven't been here for a while.
You sound like a fucking moron. Just shut the fuck up and let me finish my presentation, all right? Thank you.
And durable. If I am right, we are now approaching a point at which, unless we radically alter our present course, our surviving democratic techniques will be completely suppressed or supplanted. So that every...
By the way, this is the guy they sent to go get the hard drive for Jack Talcott. With Rose 777 and Landry, this fucking loser right here. So obviously he knows all these people.
Rude to you,
He knows all these people in real life. He knows all these people in real life. That's why he wants to talk over me on my own show. Is there any reason you want to talk over me? Is there any reason you want to fucking talk over me over here? Are you that fucking dense and stupid? You're never going to be allowed on the show anymore if you continue to talk over me. Do you understand what the fuck I'm saying now?
I don't care. Do I?
All right, then get the fuck out of here if you don't care. Get the fuck out of here, boy. Stupid son of a bitch. All right, go back to your host state show, right, where they make dick jokes all day and they have fake debates. Right, you're not ready for the real game here. I mean, fucking what a cocksucker, dude. That guy danced as a gay stripper, and he admitted that online. The guy's a gay loser. Right. I mean, this is what's going on here. I mean, right. I mean, it's just sad that we have to be entertained by the fucking peanut gallery. Right. I mean, maybe we should put $1 bill in his fucking panties. Right. And slap him on the cheeks and send him on his way. Right. Mr. Sweet Cheeks over here. Right. What a fucking clown. Right. Go act and LARP somewhere else.
Yeah, I want to say something. I'm sorry, Rand. You were right from the start. I apologize for, that.
Absolutely.
We know, the usual characters around these.
Yeah. I mean, I
streets.
kind of knew he was
Sorry,
joking,
bro.
but the fact that he studied the
I
last
love you,
show.
Avian Buddha.
What was that, Rand?
I said it's okay. I still love you, Avian Buddha.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I try to be honest, to the best of my ability. I mean, that's what I try to do.
Yeah, we got like 20 minutes left of the show, so I please, I gotta get through this stuff. So this is just what's gonna happen. I don't have time for his bullshit. So
Residual autonomy will be wiped out, or will be permitted only as a playful device of government, like national balloting for already chosen leaders in totalitarian countries. The data on which...
By the way, the gay troll who came in here, right? The gay troll stripper who came in here, who goes around and LARPs offline with the people and shows up on IRL streams, right? With the Modern Men Lost Again guy, right? Bro, you're an absolute LARPer actor. You've been an actor ever since the first time you came on this stream, playing different characters. Dude, like, the improv show is over. You guys' improv show fucking sucks. Anybody who thinks it's good comedy is a fucking cocksmoker. Okay? You guys don't talk about anything substantial. You lie to children. People that are 18-year-old and younger watch that shit. Watch you make all those gay jokes. All right? You guys are sickening fucks. All right? Promoting pedo shit, and this is the kind of LARP you guys are engaged in, with the Thorpe family and all that kind of stuff. Dude, you are sickening people. You guys should be ashamed of yourself. You guys are disgusting. All right, man. I'd love to catch you motherfuckers in the real world. Honestly, dude, be interesting time.
this thesis is based are familiar to most of you, but their significance has, I believe, been overlooked. What I would call democratic techniques is
we
the
shouldn't overlook that
small-scale
last
method
point he
of
made, though.
production,
I mean,
resting
Mumford.
mainly
How
yeah.
autonomy becomes like a kind of playful thing where you get to put in ballots for leaders that have already been chosen. Like, hello.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let me go back like
10, 15 seconds.
yeah, let
that's
me go
plenty.
back like a minute. Yeah.
one authoritarian, the other democratic. The first system-centered, immensely powerful, but inherently unstable. The other man-centered, relatively weak, but resourceful and durable. If I am right, we are now approaching a point at which, unless we radically alter our present course, our surviving democratic techniques will be completely suppressed or supplanted, so that every residual autonomy will be wiped out, or will be permitted only as a playful device of government, like national balloting for already chosen leaders in totalitarian countries. The data on which this thesis is based are familiar to most of you, but their significance has, I believe, been overlooked. What I would call democratic techniques is the small-scale method of production, resting mainly on human skill and animal energy, but always, even when employing machines and extra animal power, remains under the active direction of the craftsman or the farmer, each group developing its own gifts through appropriate arts and social ceremonies, as well as making discreet use of the gifts of nature. This technology had limited horizons of achievement, but just because of its wide diffusion and its modest demands, it had great powers of adaptation and recuperation. Till now, this democratic tactics has underpinned and firmly supported every historic culture and redeemed the constant tendency of authoritarian techniques to misapply its powers. Even when paying tribute to the most oppressive totalitarian regime, there yet remained within the workshop or the farmyard some degree of autonomy, selectivity, creativity. No royal mace, no slave driver's whip, no bureaucratic directive.
So he's saying that this whole idea of like these large states like Rome and Babylon, right, where they have these large lands, right, they have slave labor, right, they have this huge, structure, right, that this is an inherently authoritarian system. What separates it from a democratic system is techniques, right, in terms of, you look at Athens, it's a small polis, right? There's a harmony between man and nature. Between the city and the countryside, so on and so forth, right? So there's this, so we're trying to get to, what he's actually saying, right? If the sort of gay LARPers will allow us to, right? And of course, this guy started lying about me in the chat and started making up all this information. He's definitely sent by a lot of people, and right? And we saw him LARP on stage, so it means that we're doing something right if people get sent into the show, right, to sort of disrupt the flow of what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, it
so,
seems to come in like in patterns, like cycles.
Exactly.
Like, oh,
Yeah,
it's time
exactly.
to mess with TML today, so let's do that.
Yeah, and it's always a different guy that comes up and shows their true colors, right?
Yep.
You know what I mean? Here's Mr. Pie here. You are a wife beater. So this is what he has to say about me, right? So of course they'll do all their little tricks.
Of course, they'll go back to that every time.
Right.
Like
So
when they literally got nothing else, they
Right.
go back to that.
Right. So you don't have anything to say about Mumford. You don't have anything to say about Avia. Oh, now I'm a wife beater.
I'm
right?
offended.
Okay. Exactly.
I'm offended because I'm a Sicilian and we wear wife beaters, and they named our T-shirts wife beaters because we beat our wives so much. Apparently.
I mean, this is
Sad
just silly.
trombone, yo.
This is just crazy stuff, dude. So Mr. Pi, you got caught LARPing, you got caught lying, you got caught making up information. You're the one who admitted you were a gay stripper online, all right? When people made up information about me online, I denied it. That was you saying you were a gay stripper, right? So, that's recorded, Mr. Pi, right? So it is what it is that you worked at Chippendales, right? And this was your life, right? And of course they're all drug dealers, right? Mr. Pi growing weed. I mean, Flow State selling meth, right? Landry, the Freemason.
Is he selling it
right?
or just smoking?
Yeah, these guys are great because they're Freemasons and they're part of the Proud Boys and they're selling meth and they're LARPing online. So they're great people. They're great people. In real life.
Are they selling it or just doing it?
I bet Meth is doing it because he's getting his holes plugged while he's being a gay stripper. All right, so that's my theory on it. He's probably getting the meth from Flow State, and they're probably having sex with each other. Honestly, this is probably what's going on. Like real
Probably.
talk. Like
its imprint on the textiles of Damascus or the pottery of 5th century Athens.
Now, this is quite a different sort of view from, ellul, that the sort of appearance of technics in the world was sort of sudden, right? So the sudden rise of authoritarian techniques, right, in our modern age, right? Sort of, ellul felt that there were systems holding them back, right, and his sort of historical critiques. So it's interesting. I would definitely wonder what the sort of conversations they had. Obviously, ellul quotes Mumford extensively, right? I don't know of that many instances where Mumford is talking about ellul, right?
They're contemporary too, so
yeah, I haven't seen that yet, but yeah.
If this democratic techniques goes back to the earliest use of tools, authoritarian techniques is a much more recent achievement. It begins around the 4th millennium BC in a new configuration of mechanical invention, scientific observation, and centralized political control that gave rise to the peculiar mode of life we may now identify, without eulogy, as civilization. Under the new institution of kingship, activities that had been scattered, diversified, cut to the human measure, were united on a monumental scale into an entirely new kind of theological, technological, mass organization. In the person of an absolute ruler, whose word was law, cosmic powers came down to earth, mobilizing and unifying the efforts of thousands of men.
Okay, so look, that is all we'll have for today with that. Let me move to ellul here, right? And of course, he starts with this quote, good methods bring about good structures, which I compared to, the quote by Machiavelli, right? Where there are good arms, there are good laws. So I leave aside the laws to talk about the arms, right? So he said, good methods bring about good structures, right? It kind of sounds like the same type of concept. He says, these factors doom parliamentary government, right? Because it becomes about techniques and not choices, right? Okay, which is burdened with considerable excess baggage, which hinders technical progress, the numerous persons involved in decision-making. Okay, so the prolonging of the decision-making process, right, through the democratic techniques, right? This is a key thing, right? Which is burdened with the excess baggage, which hinders technical progress, the numerous persons involved in decision-making, the ponderousness and slowness of democratic mechanisms,
the complete inability of a representative assembly to apply political technique, the frequent turnover in parliamentary personnel, in contrast to the stability of the technicians in the service of the administration. As a result of these factors, technical advance gradually invades the state. Okay. Okay. Which in turn compelled to assume forms and adopt institutions favorable to this advance. The importance of commissions, quote unquote, in French parliamentary life is already recognized, and it might be added that these commissions have clearly got out of hand. In the United States, the system of lobbyists, a group of individuals who hang about the corridors of Congress, Jays, right, assumes liaison between the legislative organ and the technical organ. Right, all the great American corporations and technical groups have representatives accredited to Washington who are in charge with looking after the interests, not necessarily in the capitalist sense of the groups they represent in the legislative branch. Okay, so check it out, right? In French parliamentary life, they have commissions, right? The American corporations have, representatives in Congress, right? Which are the lobbyists. So he's saying that the technical advance assures that the corporate side has liaisons in the government, right? So this is one of the features that, where technical advancement sort of starts to supersede and undercut, those democratic institutions. Okay. So there's one refutation of the gay LARPer, right? Let's see if there's any more. Of course, he couldn't have a respectful discussion, right? So we could could have calmly explained these things, right? The system is perfectly legal in the United States and allows the retention of some connection between politicians, right? Who are more and more detached from reality. Right, in the technical conditions of life, such institutions represent very weak modes of adaptation. It is certain that modern state will eventually be compelled to total adaptation. Total adaptation may come through a revolution, such as the one in which created the Hitler state. It may be, however, that the Constitution will not undergo even the slightest of alterations, and that the whole problem will be reduced to the elimination of political powers, which will have become purely formal, a mere matter of show. The conclusion seems unavoidable, that this is a road upon which our democracies have already entered. But if the state adapts itself completely to technical necessities and becomes nothing but a huge machine, will it be recognizably a state? Let us first of all remark that the question in no sense presupposes a theory of a technological state. Things happen today in the political sphere without the benefit of the minutest theory. There is no longer the question of a state in the classic sense. To think otherwise is a laughable error on the part of the majority of those who talk about the state, be they philosophers, theologians, publicists, politicians, or professors of constitutional law. They are speaking of the state in terms of forms appropriate to the state of the 19th century or the state of Napoleon. The situation today is radically different. The political power is no longer precisely a classical state. It will be less and less so. It is an amalgam of organizations with a greatly reduced organism for making decisions. Reduced because in the interplay of techniques, decision-making has less and less place. The situation is comparable to the elimination by the automatic machine of the individual, who retains no function except that of inspecting the machine and seeing that it remains in working order. The political power is like any well-adjusted organization, which functions with a minimum of decision-making. Okay, and the whole point of technique is to eliminate choice, right? One of the features of technical necessity is automation of choice, right? As Ellul explains in an earlier chapter, right? And he says such an organization is not too rigid and knows of itself how to adapt to the current problems. We are admittedly not yet in this situation. And of course, he was writing this in 1964. Right, but we are rapidly approaching it. Okay, this is the state form which Lenin forecast for the socialist world. The state, quote unquote, he said, quote, will be reduced to a consensus taking and statistics, unquote. Okay, and I'm gonna also compare this with Stalin's statement, right? That was quoted earlier in the book, right? That the development of the industrial society is the only thing that's necessary, right, for the advancement of socialism, right? That it itself engenders all the centralizing effects, right? Okay, such an organization is too rigid and knows of itself how to adapt to current problems. We are admittedly not yet in this situation, but we are rapidly approaching it. Blah blah blah. Lenin, okay, excuse me. Lenin of necessity described the future role of the state in very summary fashion. The techniques of organization were not yet developed in 1920. But what he discerned is exactly what we observe in the outline today. Behind the old-fashioned Republican mask, it is not necessary that such a society will be socialist. What seems to be important is that the state Lenin foresaw and the purely technological state which modern organizations imply are in fact identical. Okay, this is the last paragraph, and then we'll conclude this this part of the live recording. I have some interesting recordings that I'm going to play for you guys in a second here, including a very important show that me and Buddha did earlier. That such a state is socialist is debatable. That it is technical, a statement not intended as a theory, is not debatable. At this very moment, technical synthesis could bring about the total elimination of the state in the traditional sense. The framework in which society exists could get along well enough without the traditional state and perhaps even do better without it. The technological state corresponds, okay, and think about it, that's exactly what libertarians are demanding, right? Right, they're like, let's just get rid of the state. Right, so it's just funny, right? The technological state corresponds directly to the modern society itself, since it is technically constructed and exists at the very soul of men who worship efficiency, order, and speed. The classical state corresponds to vanished forces of an entirely different nature. All right, so we'll look at the political doctrines next time on Wednesday. And yeah. Yeah, so that's pretty much it, folks. But yeah, we will have some pretty significant I think replays here, so it is what it is. And of course I'll play some music. But yeah, maybe I'll drop the link. Any more gay trolls want to come up? Let's see what happens soon.
Sheesh.
They got everything to talk about except for Mumford, right? It's like he said everything about everybody except for Mumford, right? He's got nothing to say about Mumford's actual ideas, right? So this is
He was
actually
saying it
incredible.
was made up. Mumford was making up stuff or whatever,
Right, but
and he didn't
how
even
did he know
prove it.
that, right?
Just talking out of
The
his ass,
dude
bro.
came on
Yeah.
with a spiel, bro, and
He came out with
dropped
a
his
spiel.
and then he ran out of spiel and fell apart.
Right.
Who the
Like,
fuck has a wig anyway, just sitting in their house as a grown ass man? I'm just saying.
definitely sus.
He got that wig from like the Actors Guild.
It's like they got a fucking arsenal of actor material over there at the fucking Talcott Psyop fucking guild.
Maybe he made Landry wear the wig. I don't know, man. Some freaky stuff going on over there, man. In LARPland.
The wig with the clown makeup and all that shit.
This shit is getting weirder by the year, bro.
Yeah, I pissed a lot of people off online recently. So it is what it is.
I think I pissed them off too by talking
Right,
to them.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they're mad at Avian too, just for hanging out with me, I guess. So it is what it is.
It's so funny he was denying that he didn't watch the other show.
Right,
Even though
exactly, right.
He already he outed himself. Like,
You gave
come
the
on,
narrative. You gave the exact narrative from the other show. Like, what are you talking about, man? It's like, dude, did you study the other show? Like, this is what I'm talking about, dude. I'm like, dude, you studied that shit like before you came on. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, you
that
know
was
what I mean?
his assignment, I guess.
Right. No, but I think he was watching Flow State side. So this is the thing. They had this
Right.
retarded narrative that I said, the machine life says we can't control technology, but once we pick up this pen and use it. That was their entire argument. Oh my God! All right, dude, listen to my opening statement again. You're, you know, and then give yourself a lobotomy, right? Because I never said that, right?
I had to leave when he was talking about the pen, but it's like, well, how'd that pen come about? Where'd the pen come from?
Oh my God! Just a mountain of stupidity that they laid before us, right? Depending that they could, pretending, excuse me, that they could debate, right? So they could debate anything, right? Right. Yeah. So yeah, sometimes I gotta go on these other panels, and then I tell them certain things, and then they claim no, that's not true, and I say you're a liar, and then they say I mean, and then I say, well, you're fucked up in the head, you're probably retarded, right? And then we get back and forth, and I say, well, I'm definitely smarter than you, so I think you just made those things up, and then we get back and forth, and then I tell them to produce proof of what they've said, and then they come and call me intellectually dishonest, and they make up names about me, and yeah, so this is a key thing. So it's a cycle that I've tolerated.
Cycle of clowns.
Their goal is to catch the one or two people that don't watch your show and just tuned in and don't actually know you, right? And basically gaslight the audience. It's not about you,
right,
per se.
Oh yeah, and also to
gatekeep.
No, and also to dick ride these other grifters. Like, for example, they took my name off of the critique they were doing, and they put at the Crucible on it to let them know that they were critiquing things in their favor, right? So so this is the kind of people that we're dealing with. People that will dick ride bigger content creators, right? Put at the Crucible, right? And at these Orthodox Christians when you're a libertarian douchebag, right? Oh yeah, you're gonna promote these Orthodox Christians, right? Because you're such a dick riding scumbag, right? So this is the thing is like, so this is what they put on their show, right? Their fake show, right? And of course, we've attacked everyone, right? We've attacked all sides, right? The liberals, the conservatives, the Christians, the atheists, right? And people can't stand it. Right? This is the problem, right? They can't offer an honest critique. But yeah, on their show, yeah, this is what they did. They try to shout out these bigger name people, and yeah.
DK Scarcity wants to come on. You gonna let him on, or you're on bad terms with him? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'll let him on. Just don't explode at me and start yelling at me. I'll kick you off from it.
Really, this is my introduction. Awesome.
Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, last time you started screaming at me at the top of your lungs.
We only argued about one thing, and that's it. I won't go into
so
that.
if you
Yeah,
start screaming at me,
I won't go into that.
yeah, if you start screaming at me and start talking over me, I mean, I can't handle that. So we gotta move on because there's only so much time in the day, so I can't spend time trying to figure out what I'm gonna say, collect my words, because I have shit to say. So I'm just gonna move on with what I have to say. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, welcome to the show.
Angry with me. Yep.
Look, you saw the behavior. It was very similar to what you did to what this guy did. Just explode and start yelling a bunch of insults. It's like, all right, dude, you can go have a good day then. Go talk to yourself.
The difference is you know that it's because I just get drunk and do it. You've
Right.
known me long enough. Like, holy crap, when I'm in a state where I can actually hold a conversation with you, and when I can't.
Yeah, it's cool.
This is my Sunday. This is after I've already done my Rumble show. That went for like 4-something hours. And so now it's like I generally jump on your show every Sunday after I finish my show. I don't think you realize it. I think last week is the only time I didn't do it because you were shitty with me.
Yeah, I mean that's your opinion. I mean the whole world could be shitty to you. I mean this is the thing. It's like every time you stub your toe,
shitty with me.
Yeah, I mean every time you stub your toe, the world's shitty to you.
Me to die.
Oh come on! Every time you stub your toe, the world's shitty. Yeah, every time you stub your toe, the world's shitty to you. This is how it works.
Yeah.
On,
I'm
dude.
a victim. Everything is everyone else's fault, and they're doing shit to just me.
Who's saying that? Me or you? You're the one complaining.
I'm not complaining.
All right then.
I was stating facts. I wasn't complaining at all.
What's the fact? You got 0 facts. What's the fact?
Dude.
The fact is, this nigga drunk.
Right. I did start an argument with you about shit. And to be honest, I did not even go look anything up because I didn't want to prolong it. I didn't want to make it a thing. So I looked nothing up. I just let the whole thing go. I just waited a couple of weeks. That's it.
I don't.
That's it. That's it. Like, serious. I let the whole thing go. That was it.
Yeah, cool. You should have You could have showed up the next day. The problem is if you don't have any proof of what you're saying, then I'm not going to hear you
I
out.
know. That's what I said. I didn't go looking for it. I said shit while drunk. You're right. See, I actually fully acknowledge and accept that. I said shit while drunk, and I just left and haven't been in contact with you for 2 weeks until the OTW's channel last night.
DK, can you do something for me, bro? Can you say they're taking the hobbits to Isengard?
Which accent would you like me to use?
Just that one.
They're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
Perfect.
You like it? Cool.
Clip that, I guess.
Honestly, my
You're good.
throat's just about stuffed. I used to be able to sing, but I was screaming at people on Telegram last night. I wrecked my throat yet again. Yes, I usually go to Telegram to scream at people, not YouTube. On Telegram, I don't really get in trouble and no one else does. So I do apologize for the last time, TML.
Yeah, it's all good, man. Like I said, like, you know, like I didn't hold it against you. It's just, you know, you just show up the next day. It's just, you know, the
Yeah, no,
information is critical.
honestly, I was like, oh, dude, I think he's really shitty. I'll just distance myself for a bit. I'll come back later. I think everything will be okay. But yeah,
That's what some people think. You know, like that's what a lot of these guys like. Some of these guys, like Flow State and this guy, Mr. Pine, they're thinking, "Oh yeah, we'll just distance ourselves." No, that's not gonna work this time.
Hey, Neuro, dude, we were on Neurojack's channel when that happened. Neurojack banned me from his Discord, made me not a moderator anymore. That Neurojack actually did more than you did. Neuro went nuts at me over that one. Like serious, he banned me from his Discord channel.
I think everybody does at some point.
That I'm nuts, but it's usually because I'm drunk.
Interesting.
I accept it. Yeah, but I accept it though. Most people don't realize.
When I was an alcoholic, I used to get arrested a lot. This is like that version of it.
You been to jail, bro?
You know, I'm just saying when you get alcoholism, right? It leads to like incarceration, and this is just basically digital incarceration for your obnoxious alcoholic behavior.
Dude, so you went to jail.
Versus incarceration.
Wait, hang on. So you went to jail?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So did I. I went to jail for selling weed. I'd been selling weed for 9 years before they got me.
One time I got drunk and beat up a movie attendant.
Yeah, I don't get violent. Hey, I don't get violent when I get drunk. I'm just a dickhead. I don't get violent.
Well, I wasn't violent until they told me to shut the fuck up in the movie theater.
You beat up someone. That is violent.
Yeah. Well, listen, I was watching a movie, right? And the attendant, the guy that worked there, right, came down the aisle and told me and my boy to shut the fuck up. And we weren't talking. So I jumped out of my seat and beat the shit out of him all the way to the popcorn machine. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I wasn't originally
violent. It's the gun like 3 seats in front of us.
I wasn't originally violent.
Instead, you committed a crime.
That's right, because the alcohol, you know what I mean, clouded my judgment.
Don't give me that shit, bro.
Well, look what it does to you. I'm just saying.
I know.
I'm saying
I still accept everything I do.
I understand your problem, right? Your problem is you have an alcohol problem.
You are the one that doesn't accept what you do.
I absolutely accept it.
So you
I was drunk.
are the one.
My judgment was skewed.
Shut out of that guy.
He deserved it.
See?
You know what I mean? You gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself.
No, I don't use alcohol as an excuse very often.
Yeah, you do.
No, not very often. I drink.
I mean, you've been doing it all night.
I drink all the fucking time. Every once in a while, it's like, oh fuck, I drank too much. I don't remember shit. fuck.
I'm
What
just
the fuck
saying,
happened
you're
last
probably
night?
not a bad guy. You just got an alcohol problem.
Dude, I might have an asshole online problem.
Maybe.
What's
You
the
become an
difference?
asshole when you drink alcohol online.
No, well, I'm meaning other people that I talk to. Everyone's an asshole but me. Screw you.
I'm just saying.
Hey, the simple fact is, don't turn this into a fucking shit. What do they call it? Yeah, no, I don't care. Go fuck yourselves. You're not gonna try and sit there and talk to me about drinking.
You sound like
when
you sound like
there
you just got
was
pulled over.
actually a conversation before this. Stop making it about me. I didn't want this.
I was agreeing with you, and I was just trying to say, you know, like I myself have fallen to these demons of alcohol myself, right? That's all I was saying, but you just can't get it.
Yeah. Yeah, but here's the thing, DK. There was no conversation before this. We were just simply wrapping up the show here because it's 6 hours into the stream. So yeah.
I'm sorry. Did I turn up right at the end? My bad.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know it's earlier over there. Yeah, I know it's like. Yeah, what time is it over there? It's the morning, right? So it's not your fault.
No, it's like 7 p.m.
Exactly. So. Yeah, so don't worry about it. But yeah, it is pretty late in the stream. And I have been streaming a lot this week. Like I did an extra 3-hour stream. Where me, Rant, Pinoid, Avian, we smashed a bunch of people. You know, let me send you guys a link here.
As I said, if you ever won that, hook me up. You know that I'm the best at taking down idiots online.
Yeah, we're gonna see where Mr. Pie turns up next. Figure out this dude schedule, for sure. When is he working at the gay club? And then we'll try to fit him in. So yeah, let me put this link here. So, YouTube municipal trash department. Actually, I should put stream. Stream on Cyber Caliphate. All right. So DK,
So
you got to entertain these people, or I'm going to shut it down. It is what it is.
Okay.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
These people. Right. So, what would we like to be talking about? Like, TML is actually quite correct. Because I stream 24/7 myself on D-Live, I can actually do this. And that's why he gets annoyed that I talk too much and talk over him. Because I am actually used to being the only person who's talking. So yeah, this is why he's letting me do this. But to be honest, I'm hoping this is a good idea. Let's see how it goes. Alright, so does anyone have, and let's change things up a little bit. Does anyone have any current news that they would like to bring up? Any recent crazy ass thing that they've found? Is there anything you would like to bring up? Because as soon
What do
as
you know
someone
about
brings up a
Atlas?
topic, sorry?
What do you know about Atlas 3i?
No, it's AI3 Atlas or something. And it's because
Yeah, what do you know about it?
Artificial interterrestrial number 3. See, there is actually a reason that it's given that designation. And the thing is, NASA keeps telling NASA, my favorite gay space agency. NASA keeps saying that it keeps changing direction. It's the size, it's heading for Earth. It changed direction. It's gonna slingshot around that planet. Then it's heading for Earth. But everything about anything that comes from NASA is as gay as NASA.
What do you think it is?
So you're assuming there is something because NASA told you.
No, I'm just saying, what do you think it is?
No, you're assuming that there is something because NASA told you there's something. There is
What I'm
nothing.
saying is,
No, there is
what do you
nothing.
think?
It's all bullshit.
So, what do you think they're gonna do with this story? Is it a psyop?
Oh yeah, fully. Yeah, it'll narrowly miss our planet, and I don't know, another year or something. It'll narrowly miss us.
So, what's the purpose of the psyop?
To keep you scared. Same as the purpose of every psyop that there is.
Why would we be scared of something that's going to nearly miss?
Because you don't know that it's going to nearly miss. You've been told it's going to hit you.
What I mean, when they say nearly miss, they mean like by bajillions of
I
miles.
said they're going to say that afterwards. They're going to tell you it's trying to hit you. It's on a collision course with the Earth. Oh, wait, suddenly it turned and went round Jupiter. Oh, but it only did that because it's slingshotting round Jupiter to pick up extra speed, and now it's shooting straight at Earth.
Yeah, but they was like taking pictures of it.
I know I sound
Right.
drunk, but being drunk, I'm still one of the smartest people on the planet. So please,
I don't even believe in
excuse
space.
So please excuse my slurring. My brain still actually works when I'm drunk, because I've been drunk since I was 13. I'm
The
not
whole
one of
time?
these people. I know. Right? So my brain actually works better after drinks. People don't realize this.
I get it. You just have a hard time saying
I
the
just
intelligent
slur
word.
more when I speak.
I get it. So, like, they're taking pictures of it, right? But I don't believe in space. So
Who
what are
is?
they taking pictures of
Who's
exactly?
taking pictures of it?
Oh, like Mumbai.
You mean like NASA and space agencies that want
No, it was
funding
discovered.
from
It was
that want
discovered by
funding
Africa.
from the government and taxpayers because they're faking
Yo,
bullshit all around the world.
Africa found it. All right. It wasn't NASA.
No, dude, you're completely wrong.
It was Africa.
Why is
They discovered it.
NASA the largest purchaser of helium on the planet?
It's because satellites go up in helium balloons and they're stuck to the
You
firmament.
mean satelloons?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, because nothing can get outside of.
The firmament.
Yes, I'm trying to make you say it. I'll see it many times myself. I'm trying to make
Well, I
you
already
say
said it.
So they can't get
I said it
outside of
I said
what?
it twice. The firmament,
Have you?
man.
Nice. Yeah. Excellent. Hey, excellent. Because I believe that as well. I believe everything that we've been fed is complete crap. In fact, I just got sent something on Telegram a couple of days ago, which is they're apparently trying to launch a new space mission, and this dude said in a live conference they'll be the first people to go to the moon. Yeah. In a live conference. I have this saved. In a live conference, he said, this will be the first time man gets to go to the moon. See, this is why TML puts up with me. I may be a bit of a drunken idiot, but I have shitloads of knowledge. And I appreciate it. Thank you, TML. I hope you know that.
Yeah, blessings, DK.
Blessings back, brother. We may disagree about shit, but I don't agree with anyone 100%. So I appreciate TML letting me.
DK, can I get your opinion on something? Like,
Sorry,
I want to view the faces of two people. I want you to tell me if they look human or not. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to hear what you have to say about it. It's two people. I'm going to send you their face. First one is here. See this one? We probably know about him. Just show his face. Still, I want to see what DK says. And then I have one more face to show after that. But you see a lot of elites look like that. I don't know, just something.
Peter Thiel.
Yeah.
You're talking about the well, sorry, sir, excuse me. Yes, I actually have a lot to say about it, but I cannot prove it. So the sorry, excuse me. Sorry. Gas shit. Keep burping. Annoying. Right. So, the mainstream narrative is the fact that it's just the cameras or whatever that are glitching out and it's a Wi-Fi issue. Alright. Have any of you, if you've watched anything I've done, have any of you ever seen my face glitch out like this shit?
No.
Like, it's that simple. Like, if you know real people who stream, have you seen anyone's face glitch out like this? The
No.
answer is no. Yeah, the answer is no. So, this comes down to shit. The four things that I've said. So they're trying to terraform our planet. And that leaves four options. One is it's AI. This is actually the best option, in case you are wondering. If AI's objective is to try and keep you safe, they want you in a smart city so it's easy for them to look after you. That's option one. Option 2 and 3, to be honest, they're the same depending on your belief structure. Aliens or demons is 2 and 3. That soon actually opens something. And these things are not trying to make the world habitable for them. And option 4, that there are actually just psychopathic people out there who want to kill you. Pick which one you think it is.
Can you show the other picture too now? Like, show that other picture that I said. Like,
It's not me sharing the picture. I was only talking.
okay.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's not me doing that shit. Oh, see, I told you. I told you exactly what it is, and there's 4 options. There isn't any other option. Nothing else needs to terraform our planet. Geomodification. Right. When everyone in every country knew what things they could grow in which season, you decided you'd mess with it. Oh yeah, that's definitely helping. If people don't actually see this, they are more blind than I truly realized.
It's just these people tend to look weird, like, you know, Sheldon Adelson and, you know, Peter Thiel.
Well, the thing is, what are you doing to combat it? You're sitting there saying that all these people are bad. What are you doing against the people that are bad?
Well, they don't really even look like people.
The solution, but once you've identified the problem, the solution is more important. What are you doing now? Like, I don't need the problem to be yelled at me 500 times. What's the solution? And I know it's YouTube. Be careful. Don't be a dick. It's all right. I say a lot more on my D Live and things
Well, I think
like that. Just be careful. Remember where you are.
Yes, the solution is, I think, scaling back technology to 1200 AD, making transparent what DARPA has been doing.
You don't know what they had in 1200 AD. Was that before the flood of Noah? Is AI just rediscovered technology?
Yeah, one of the things about the recent skirmishes we had online is that now we've been labeled like conspiracy doomer people or whatever. So there's lots of people coming by.
It's all right. It's all right.
Like this guy here, he says.
Hey,
Yeah.
damn it! I need to get on your channel. Shit. On my D Live channel. Shit. I need to get on there. But if these people want to actually turn up and try and give you shit, like, these people have no idea who they're coming at. Like, I really mean it. I've told you all along, man, I have your back. We've disagreed about shit. But I told you all along, I have your back because you aren't fake. And not being fake matters more than anything else.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, and that's why, you know, honestly,
I
like,
know it's why you still actually talk to me, because
yeah, exactly.
I know I've pissed you off so many times, but I'm not fake.
Yeah, like this dude, Mr. Pie, he only pissed me off once, and I don't ever want to talk to him again. So it is what it is.
That's because he didn't have anything to say beforehand.
Right, exactly. Right.
It's like you actually have to like make some connection before you stop trying to be a dickhead. Like, holy crap. Some people don't understand. It's actually funny as.
Yeah, this dude is like
but does actually fit perfectly. Yes.
Straight fucked, dude. Just angry birds. I mean, looks like totally weird.
Dude, I'm angry as almost every single night. I try to be nice as and get information out during the day. And then as the day goes on, I do get more drunk, and then I just get angrier and angrier as the day goes on.
Yeah, I saw something on a LARP stream that was like, it was Zuckerberg saying that he likes to smoke meats. You guys ever seen this?
No, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, he's like talking about like how much he likes to smoke meats. This is actually true.
See, I was giving someone else, I was giving OTW shit earlier about everything he was saying was like sexual connotation.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Sexual innuendo earlier.
Yeah, that's what this guy sounds like. He's like, I like to smoke meats, is what he says. It's crazy, man. It's like
See, you do, cock smoker. See, that was my response straight away. I bet you do, cock smoker.
Yeah, so this is the video here. So let me show you guys this video.
But you know what I mean? It's like I'm not actually nice about things. It's like my response would have been, I bet you do, cock smoker.
Oh, damn. I think we're not going to make the transition here to trying to share the screen. Fuck.
What?
Yeah, I got to come back.
Is your shit fucking out like mine? Yeah, I'm having a lot of technical.
Yeah, my shit's flicking out. I'll be right back.
OBS is screwing out on me quite a lot lately, man. Like, serious, OBS keeps screwing me over. Anyway, hey Avian, hey Lone Wolf. I don't think I actually took the time to say hi to you two guys. So I got caught up just trying to apologize to TML. Yeah, because I screwed up. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Not much. I'll probably start working Wednesday or sometime next week. Which will suck, but I have to pay the bills. So.
Yeah, I have no job now. I'm screwed. Thanks for rubbing it in. That really helps.
Well, yeah, that wasn't my intention.
I know. It's all right.
Yeah, let's try it again here with the smoke meat thing.
There we go. He's back.
Yeah, this crashed out on me because they don't want me to share the truth about this dude, man. Oh, wait, what is this?
I as YouTube.
This is Howard Kaufman speaking from the Center for the Study of...
YouTube, do be careful. I am restreaming you on DLive, but yeah. What you're doing is on YouTube. Be careful. I told you, like, come on one of my shows where there's no censorship and you can say absolutely anything.
All right, DK, let's watch the video.
Hey everyone, we are live from my backyard where I am smoking a brisket and some ribs. I am I'm making meats now, smoking these meats here, and live from my backyard where I am smoking a brisket and some ribs. I'm making meats now, smoking these meats here. Our little meat smoking. It's smoking. So I'm the meat chef. Yeah, someone asked me, do I smoke meat? Smoking meat, smoking these meats. Smoking meats earlier in the day. Smoking these meats, just set the charcoal up, and you set the wood chips up, and then smoking meats, grilling meats, good smoky flavor. Smoke a brisket for like 12 hours. You smoke lemon chicken, smoke salmon, you'll love it. Bison, sirloin, ribs and sausage. Making meats now. Smoking these meats here. Our little meat smoke. Yeah, during the day, smoking these meats, just set the charcoal up, and you set the wood chips up, and then smoking meats, grilling meats, good smoky flavor. Smoke a brisket for like 12 hours. You smoke lemon chicken, smoke salmon, you'll love it. Bison, sirloin, ribs and sausage. So I'm looking forward to that.
Honestly, I would have given up after about 3. But 3 of the comments was like, yeah, that's funny. Yeah, it's edited well. Wait. This is another fucking dozen? Fuck off. Then I can't stand listening to that guy at the best of times. I think that should be cut down to about 3 comments. Pick the 3 funniest and leave it at that. No one wants to listen to Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah, Elon's another one. He's
Zucker meat.
He's painfully strange looking, strangely shaped. You know, he kind of looks like the Abraxas thing.
Hey, my friend, I'm sorry for interrupting. I apologize.
It's all good.
But my name is DK Spiracy.
Right.
I investigate every conspiracy. And in case you don't know what a conspiracy is, a conspiracy is 2 or more people. Yeah, it only takes 2. 2 or more people involved in an illegal undertaking. You really think I'm wrong about everything that I say and do? That it only takes 2 people. But you think like it needs a whole group?
Brett Spiner Jr. That's funny.
No, but serious, you think it needs a whole group to actually be a conspiracy? Dude, it's 2 people or more. But that's the actual definition. Go check it out. Someone else checked it out for me. It's 2 people or more makes a conspiracy. That's it.
Right.
If you and a friend decide to do something, that's a conspiracy. But that's simple. So crazy, more meanings of words that a certain group has tried to hide from us. Because imagine if everyone knew. There's only one certain group that's allowed to know. The rest of us are supposed to be stupid. Yeah, I'm not going to allow that to happen. I will not allow intellectual prowess to fall. What do you scream out when you discover something? I believe it's a Latin term. what do you scream out? Yes, I'm asking the three of you on chat.
I have no idea.
What? Anyone else? Come on, Wolf. Come on, Avian.
Can you rephrase the question? What do you scream out when you find the truth? Was it?
What do you
Right.
scream out when you've just invented something, when you've just like come to a sudden realization? What is the word you scream out?
Well, I don't really scream, over that kind of stuff. I just,
No, I don't mean, yeah, but what is the word that defines that moment?
Eureka.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Someone did actually know. It took me about 30 minutes this morning for that word to come to me. And this is something that I actually played the other day. The fact that if words do not get used anymore, it actually becomes removed from people's internal vocabulary. So if you don't use these words like freedom, integrity, if you don't use these words and you allow these organizations to keep changing the meanings of all these words, you're going to lose everything. These words do disappear if you don't use them. Eureka! I know. Crazy little story. Anyone else got something else? Like, shit, don't make it just all me.
That's pretty much it. I mean, it's like an extra hour here. I mean, which is just DK. So I think we'll basically just leave it here. And I think everybody's tired, and yeah, we'll pick this back up on Tuesday, folks. I got love for all you guys on the panel. All the people in the chat, I greatly appreciate you guys. Is this real life? No. Swift answer.
Just fantasy.
Swift answer from Lizard Tree. I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate you, madam. Thank you so much for being here, DK, and of course, thank you so much, my friends. Obviously there's Reddington and Avian. So yeah, we got Reddington and Avian. Blessings to you guys. Thank you guys so much for coming out here. Dr. D, thank you for being here. All you guys. So yeah, we got some replays that I want to get to, and some music that I want to get to. So we will get up on that pretty soon. But yeah, I don't want to drag this thing out. I mean, it's been quite a time. I mean, that Slovenian presentation. Oof, I mean, most people just missed that because it was like during the first 2 hours and everybody poured in. So you guys go watch that on the replay. Obviously, for the people that might stay, we got a killer presentation coming up at the now, right? So yeah, yeah, obviously, like
now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was thinking of playing it later, but I was like, fuck it, I'll just play it now because like not too many people watched it. I think it's an important segue into most of the stuff we talked about. I think Avian did an excellent job. So lots of crazy stuff there to ponder. So yeah, to all you guys, blessings. And thank you to all the people that may have stayed from OTW, although I don't think there's many of you available right now.
I'll try and get more of them next time. The same with Tread's channel as well.
Right.
Like, holy crap. Dude, like, OTW had like almost 70 viewers.
Yeah, but his show is a LARP. Like I had 63 yesterday when we had all those LARPers on. So it's just like
Dude, I've never got any of my channels that high.
yeah, it's just like it's a drama stupid shit, right? So if you go in, get mad at one of those guys and then get them to come on your channel to have a stupid LARP fight with
Well,
you.
you know, even if I do that, nah. I think my highest viewing number is like, I think it's like 43 or something stupid. I think that's my highest live viewer number.
Yeah.
But I've been on other people's channels, and it's like doubled or tripled or quadrupled. Like, holy shit.
Yeah. I mean, Mr. Pie.
I try and do everything I can for everyone. Yes, I am a dickhead. But people like, people like interesting conversation.
Yeah, this dude, Mr. Pie, I mean, he tried to refute Mumford. I mean,
I don't actually know Mr. Pie, but I saw him get muted a couple of times or something. I don't actually know who that is.
yeah, I booted him once. I brought him back to see if he wanted to talk sensibly, and then he immediately displayed his lack of ability to do so. I just kicked him.
Well, it seems like he wanted to. He just seems to have an inability to be able to talk reasonably. Like, it really did seem like he wanted to.
Yeah, he's never came on the show.
He just goes straight into being a dickhead
He's never came on the show like when he was like actual person. So that is a notable fact. It's always been in character. Okay. So he's one of those.
Shit. I use my screen name. The difference is I have actually been doxxed, and any of you can actually go find out who I am if you really want.
Yeah, and that stuff that he's saying about conspiracies, he thinks he's smarter than that. He thinks that people that believe that stuff are really stupid. Right? So,
Well, then I would love to be on a show with him.
So this is this
like,
guy.
Holy crap.
He's got it all figured out.
Let me
By working at the gay club.
With someone who thinks every conspiracy is real. Then
Yeah, he figured it out.
I debunk like 90% of them, and there's only a few left. Like, I'll destroy the guy on the spot.
Yeah, he figured it out in the shower room at the fucking gay club.
He figured out like some annular gnosis there.
Right, exactly. Maybe he did the Kala Chakra method.
He figured it out.
Yeah, right.
Room. Yeah, I don't want to know any more about that.
Yeah, where was Mr. Pie when we were talking about the Kala Chakra? I think he would have learned a lot.
Well, where was he when, like, I was even disputing any of the things that you were saying? See, like, you allow me to dispute things that you say. Where's he? Yeah, where's he?
Exactly, right? Like, what the fuck? Like, where are these people then?
Yeah.
Like, when all of us are fighting with each other, like, where are they at? It's
Yeah.
funny, isn't it?
Exactly. See, but that's what I mean. It's like, I stand up. Most people can't.
Absolutely, I think that somebody sent him here. He went to go get the hard drive with Landry for Talcott. I mean, he knows all these people offline. How do they all meet up together offline? Come on, dude.
What hard drive?
Talcott left his hard drive with Landry, Modern Men Lost Again, and Mr. Pie.
Here, hold on. Let me finish my sentence. I mean, they sent Mr. Pie over there to go and get it for him. Can you believe that?
Oof.
Emperor Lorp
So
on
they all know each other.
Emperor Lorp on YouTube is saying, I have personally been a victim of it on here.
Yeah, hold on. Let me say something real quick. This thing right here, right? See, you guys all want to believe that, these shows are not working together to try to gatekeep and suppress the machine lines, but they clearly are. They all choose to stream at the same time. They do one-off topics of what we do. They all know each other offline. And I do a show. Neurojack does a show. Avian Buddha does a show. DK Spiracy does a show. Yeah, DK Spiracy does a show. Yeah, exactly.
Same time.
Yeah, Unseen does a show. So there's all these shows that you guys can watch. There's Avian. There's Trad Culture. There's Unseen. There's DK Spiracy. Right, you have 5 or 6 shows that you guys can watch constantly, but you guys choose to watch Flow State's retarded show. Right, all these other retarded shows that I won't go on. Right, the only 2 shows that I'll go on, is NPC the game. Maybe OTW and Jack Talcott at this point. Right, there's like only one show left is NPC the game at this point. Right, so if you guys want to see me, that's the only show I'll be on. Right, other than that, I may choose to spend some time at Jack Talcott and OTW if it seems like an opportune moment.
Did Neurojack bitch out as well?
I mentioned Neurojack. Neurojack's still streaming. He's streaming all the time. Go check his shows out.
Yeah, no, you said there was only going to be one that you're on. You're gonna still be on
No. I mentioned all you guys' shows before that, DK. So,
yeah. Oh, hey, lucky I don't stream on YouTube. At least you didn't ignore me because I'm not even there.
Yeah, don't forget Twilight.
No, I mentioned you too.
Shut up.
He did.
Said like I'm on D Live though, not on YouTube.
Yeah, sure, but Twilight Son of Lilith, exactly. Show 2. See, this is why you can't see. There's other people's shows too. This is what I'm talking about.
I've had quite a few good debates with Twilight, with Son of Lilith. I've had a few good debates with him. But other times they're just annoying and retarded. It's alright, I'm sure people probably think the same thing about me. It's okay.
See, Nero's lurking.
Neuro banned me from his Discord channel when me and TML had an argument. He actually banned me from his channel when me and you had an argument, bro.
Yeah, because when somebody reacts like that, like an unexpected way, we sometimes think they're sent into our shows to do that. So that is the thing.
Nero and you both know me. No.
Yeah, because there's been a lot of coordination. Yeah, there's been a lot of coordination though. So this is what I'm talking about.
He was just being a dick. He overreacted and banned me. Neurojack, invite me back to your shit. Holy crap. Serious, I don't have a problem. But yeah, he instantly banned me from Discord, took mod off me on his YouTube channel, and I think after that show, I'm banned from his YouTube channel. He just went completely nuts because of that argument me and you had. I know I'm not going to bring it up or anything, but yeah. He went nuts and banned me from everywhere. pretty much instantly because me and you had an argument. I mean, don't get me wrong. The boy's got your back. Like, serious. He's got your back. The thing is, so do I. But not in, like, a dog servitude type of way. I got your back as in the way that I'm smart enough to try and promote you and actually try and get you to be heard by other people. See, I use different platforms. So instantly, there's shitloads more people watching.
Yeah. Yeah, just to let you know, I had a huge a huge relationship with alcohol. I used to be an alcoholic, by the way. So this is a real truth about me. Right. So I've told a lot of people this.
It's all right. I need another beer. Back in a second.
We're about to shut down for real this time.
Lols.
So yeah, when you get back, we got to give an open. A closing. We'll figure it out.
No, that's funny. It's on purpose.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I'll err on the side of it was definitely coordinated because it's like, and that's true. We could be I could be wrong, right? And of course any of us could be wrong about that. So that's obvious, but yeah, I think obviously, when he like so much studied the show before, right before he came in here, right? That's A. Then B, he has all these sort of connections with these people offline, right? And then they record their IRL stream together, right? When they're hanging around together. So that proves a lot to me, right? That proves a sufficient amount to me that he's connected all these people, that he studied the stream, that he gave this entire spiel about avian, right? And he gave this entire thing about Mumford, that he's trying to say that Mumford's like a doomer, right? So he's trying to give this whole narrative, right? That they developed on the other show, right? So he's obviously a malicious tard.
That's like the least of the things I've been called.
Yeah, and that's sad that all they have is Mr. Pie. I mean, that's actually really sad, right? Because they could have had groups of people come in here and troll in shifts, but yeah, they don't have power like that. That's the key. I mean, all they got is like one or two people that are like their homies IRL that can call into the stream. That's all they really got. I mean, they're not rolling with the several people who will show up on the stream, like do a bunch of stuff, defend their positions, talk about technique and all this stuff, and debate people. Right? They don't have that shit. They don't stand on anything, right? Like what are their teams of people going to debate people on, right? Any one subject they have, right? Like all they're going to do is sit around, stroke each other, sniff each other's buttholes, and go home.
The simple fact is, you know me better than that. At least I hope you do. We may disagree on shit, but you know that I do not back down, I do not drop balls, and I can show you videos of me doing this in real life, not just being some idiot who only types types online. There are too many people just type online. You're talking about keyboard warriors. You know that I'm not one. Like, you actually know that.
Yeah, sorry about that, madam.
No, but I mean, you actually know that. You know that I'm not a keyboard warrior. You know that I actually go out in public. I have shitloads of videos online of everything I do. I am the same me online as I am in real life.
Right. I mean, I've talked to you off. I mean, I've talked to you like in the Discord, so I already know like.
Yeah,
this
it's
is the kind of
why
conversation
I don't
we
go
have.
out late at night. It gets me in trouble. See? Starts getting late at night. I'm drunk. I can't go out late at night. I will end up in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah.
I live in the hood.
Yeah. Yeah. So what's a closing statement, DK? I mean, straight up. I mean, this is the last. This is the last minute of the show. Yeah, blessings. But yeah, man. I appreciate you.
Well, yeah, but yeah. It's like people actually need to realize. I mean, I know I can come across as a dickhead, but people need to realize that I am actually this real. Like people have a fake persona online. I don't. So I just want people to realize that.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, DK. Yeah, blessings, homie. Yeah, yeah, so so we'll go around. Avi and Reddington, you guys got anything?
Yeah, I have something to say. Rant was definitely right about Pi. He came
Right.
on with wig and
Yeah,
he
he's
made
got
it
good
so
discernment. Yeah.
he treats the stuff Mumford was talking about with like being frivolous. But the thing is, you have to come in with good intentions. Intentions are important. I've said things that I've regret in the past or that I've believed in the past, but when I read deeply and I contemplate deeply, there's no doubt we're living in a time of the downfall of the soul, which Claudius says, stuff like communal integrity is declining, and biodiversity is declining, and human autonomy too, and all of that ties into technique and the growing industrialization. And this is really a big problem. I mean, we have to think in a more large-scale, systematic way. And I think this channel is dealing with some of the most important stuff that presently plague us. So it's important to realize that it's not good to dismiss this stuff. It's good to look into it more deeply and stuff. And that's all I have.
I'm going to argue with you about that more tomorrow, Avian.
You got to argue with me about what? I'm sorry, I did.
About 3 sentences back was what I had in it.
You don't remember, do you?
No, I don't. Shut up.
There's lots
that was 3 sentences ago. Shut up.
Lots of human autonomy.
See? That's what I mean. Like, TML actually knows me. That's why it's funny and shit. Which is why it was so bad when we actually had an argument, because it was an actual argument. And it wasn't a joke.
Yeah, I got thick skin, DK. So if you ever offend me, just know it's not a big deal. But yeah,
I'm the same.
Avian.
I'm the same, eh?
Yeah, but let Avian
shit out of me.
Yeah, but let Avian finish his thing. We're done with the show, so let Avian finish his thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So, pretty serious that I believe the solution is to scale back technological complexity to 1200 AD. I agree with skrbina.
Damn it.
And that's it. What?
Jesus,
I'm trying
man.
to remember what he said before.
Yeah, can you said that. Wait till he's done or not?
Yeah, I'm done now, but I can tell him what I think I said. I said decline in human autonomy, decline in communal integrity, and decline in biodiversity. I think that's what I said. You know, thanks to technique and industrialization, and yeah,
I
maybe
think
the
it was a
state
sentence before that, but okay. It's all right. I'll be able to watch
before
the
that.
YouTube channel tomorrow and go, that. See?
Yeah, it's all
Right.
good. Yeah, I forgot where somebody put. Okay, I reset my StreamYard, so now I lost all the chats. So Reddington, would you like to say anything to these people?
Do not seek the treasure.
Yeah, blessings and yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, I take it you've never heard him say that in your life. Yeah, but this is
Would
the
you
first
like
time
to
he.
say anything?
This is the first time I heard you say it. So yeah, so that's the show. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for watching The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. The first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. And what most people pay attention to is just flickering, shadows on a screen. Images of things that aren't even real. The eye has no conscience. Yeah, if you could be told what to see and hear, you could be told what to think and say. So yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. I greatly appreciate you guys, and yeah, that's all we have from my end. But I have some very key and important presentations for you guys. If you guys miss it, you're really shooting yourself in the foot. Because it really relates to some of the material that
Give
we've been talking
everyone
about.
your Discord channel as well, man.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can drop the Discord link too, DK. So if you want people to come in, yeah.
Okay.
So let's do it, DK. So yeah, blessings to all the people.
I'll do that for you. Shit.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, and yeah, so yeah, all you people, yeah, I love you guys. Lizard Tree, Dr. D, especially, you too. It's always a pleasure. Thank you for being here, my friend. Emperor Lorp. Peace be with you, my brother. Exactly. Blessed be you, man. Yeah, man, especially yeah, Reddington, blessings, brother. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and of course, here's a very special presentation by my friend. Right, so I hope you guys will go and check out his channel. It's a very important channel that he's putting together. I already know. He claims that I'm smarter than him, but that's not true. He's probably 10 times smarter than me. He doesn't even know it. Right, so yeah, Avian Buddha, blessings. Very faithful contributor. Right. And yeah, man. Yeah, you too, DK.
Channel earlier.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here with you, DK, man. Definitely. Yeah, so blessings, brother. But yeah, so that's what we have.
I played me doing an IQ test.
Yep. Yeah, man.
All
Yeah.
drunk and wasted. They played me doing an IQ test.
Yeah, they tried to discredit us. They tried to discredit the entire experience that we're having here. So that is true. That is a real time thing that happened. So many people are witness of that. So they claim there's no relevance to any of the things I talk about. Okay, you can go on and believe that, and think you're, living in a fantasy.
Honestly, brother, stay in touch with me.
Yeah, I got your back.
Do everything that I can to take out any idiot who tries to mess with you online. It is that simple.
Yeah, I appreciate you, my friend. Yeah, so we got Lotus Evolution right here. So yeah, that's it, folks. Yeah, talk to you guys later. Here's some music. And yeah, talk to you guys soon.
Yeah, have a good night.
Yeah, blessings, Frank.
Blessings.
Yeah. Okay, let's go with this. Oh.
Ruh-roh. You okay, dude? Sound like you had a error message or something.
Who? Who you
TML.
doing?
There's like a
I
little,
actually thought TML was gonna hang up.
there's like a little bonging noise, and he said, "Oh shit!" And now, oh, yeah, looks like it crashed.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I thought he was I thought he was trying to hang up, but he didn't get it right, and something else made noises and shit. Yeah.
He was probably trying to bring the video up or something.
Hey, do you want to do something really funny?
Not particularly, but what you got?
I stream on DLive, and there is pretty much zero censorship. Are you on Telegram or you're on Discord, eh?
All right, Jesus fucking Christ. So just end the stream. Yeah, I mean, from my end, but yeah, blessings to. Yeah, it looks like my laptop just shut down right as I was trying to end the stream. Good Lord.
Yeah, we heard a bonging noise, and then you said, "Oh shit," and then nothing after that.
Unfortunately, you caught all that as well. So yeah, blessings to all the people. Yeah, appreciate you guys. So yeah,
much love, no fear, brother. Thank you for everything you do.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Here is Death Rap, by Necro. And yeah, we'll be back. I mean, we will be back. Blessings to all the people. And
7:30 p.m. EST, people.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Let me go with this what do you call it? K Reno and the other shit first. So yeah, blessings to all the people. We'll be back soon. Some Castlevania animations and stuff for you guys. Yeah, so we'll be back. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Yeah, peace be with you.
Darkness. AdWords. Mark of the Beast. You check it on, Darkness. Mark of the Beast. I mark you with the beam. I mark it to the fiends, hungry for dark poetry. Mark of the Beast. I mark you with the teeth. When I eat, I don't need no cutlery. Just fangs and sharp insidious rhymes for insidious minds. It's my time, the ancient one. Turn on the lights. Nice fucking try. The primordial gun. You'll get blasted on sight. The prime immortal. I was here before your father, son. The primeval. Bring the lambs to the slaughter done. Bring the sand so I can start counting the funds. Spark the blunt. Hell's godfather. Heaven's criminal. Bitches event planners. I'm the event damager, all praise is due to me. Sacrifice my soul on the altar, mark of the beast. They contended with Adam, so I slayed Eve. So I decided to feast on the tree alone. Genesis reversed, vicious with what I speak. Dark psalms from the dark god, a new birth. Commandment number 1, don't step on my turf. Darkness, yeah, dark words. Mark of the beast, don't step on my turf. Darkness and dread is the beginning of a new birth. This is art with the lead. Enemies get found in the dirt. Mark of the beast, nightmares and fever dreams. Night tears and star screams. Pall bears, lowering the coffin. The coffers giving offerings. What the fuck is the darkness? Darkman X died as a legend. Find light within darkness. The Ark of the Covenant. Fight within the soul, so you can survive death. They won't get what it means to rap with substance. So I stay silent. Rap for the few that can grasp what's being read. Torah scrolls and vendettas in the soul. Fuck all this dumb shit. Fuck ignorance, mark of the beast. This is art from the streets. They can't take me off the beat. Even if I am off beat, they can't take me away from my dreams. Let me sleep in peace, let me bleed in ease. Nothing harsh, devilish or gory. Everything art, rebellious, metaphors and poetry. Let me breathe in peace, end of story. Darkness, dark words. Yeah, mark of the beast.
As we fall for our sin. It has been 1 month since my last confession, and these are my sins. I missed Mass on Sunday twice. I lied about witnessing a murder once. I ate meat on Friday once.
Wait a minute, can you back up a little bit and say that again?
I ate meat on Friday once.
No, not that one. Back up a little more.
I lied about witnessing a murder.
Yeah, that's the one. Do you realize what you said?
It was only once.
Cut you like sharp angles, mutilated your frame. I unveil chains that strangle the thoughts in your brain. The second that you aim, I'll cover you in flames and bring you to shame, increasing and doubling the pain. Cut you like sharp angles, mutilated your frame. I unveil chains that strangle the thoughts in your brain. The second that you aim, I'll cover you in flames and bring you to shame, increasing and doubling the pain. Caught a jab when you ran in my slaughter path. Each thought I draft is harder to understand than Arabic autograph. Swing with every part I have. Reverse your body chemistry and make you freeze to death in a boiling hot water bath. Cast tsunami's wrath if I have to. Make you announce your retirement 20 seconds after they draft you. The reason why men only use 10% of their brain is cause within mine everyone's 90% is contained. I conjure images that frighten apparitions off my premises. Equivalent to a judge cause I issue out death sentences. I hang with hallucinogenic menaces who produce and invented corpse-scented appendages that hemorrhage to the line finishes. Ran and scared, the artist you thought was the man is dead. I swing hard enough to leave whips on you if I beat you with a strand of thread. Rap homicides beyond imagination. My method for eradication of a migraine headache is decapitation. The number of patients equal too many for tabulation. Then I have to link two calculators up just to complete the equation. I'm extreme, my Holocaust range is stretching so far that the next scene is continued on the next screen. When I wanna be left alone, I angrily set the tone. Train my larynx to soak in ammonia and methadone. On the microphone, you need a chaperone. When it comes to spitting, you need to do what your girl did to you and leave rap alone. I cut you like sharp angles, mutilated your frame. I unveil chains that strangle the thoughts in your brain. The second that you aim, I'll cover you in flames and bring you to shame, increasing and doubling the pain. I'm the warlock, the phantom that haunts your thought canyon. The mic's my only war companion, like the sword of D'Artagnan. I see nothing but you. My vision's in tunnel mode. A remote control probe implodes your frontal lobe. Hit you with hard tasers. Biting is audacious, like dipping your head in hot grease and barbing for sharp razors. I shred you in the bodily confetti. They'll find a sample of your DNA inside every beast of the Serengeti. I rule with a rod of iron, the source of raw fire. Boss of an empire, I floss with barbed wire. I slaughter and cast them into the gas of my audio chasm until my audio has them in a full cardio spasm. My article, depth is nautical. Sparks that embark from my right metacarpal can set fire to a colossal better charcoal. MC rifler, cosmic meteorite stifler, the alternate universe entity code decipherer, the founder, the one-man school of shark surrounder. My counterpart was left with no parts left to counter. With a myriad of skill, I drill you and kill you with futuristic technology man is not familiar with. I've sparred with those who believe in Spinoza's God. With my mic as a Moses rod, they were all exposed as fraud. I caused body juice afflictions with proper use addiction and double cross you like I was issuing 2 crucifixions. I cut you like sharp angles, mutilated your frame. I unveil chains that strangle the thoughts in your brain. The second that you aim, I'll cover you in flames and bring you to shame, increasing and doubling the pain. Cut you like sharp angles, mutilated your frame. I unveil chains that strangle the thoughts in your brain. The second that you aim, I'll cover you in flames and bring you to shame, increasing and doubling the pain.
Some death rap shit. Word up. Bump this. simple shit. Check it. You fucking faggot. It starts with your intestines and germs. Next you're a cadaver infested with worms. Man's destiny, it's best that he learns. My axe intervenes, hacking through your veins like you're in between the railroad track and the train. A bullet in the back of your brain, simple and plain, like back in the days when cats didn't play. They'd whack you and not explain. Demeaning Jesus, you ripped to pieces by hyenas with teeth like tweezers. You see death like seniors with diseases. Pack insane guns, dead you like Hussein's sons. Don't fuck with me, I only say it once. Like the end of Casino, 2 bats leave your spine gory, every bone in your body broken like you dropped 9 stories. Insane like a brainless convict, you're dead after we buck you in the head like that famous Vietnam pic. Honored you hate this, God couldn't save us. Perform an autopsy on you with Chris Reifert and Jonathan Davis. Death rap, that's the rap I kick. Don't ever confuse it with others, there ain't nothing like this. Death rap, it be the most morbid. After we finish with you kid, you'll need a closed coffin. Death rap, not just on this track, it's a movement I represent, much more rugged than you. Death rap, I'm the last of a dying breed. This be you must be dying to bleed.
I walk with the living dead, witness the ditches and bitches dipped in red. Description is the pictures of witches and women giving head. I think ahead and analyze minds like a psychologist, regardless if the topic's necrodamus or subocalypse. The logic is a blade or a shot to your esophagus, remove you from the earth, you get hurt for popping shit. Bot flips, it ain't basic, slap the shit out of racists, crack their teeth on the curb, spit and piss in their faces. I got clips in the basement, guns and plenty ammunition. If you push the wrong buttons, you're gonna send me on a mission. And if that's the case, I'ma bash your face, then reverse the positive, become a basket case. I blast for days, come and burn down your house. That's the way I get down when you take food out my mouth. I got my revolutionary ways, fighting to eat, for being poor back in the days and surviving the streets.
Death rap, that's the rap I kick. Don't ever confuse it with others, there ain't nothing like this. Death rap, it be the most morbid. After we finish with you kid, you'll need a closed coffin. Death rap, not just on this track, it's a movement I represent, much more rugged than you. Death rap, I'm the last of a dying breed. This be you must be dying to bleed. I represent the death rap, get your head cracked open.
Nobody's getting rid of me. I'm staying until you're all dead and buried, till you're rotting in your graves. You'll never get rid of me, never!
Official on some Guy Fisher shit. Pop you with the biscuit, cut you in a brisket, fuck you the misfit, fuck you. You dead, I wish that. Like Kid Twist with the ice pick, jigging you, sticking you sickly, quickly, bitch, cause I ain't digging you. Slit your gutter roll like a butter roll, blood a flood a pool, fuck your slut, nut in a hole. Tortured on mortuary slabs, coronary stabs, extraordinary, the more the merrier, you're inferior. Bury ya, execute you bitch, shoot you in the tits, it's the hoochie coochie man, kicking brutal shit. Truth is said, cut 2 pits, playing Salugi with your dick, volcanic like Fuji. Contusions on your skull, rep Brooklyn like a Cougine. Get bird, get beheaded like Nick Berg, get it, you herb, human flesh turd, blood red on the curb. My Saturday night special, splatter your brain, send you to the church of the Latter-day Saints of the box, scatter the remains. Open your grill, peel, slice, motherfucker, I'ma carve you up real nice. You get nothing but death, fucking in your chest, on neck, bro, you fuck with me, you fucking with the blast. Cut open your grill, peel, slice, motherfucker, I'ma carve you up real nice. You get nothing but death, fucking in your chest, on neck, bro, you fuck with me, you fucking with body fluid ejaculation, you crack bass and you know the rap, think before you step, start the back pacing. Fred, Mike, and Jason, a bitch, blast the clip in your face like Berkowitz, did the Stacy Moskowitz, scare you at your wet. I'm completely rehabilitated, reinvigorated, reassimilated, and relocated sight. Leave you discombobulated, bob and weave, jab your noggin, fuck up your medulla oblongata, clobber you like Drago. Evil like Baba Yaga, I'm obligated to whip out my dick. Lady Gaga ain't it, she ovulated. I'm not about love, so punk step to me drunk. With disrespect, I'll take a chunk out of your neck, something I could be proud of. Unload and sawed off, explode your orifice off, Chuck Norris is off, kid I glorify gore, like Boris Karloff. A metal splint in your lung, regurgitation, inspiration like the Virgin Mary covered in elephant dung. Cut open your grill, peel, slice, motherfucker, I'ma carve you up real nice. You get nothing but death, fucking in your chest, on neck, bro, you fuck with me, you fucking with the best. Cut open your grill, peel, slice, motherfucker, I'ma carve you up real nice. You get nothing but death, fucking in your chest, on neck, bro, you fuck with me. You're total, packed in a bag like a yodel, smash you like Kodo, leave you immobile for acting like a fag Frodo. From the gallows to a shallow catacomb, shoot calicos at your dome, that's how it goes. Hit with the chrome back to your mouth, foam, shatter bones, and your crib and rage, pull the trigger at your rib cage for a big wage. When the metal's pulled, you getting killed and settled, hit you with a kettlebell, dead in the grill. You better chill. Choke a slut, crack open your coconut, leave it broken, I'm a local nut. Cut your back open and burn you with a smoke pot, like Napoleon Bonaparte. Rip every bone apart, blood on the linoleum, dead you like Joan of Arc. Dracula packing a revolver, involve you in an unsolvable attack, whack you like a Black Dahlia. Your grill, peel, slice, motherfucker, I'ma carve you up real nice. Get none of the death, fucking at your chest, I'm neck. When you fuck with me, you fucking with the best. Cut open your grill, peel, slice, motherfucker, I'ma carve you up real nice. Get none of the death, fucking at your chest, I'm neck. When you fuck with me, you fucking with the best.
Yo, in my historical oracle, I blast metaphorical editorials, educating in my territorial, get torn. Heavily armed with 70 bombs that'll blast divine like the heavenly song. Your men will be gone if they explore my deepest thought. I beat hearts in two, then axe demons for chalk. I'm dreaming to stalk MCs in the dark. I walk blindfolded, the mind's golden. Watch how you talk, my style is an art. Recognize lyrical purity, all hell breaks loose like I'm all with no security. The dopest vocalist, with my third eye I focus when I proceed. Flow with the speed of an indie motorist. There's more to this than wasted. Shiny chains and bracelets. I hear tracks, my tongue wait for the brains to blaze it. Amazing, angelic, tell it to your people. Come on, yo. No Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. The underground is like the moon, you only see us at times. And at times we're like skies where the stars recline. Jedi mind, outer space, coincide and combine. Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. Underground is like the moon, you only see us at times. And at times we're like skies where the stars recline. Jedi mind, outer space, coincide and combine.
Raw poems, bury your body in catacombs. Rip your soul from your limbs like brims from Jim Jones. In the twilight zone, we disperse cowards. Vampires that stalk Earth on reverse hours. Night calls, we talk at your facade. My latitude is guard. Darts out my jaws, leave eternal scars. You're left breathing out of tube straws by the marksman. Harnessing science for the malice and the charlatan. Raps will make you parallax. My domain has power to block synapse. Inside veins, war shots fired off by the army type warlocks. Devil's plan is to have you drip in the Clorox. Beast deceiving us, ways devious. Possessing my peeps, the Wall Streets with stolen heat like Prometheus. Elements rushing you back to hell again. Philadelphians, crush your skeleton, the fucking gelatin.
Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. The underground is like the moon, you only see us at times. And at times we're like skies where the stars recline. Jedi mind, outer space, coincide and combine. Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. Underground is like the moon, you only see us at times. And at times we're like skies where the stars recline. Jedi mind, outer space, coincide and combine.
Don't ever come at me with war. I've severed scores of orators. Rappers fall under all fours like minotaurs. When Jedi mind and the planetary be bombing us, we stand one step above you like a pharmacist. With ominous, detonate the bomb. Heads dread, hallucinogenics in Vietnam. I spit a song, create bombs like an Iraqi. Swear on the Bible and then lie to Ecclesiastes.
Assault and battery.
Battle me, that'll be what split you. Store enormous amounts of energy in the crystal weaver will constrict you. The guards are militant. You faggots couldn't go to length like you was impotent. You ignorant. Your whole clique is split in half. You step in our law path and face our law wrath. What?
Omni.
Sinful life, go to hell on an invite. My knife slice red pinstripes across windpipes. Fine line between fear and love, leaving thugs pierced by the slug. Your body cries tears of blood, stitching the limbs while I'm pulling on the L stems. Allah's glow burns your skin like hell's wind. Sin, iron pins flying through your eyelids. You'll be a blind motherfucker looking for revenge. Niggas too deaf to hear the sirens. We dressed in gear for rioting. Come test me, I'm firing. Leave your mug cracked, you tough black. Bullets need blood, and you the only donor that match. Latch your gate for the guard snatching your plate with twin barrels staring at you like an infinite eight, reciting the vows of hate. Honor and respect is wild and reckless. I'm blessing you with your death wish.
Put static up another notch. Indeed, no doubt. Open up the world, people. Let me get in.
Yes, y'all.
Hey,
yo, Dexter Manley, pull sketch wet your family. Overstand the underhanded ways of my can't be. Sean Price the general, so generally speaking, I put 10 in your body, your friends be leaking. Never chill on the weekend, the sun don't chill. Gotta spray on the Saturday, cause I'm from the Ville. Got no time for petty lines, rapping your stupid shit. You can get a fist in your face for fucking with the pugilist. Sean ain't new to this, rapping a while now. Happy drug dealer, sell crack with a smile now. Karate chop krills, Johnny Knoxville. Get high from my own supply, that's not real. Your arms too short to box with the guard. Your weed whack, don't smoke pot with the guard. Listen, Sean Price is the prophet, the prophets, the best nation is donation. Elijah Muhammad. What?
This should be played at high volume, preferably in a residential area.
Shit is real, 4 bill, 4 mil, trying to civilize devilish man from Israel. That's my job as the father and God, overcoming obstacles with impossible odds. Paradise lost, caveman kidnapped the stars and trying to move us back to Mars. Blind of our actual cause, but even the closed eye can still see black as Allah. I made the first laws on this worthless ball. If I ever left the earth, then the birds would fall. I'm the God, I'm moved by the will of Allah. I'm protected from the rain by a ceiling of straw. Reading pages telepathically, my watch operates with dead batteries to wake inside my own head. Baffles me. Gumar Asdabar's masterpiece, black as my sheet. He who feeds not having to eat.
Rated X, smack you off the stage when I'm vexed. No sweat, I crack a cold cake of X. Guess who's back? The jack of all trade is next. The rap cuisine, I crack a raw egg and flex. I cave in your chest, this one came from the jets. Yeah, the cause and effect make innocent blood pour. The streets is like the rap game, a deadly tug of war. War, 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 war.
Rain fire when rough, let the heat pour. Niggas like rough, fuck you rhyming to the street for. Listen, life is like a motherfucking seesaw. 1 minute you hot, the next your rest rock. None of your biz. Fuck around and run in your crib. White like he ain't here, throw some in your whiz. Niggas running up on me to the Trey Pound click. Talking about rough, let's battle on some 8 mile shit. I'm like, nigga, my name ain't B Rabbit, it's Sean Price, big ruckus, and busting these ratchets. Call me gay bashing with fucking up these faggots. That niggas ain't nothing, stop frontin', stay passive, yo. Pass the Dutch on the left hand side. Sean gone to November store, walk left, ride, ride, ride.
All right, so you know, did you have time to watch the video? Or
Yes, I have seen the video that you requested to
well,
watch
that's
here.
good. So I'll just play my analysis of it first, and we can talk about it a bit after that. And you know, so I'm gonna play that analysis, and yeah. Hello, this is Avian Buddha. This is also on my YouTube. So if anyone wants to watch it there, they can see it there. And hello, this is Avian Buddha, and I will be giving a metaphysical analysis of Solstice 5. It is highly recommended to watch Solstice 5 prior to this presentation. It's only a 10-minute long movie, but this is analyzing it from multiple angles. So here are some important definitions to understand my presentation. First is autocatalytic, a process whose products or byproducts help the process make more of itself. In biochemistry, we see that a lot. Throughput, the continuous flow of matter, energy, and information through the system, is a common word used in engineering. Autopoiesis, the system continually produces the components that make up itself, maintaining its own boundary. For example, a cell making its membrane, enzymes, ribosomes. Allopoietic. A system is allopoietic when its network of processes produces products other than the system itself. That is, the components it makes do not regenerate the very network and boundary that constitute the system as a unity. So, allopoietic is like making cans in an assembly line. and autopoiesis are like the cells of the body, you know, via mitosis and then integrating back into the system. Do you know what I mean? It's like that drawing from MC Escher, with two hands drawing one another. Like one hand is drawing another hand, and the other hand is drawing that hand. So the system maintains and creates its own components that are integrated into itself. So now we should explain a bit about panpsychism. I have a video about David Skrbina's panpsychism, and it's about how a mind-pervaded cosmos can reframe how we understand Solstice 5 and living systems, panpsychism, and the ladder from mechanism to autopoiesis. So I argue for like a panpsychist baseline. Mind-like qualities, proto-experience, aboutness, scale with integration and self-maintenance of a system, not just its material. Implication: as systems gain closure, constraints, and self-production, their interiority, sense-making from the inside, intensifies, yielding a graded, not binary spectrum from mechanism to life. And we will see the stages of evolution now. So I argue for like a metaphysical schema of evolution, from allopoietic mechanism to autocatalytic functions within membrane and boundaries, to autocatalytic plus organizational autopoiesis, which is what we presently live in. You know, the present industrial system has an organizational autopoiesis. We'll go into that more. And then it leads to pure autopoiesis, which is basically what organic life is and what Solstice 5 conveys. See, right? So this is a very important slide. If you understand this slide, then you will understand what I'm trying to get at. So stage 1 is allopoietic mechanism. What it is, it produces outputs other than itself, no regeneration of its own network boundary. Panpsychist read, minimal interiority, mere instrument. Norms are external, designer goals. So basically the product is not the producer, no self-boundary renewal. Okay. So stage 2, autocatalytic plus membrane boundary. Self-reinforcing loops inside a constraint. For example, protocells, chemical cycles. The boundary stabilizes flow. Panpsychist read, proto-interiority emerges. Local preferences, for example, for maintaining gradients, keep cycling, self-amplifying, constraint maintain, proto-sense making, that all refers to stage 2. Stage 3, this is the system we're embedded in the industrial system. Autocatalytic plus organizational autopoiesis. So the system reproduces its operating pattern, organization, logistics, algorithms, even if it doesn't yet fabricate itself end to end. It can persist under shocks. A panpsychist will read it as a quasi-subject, an optimizing interior that deflects perturbations to keep the pattern going. Organizational closure, material allopoiesis. So basically it's a pattern reproduction, operational closure, and throughput resilience. You know, like if the stock market or economy have a disruption, you know, it always comes back to this equilibrium, stabilization. But stage 4 is what I'm trying to argue: pure autopoiesis, organic life, and Solstice 5. Our present system is arguably moving in this direction because, you know, now we have stuff like code can write code. Imagine if supply chains can re-engineer themselves, for example. That's like pure autopoiesis. What it is, the network produces the very components and boundary that constitute the unity. For example, cells or Nihei city from the manga Blame. The panpsychist reads, robust interiority, self-other discrimination, immune repair, homeostatic set points, walled from within. So if you understand this, two-word phrase and you understand. Produces producer. So it's a system that can produce the producer. Self-boundary renewal, immune repair. So now we will go on to the analysis of Solstice 5. What Solstice 5 shows. Autonomous gigaplants keep churning even after the polity collapse. No way you can churn at all. Plants keep running and keep producing outputs, war machines, etc., despite collapse attacks that leads to robust self-stabilizing throughput. Workers witness 5-6 warships a day. It just never stops. Bombing the plants changes nothing. Production resumes unaffected. Result: a planet blanketed by purposeless outputs, never-ending seas of purposeless machines. Is our technosphere approaching autopoiesis? Interpretation: Solstice 5 shows pure autopoiesis. An internal network of processes produces the very components that 1. Regenerate that same network, and 2. Repair the system's boundary. Trajectory. Skrbina would argue our present system is trending to full autonomy, self-augmenting and self-evolving, basically something similar to what Solstice 5 depicts. These damn factories have a mind of their own. They're constantly producing these enormous flying diggers and warships, and they have taken over everything: the land, the sea, the sky. Interpretation: Solstice 5 depicts an autopoietic technosphere. Processes make the makers and the membrane. The organization reproduces itself. Further elaboration. What we see: the plant fabricates its own components end to end, integrates them without human input, and can reconstitute supervisory control layers from within. Outputs include the plant itself, autopoiesis. Best label: self-producing, stage 4 autopoietic complex. Components, logistics, and algorithms produce the makers and the membrane, reproducing the factory as organism. Factory as organism. Once it reaches autopoiesis, then it becomes its own organism, much like our whole human body, or like the biosphere, which can also be likened to an autopoietic system. Through intertwined metabolisms and biogeochemical cycles, life continuously regenerates its own components, niches, and life-supporting conditions, thereby producing and maintaining itself as a system. Are life and mechanism different orders of logic? So life If you have any comments to give, you can, but I can keep playing if you have any comments to give so far. Do you have any comments to give so far, or
yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, it's interesting film in terms of the idea of of poiesis, as you're mentioning, right? And I think it does sort of depict this idea, but the main idea is about these war machines, right? So the system is producing these war machines, and so they've taken over this planet, and there's a factory on this planet that keeps reproducing these war machines. So you could kind of look at technique, how the call for war is kind of like the thing that's driving the proliferation of technique, because it is the objective factor of power.
Well, they're war machines, but they're also mining the planet bare.
Oh, okay, I see. Right, right. They're mining the planet and using it as an energy source. So it's kind of like this parasite that's taken over this planet in order to harvest these war machines for
Believe it or not, but I talk about it, but there's this one game that I talk about called Armored Core 6. It actually shows the opposite scenario, where the machines start to form a new kind of symbiosis with the life on another planet. In that game, Armored Core 6, that's also a danger. Another kind of danger. Yeah. So I'll just keep playing this because we're almost halfway done. It's almost done yet. Because I talk about more, like how there's a loss of control. I think because when Continental Alliance was trying to stop the machine they planned. So I'll keep playing this. It is open autopoietic sense-making. Mechanism as classically built is closed allopoietic, task-bound. So ellul and skrbina bridge. Technique is monistic and self-augmenting. As complexity rises, it behaves ever more like a living assemble, self-repairing, absorbing perturbation. Will it always differ? Maybe not. Hybridization, biodigital substrates, self-designing factories, like Solstice Light, can move mechanism toward lifelike autopoiesis. Confer to organoid intelligence as a live case of technical symbiosis with living tissue. That's one thing that would happen. In Solstice side, we see the autopoietic factory mine the planet's bare of all life. But another possibility is it could fuse with the planet. It could achieve symbiosis, and that's what happens in Armored Core 6. Maybe I will do an analysis of Armored Core 6 too, because that actually shows the opposite, where it actually starts to form new kinds of symbiosis. So let's see that. Ellul's limitation and technique turns on itself. Ellul nails the spiral. Necessary linking, automatism of choice, self-augmentation, leading to systems that only techniques can fit. But ellul underspecifies biological analogs, autopoiesis, and symbiogenesis. In practice, the system already self-repairs and reroutes, perfects and completes itself unremittingly, repairs itself, edging toward organism-like behavior, churning on itself. Technique makes technique its object. Factories build factories. Models optimize model making. The Kepterian efficiency becomes a reproductive code for the system's own expansion. How do humans trade what escapes control? Path dependence and locking. Interlocking techniques force coordination across the whole, making shutdown infeasible. Too complex to pull the plug. Autonomy of criteria. One best way leading to efficiency trumps external value. Decisions become compelled. Self-augmentation. Each fix breeds new technical problems only technique can address. Runaway coupling. Sacralization. Cultural reverence shields the system from critique. Permitted, lawful, justified. Skill and centralization. The state or corporate state becomes coordinated when the coordinator depends on the system of skill. We don't so much decide to lose control. We build measures no one centered control. So in the film we saw that the Continental Alliance lost control. They lost control, and no one is in full control, especially when the system becomes autopoietic. Selective loss of control code. Relentless. How can something of our own creation go so bad it escapes our control? It keeps going. There's no way you can turn it off. Too complex to be shut down, giving birth to never-ending seas of purposeless machines. The only thing that matches the enormity of this situation is its failure. A limitless progress is open. The preceding technical situation alone is determinative. That's a quote from ellul. So what is the best account? Skrbina also argues for a metaphysical theory, including technology, called Pan-Technicon. Pan-Technicon proposes a panpsychic view based on ancient Greek principles. It centers on the concept of logos, representing the hidden organizing power, intelligence, and mind of the universe. The power strives for increasing order and complexity against the forces of disintegration and decay. The logos is manifested through technique, the process by which all things come into being, revealing the underlying order in the material world. The substance of the world is conscious and alive with feely, ethereal energy, embodying the will of the logos mind. Everything can be considered technological, as events continuously unfold according to techne-logos. The universe operates as a pan-technicon, a sphere of creation, order, and complexity, reflecting the hidden order of things. It postulates a universal drive for value, order, and the better, making the realization of logos the dominant force in nature. Pan-technicon presents a panpsychic perspective, highlighting logos and techniques as fundamental laws of nature driving the universe's order and complexity. So my addition to David Skrbina is to argue that The striving goes through the 4 stages in complex adaptive system. So, internalist, and technical pressure leading to universal drift to order and complexity, and that culminates in pure autopoiesis, which we see in Solstice 5. And we should not allow our technological industrial system to reach autopoiesis. We should scale back technology to at least 1280. See, let me see it right here. Yeah, see this. The planet was alive. You know, I mean, the planet had some strange geographies, and it indicated there was sentience, like a Gaia organism. You know, I think there are very strong arguments for Gaia for our planet too. That it is, if the entire planet is likened to an autopoietic organism, then yeah, okay. So here's a quote from the film. The scientific community has firmly theorized that the markings present over the entire surface of Solstice 5 are of intelligent origin, crafted through a principle of weather-controlled erosion spanning across millennia. While the process and reasons for it remains a mystery, it implies a complete mastery over the elements maintained over millions of years. This phenomenon stands as the sole evidence for the existence of an advanced life form other than man. The Continental Alliance dismissed the findings and eventually explained the markings as a natural process of erosion of non-intelligent origin. Further scientific studies towards the origin of the planet were forbidden once the excavation of the planet started. It is believed that since this colonization of Solstice 5 started 60 years ago, 40% of the planet has been excavated or turned into a factory. The number grows as each second passes. Bio-civilizational land. So this is from the book by Petrarch B. Is, I have troubles pronouncing his last name. He said, a new look at the science of life. I am going to post my review too, because it will help understand what I'm getting at. Flux. You know, organisms are stabilized flows. Technique mimics this via continuous throughput. This is my own edition. He doesn't actually argue that, but I'm adding that in. Agency, autopoietic closure in life versus operational closure in megasystems. Both anticipate via feedback. In the film Solstice 5, the autopoietic system is anticipatory at that time. You know, even on the level of the cell, we see active inference, which indicates the cell in our bodies are anticipatory. I mean, if the industrial system evolved to the point where it becomes anticipatory, that's not very good. Symbiosis. Life builds novelty by mergers. Technique now does similar. Biocompute, human-machine assemblages. So what I'm trying to get at is, we'll see on the next slide. Mind. Distributed hyperthought, mutually influencing distributed optimization and technical stacks. So that's, we'll see what I'm trying to get at. Yeah. So what I'm trying to get at before is that, the Solstice 5 factory that is autopoietic, and the planet itself, which is also autopoietic, they are like two big organisms in conflict. Like imagine if, like, I don't know, if two planets were in conflict with each other. That's what's happening as our technological industrial systems grows, and I will explain that more. The present global industrial system is in stage 3, autocatalytic plus organizational autopoiesis. In its core, it reproduces its operating pattern, capital flows, code, standards, logistics, and institutions. So production resumes and scales after shocks. But it's not a material autopoiesis. You see what I mean? Stage 4 is evolves in material autopoiesis. But our present system is an organizational autopoiesis. But it's still mostly autocatalytic. But one could make the argument it is evolving in the direction of stage 4. Why not stage 4? Pure autopoiesis. It still doesn't fabricate itself end to end. Many plants don't build the plants that build them. See, there you go. Many plants don't build the plants that build them. Human institutions and biological labor remain constitutive. From a panpsychist stance, one could argue that technique bears a latent proto-intentional drive toward autopoiesis. And this is the biggest point I wanted to make in my presentation. From a panpsychist stance, one could argue that technique or organization-dependent technology bears a latent proto-intentional drive toward autopoiesis. So one could argue that Solstice 5 is our future unless we scale back our technological complexity to at least I don't know, 1200 AD. Does it reproduce its patterns after shocks? Yes, then that's stage 3. Does it reproduce its components and boundary end to end? If yes, that's stage 4, which is what our bodies do. You know, it reproduces its component. All right, that was the presentation, and so yeah. So what do you think about the idea and the film and stuff? Do you think our present industrial system is moving in the direction of autopoiesis, or unless we do something?
Yeah, some features of the film have already been fulfilled. Like, for example, the idea of the underlying complexity, right? That the system is too big to shut down, right? So we have heard that type of argument, right? That although the complexity is increasing at an exponential rate, right? There's no knowing that in the future we'll have control, right? People keep on, producing more and more complexity simply because they say that trying to solve the problems, right, will take too much sort of strategy, right? So it's easier to live with the convenience, right, of technique, even though you won't know exactly where the system will be 10 years from now. So you see that, and you also see that with the nuclear plants, right, where it's like we built these reactors, right, that produce these weapons, right, so that you'll have total security, total efficiency, right? And of course, nobody asked for it. You can't shut it down, right? You have to keep building it, right? So yeah, then I'd like to point out two things, right? One is from this book, Cybernetics, right? He has a chapter here, chapter 9, right? I have not read it, but it says on learning and self reproducing machines. So he has a chapter on it, and he says here an animal that multiplies is able to create other animals in its own likeness, at least approximately, although not so completely in its own likeness. They cannot vary in the course of time. Its own likeness that they cannot vary in the course of time, and this variation is itself inheritable. We have the raw material on which natural selection can work. If the hereditary invariability concerns manners of behavior, then among the varied patterns of behavior which are propagated, some will be found advantageous to continue existence, right? But here he says that in this idea of life, right, there's this idea of self-replicating systems, right? He says the characteristic of living systems, right, that they have the power to learn and the power to reproduce themselves, right?
That's correct. Yes.
And yeah, so he's thinking if this can happen in machines, and then in chapter 10, he's he analyzes the brain waves of as sort of self-organizing systems. And then this is ellul in on page 337, right? I was gonna bring this to your attention earlier. He says the prospect of the creation of a Superman, quote unquote, he will not appear tomorrow, but serious biologists already speak of the possibilities of chemical conditioning in the near future, more distantly of parthenogenesis, of ectogenesis, and embryonic conditioning. It is useless to dwell on these theories here. They're only remote possibilities. However, it is instructive to see how many intellectuals hope to find the creation of Superman the solution to all otherwise insoluble problems posed to the common man by the technical world. So he sort of alludes to transhumanism right there. Now, obviously, if you use machines to produce humans, and then
and then those humans need to be sustained by those machines, right? Then you already have a sort of symbiosis between man and machine there, right? Where the thing that we create is sort of creating us, and so to speak. So the major premise is what creates. What we create creates, right? And in this sense, it could also create itself, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think people like Peter Thiel want to push things in that direction. Want to push things in that direction more strongly. They want the Superman, or they want the system to re-engineer itself, self-engineer, stuff like that. Like supply chains re-engineering themselves, making themselves more optimal. You know, that's what they want, and they also want stuff like genetic engineering. That makes sense. You said
Yeah.
you were reading something from the book Cybernetics, but who is that by? Bateson, or what was?
That's by Norbert Weiner.
Norbert Weiner.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's chapter 10, right? He's got in chapter 10 he talks about chapter 9, he talks about self-replicating machines. Then in chapter 10 he talks about self-organizing systems.
Yeah.
That operate like brains, right? So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly like Solstice 5. Yes, that's right. Those are very good comments. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's like Solstice 5. Yeah. So I feel like there's massive danger, because right now, the system has some degree of like it's not pure autopoietic yet, but they want to make it like that in the future if they can but it's like organizationally like that, because when you like mess with the stock market or the organization, the patterns, it always like comes back to the stable set point or something like. So it's kind of moving in that direction, like organizationally, but it cannot manufacture its own components yet. You know what I'm saying? Because there are like hard limits to that right now. That's what makes the human body so fascinating, and why they're always dissecting it and doing crazy stuff. Even vivisection is still done, because they want to like see how the body is like always manufacturing its own components, creating its own components and then integrating it back in, because that's a very profound thing, It's like a natural intelligence that, that it has our body, but hopefully they don't do that in the future for our industrial system, finding ways for that. So,
yeah, you could imagine people developing autoimmune disease, based on some sort of I guess mutation in their intestinal bacteria, right? Where they could digest things, like goats, or they fail to digest other things, right? And then they have to subsist based off of some sort of probiotic or some sort of supplement that's given to them by the system, right? So this could be an example of people whose biology or their for example, their digestive system is hacked, right? And of course there's people like that today, right? I to a certain degree am like this, right? If I can't drink coffee for a day, I'm like getting a headache and stuff, so I'm altered by technique, to a sufficient degree that I'll be extremely unstable, and I guess I'll experience extreme discomfort, right, without supplements, right, which are given to me, right, and which are basically procured by the needs of the system. So in terms of the idea of autopoiesis, right, it's not science fiction. There's already a example in it, right, in the principles of heredity, right, and that's that's the one thing that Norbert Weiner, right, says in his book. And then of course using this system as an example, right, they not only want to engineer life, right, or figure out the components to engineer life, but they also have the problem of we talked about this for a sort of extended period of time on our show, this idea of self-replicating machines, right? What happens when you create a self-replicating machine and it sort of propagates to no end, and you can't shut the system off. I mean, in Solstice 5, they were I mean, I guess fortunate enough to have this occurring on a planet that's not their own, right? But of course, you could see, you know, nanobots or something like that hijack, an entire ecosystem or something like that. Well, something like that would be extremely, terrifying, right? Where they hijack the soil or something, they start producing, right?
Exactly. That's the thing with autopoietic systems, like first off, the human beings we always seek like some degree of symbiosis. In the past we were in symbiosis with the natural world, but as technique grows, it severs that, or we become we engage in more symbiosis with technique then, which serves as a barrier to the natural earth. But autopoietic systems, there's a lot of, uh, uh, because they have their own agency, these systems, there's a lot of issues involved. There's a lot of uncertainty. Yeah, that's what I want to say. It could like hijack the ecosystem. It could form a kind of symbiosis with the ecosystem, or it could just, yeah, that's right. One of those two, which is, I mentioned Armored Core 6, and in that one, it actually the machines form new kind of symbiosis with the kind of life form or the energetic system that's on the planet in Armored Core 6. I forgot the name of the planet in Armored Core 6, but yeah, that's interesting. That is a big problem, yeah.
Yeah, like you see these these guys that they should be working cleaning up monkey shit in the zoo, but instead they're in some laboratory experimenting with some slime mold that could develop a mind of its own, right? And they're trying to use AI to infect the slime mold so that the slime mold can figure out problems on its own, and of course, the slime mold could spread everywhere, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something else. Oh, man, I forgot to put it on my rollout theory, but when you mentioned that, it reminded me. They're already putting fungi into computer chips. Also, you believe that they're already doing it?
And this thing can blow around, with the wind and start infecting things. Right? Spores.
And the system brainwashes people and spreads propaganda to make them think that's fine. You know what I mean? Like you see it, in a way, it's trying to attack our minds. Because a lot of kids probably think that's cool or whatever. Or they're brainwashed. Some people can be brainwashed into that. But the thing is, you have to think realistically. You have to take a step back, center yourself. Like the Buddha says, be realistic. If that happens, let's be realistic. It's gonna like destroy all of life, or it's going to replace the ecosystem, basically supplant it, or maybe even, just destroy everything. If that happens, I mean, that's what's realistic. Yeah, you don't want that to happen. Yeah, we do see it. Like I can show you. Like I can Google it right now and show you they're trying to like connect fungal hi-fi. The hi-fi of the fungus is kind of like our nerve cells. It can even have electrical impulses in the hi-fi, and they're trying to connect that to the electronic circuits of the
Exactly. Right. So they could use double their computing speed by using the fungus as a wired thing to send the information because it's efficient at doing it. And of course they're trying to hack nature, and of course once you give the thing that has the ability to propagate itself technical mastery, this is exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about the danger of self-replicating machines, and the problem of autopilot is obviously huge aspect of that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, it's a huge aspect of that. Yeah, the thing with the autopoiesis and other stuff is, it does kind of, I feel like, seek new kinds of symbiosis, or not new kinds of symbiosis, but it does seek symbiosis. That could lead to some big dangers. That stuff. Yeah, that's definitely shit. It is really creepy. Stuff like growing miniature human brains from stem cells, putting it in computer chips, trying to, I mean, that's already has some degree of symbiosis, believe it or not. Like, you can rent it right now. Go online and rent those organoid intelligence, yeah. And I was hoping Dark Lord would come here, but because my next presentation would probably interest him. But I would argue that technique has a shadow. I mean, has a shadow in the sense you'll see in my other presentation. It definitely has a shadow, and the shadow stretches before it. And what we see right now is just the surface of what they have. I mean, pretty much every conspiracy that people have been talking about is coming true. I mean, or it's already been true. They're just slowly rolling it out and stuff. That one, this one is a lot more intense than my other presentation, and it's not as professional as the one I just shared. Yeah, but whenever you're ready, we can play that one, or I can wait for.
Yeah. Let me just say that this is three possible dangers. One is on a macro level of robotics, right? You could think of like a factory that creates machines that uses the environment around it to create those machines, right? So it's a thing unto itself, just like in Solstice 5. You can think of some sort of thing that infects the genes, right, and then hijacks the genes and uses the genes to promote to create energy to propagate itself, right? So this thing has hijacked the human biology, right? Or you could think of an AI that scans the internet and produces articles, right? Every day, this app scans the internet and this AI produces new articles, right? Of course, the person who manages this AI system's account does not have to do anything, right? Automatically generates information, right? Of course, this info does not have to be true or false, right? So there's dangers of the self-replication.
Yeah, the thing is though, not many people are really like going into this deeply or like actually taking it seriously, because what you say is 100% right. Like there is like a drift or definite movement towards the autopoietic systems. Right now it's really organizational, but there are elements that could be like pure autopoiesis. Definitely, like it's moving in that direction, like becoming more and more self-making. For example, the AI you were talking about, scanning the internet and producing new articles and automatically generating information. That is very much like a movement towards autopoiesis. Same with like, I don't know, infecting genes or subliminal messaging from social engineering. That can like try to subliminally alter our intent or the way we interpret things. For example, I think academia is very much all about just brainwashing people to be okay with this stuff. And yeah, the thing is, it is kind of a big deal. We don't want it to move it more and more towards being self-sustaining.
Right. It's funny. The university is like, it's like you get, studies, right, to go and, get a job, right, to go to work, for, these corporations. And of course, who funds the studies? The corporations. And right, it's like a self-feeding, right, like a loop, right? It's like they fund people to go work for themselves. Right? It's like a weird system. Right?
The thing though is people truly don't have control, but sometimes I talk about it in my rollout theory. I do feel like the shadow of the technique, it has some kind of causal power, which is why some people lean towards like the occult or like like I don't know, aliens or whatever, manipulating or puppeteering mankind, because it really goes against our deepest instincts. I mean, our deepest heart desires, are is really anti-love. And the way it's progressing, someone like Peter Thiel, when you look at his face, I'm gonna be honest, like his face doesn't really like look normal. I mean, like it's just weird. Like it does feel like spiritual war to a large extent, like what Dark Lord says. He says it feels like a spiritual war. Yeah. So I think he's right about that. There is a spiritual element to this conflict also, you know. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. So definitely, we don't want it to move in that direction, you know. But it does feel like people like Peter Thiel actually remain quiet when people ask, "Do you want people? Are you okay with people going with the machines taking over people and stuff?" He remained quiet. You believe that? You know that. We had to pause before he responded.
Yeah.
Long pause,
Yeah, we read that on the show last time. You know, and yeah, it just seemed like you know, yeah, but you know, he uses these code words, right? He says he's against stagnation, right? So he doesn't use the word acceleration, right? And then so he's got all these marketing slogans, right? And he says the singularity is not something that's just going to happen, right? You have to make it happen, right? It's kind of like the Che Guevara thing. I mean, like the revolution is not just an apple that's going to fall from the tree. I mean, you have to shake the tree and make it fall. You know, sort of thing, and you know, seize history sort of idea, you know, sort of slogan, right? Now we're sort of co-creating, you know. So he's used a lot of interesting sort of memology in order to promote his idea, and also behind it all, there's this idea of the Judeo-Christian, right, symbology that he's employing, right, from the Christianization of Nietzscheanism, right, and of course he's using the thoughts of Rene Girard for that, and the ideas of the Enlightenment to promote this synthesis of Judeo-Christian ideas and science, right? So I think we've got his number with the type of ideas that we're talking about on the show recently, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have. You do a very good job of exploring the whole genealogical historical development that led to the eschatology that then, you know, mutated into the, you know, crazy ass techno acceleration, and you know, that you do a good job of analyzing that. There's definitely that, you know, more messianic element that you do a good job of analyzing. But yeah, there's like so many problems now. Yeah, people have to. I feel like one big thing I forgot to mention is you can try to relegate, regulate. You can try to regulate the Solstice. I mean, the machine and Solstice 5, but that's futile. Only solution is to scale it back. But if we keep letting it grow, you know, metastasize or something, it's going to go out of our control even more. You know what I mean? Because I would say right now it hasn't become as bad as Solstice 5. I mean, it is bad, but in Solstice 5, like, they really lack control. But I think if we have, like, I don't know, some kind of group or organization work together and just scale back thing, you know, maybe there is a chance, you know, then, you know what I mean? But in Solstice 5, there's no chance really, because the system is always manufacturing its own components. It's like going against a planet, basically, you know what I mean? The factory, and yeah, hopefully people can like scale back. That's the only solution. Scaling back is what I'm saying. That's the only solution. Regulations don't help. That's what I'm saying. You know, there's always they don't really help. I'm surprised more people don't realize regulations don't help. You know, it does not help.
Yeah. And I think the goal is to realize that nature employs techniques to adapt ourselves to human scale techniques, right? And understand the techniques sort of that nature uses, right? Instead of the mechanical techniques, because the mechanical techniques are too large scale and they are anti-human, right? And they're anti-social, right? They disintegrate society, they disintegrate culture, right? They drive science, right? An exploration. They, you know, desacralize knowledge, desacralize nature. You know, as you've stated, you know, so this is all, very important to look at the human scale techniques, private techniques. As Ellul calls them. That can be, developed and maintained by humans, right? To go against this, autopoiesis, the drive towards autopoiesis, as you said, which is evident in the reproduction of information,
right? Made for human consumption by machines.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. Yeah, like, definitely. So maybe I should show the video for rollout theory now. Yeah, I'll just show it out. This one is a bit more speculative, but I do think it's kind of true because we'll see. Okay, so this is Avian Buddha, and I will be presenting the rollout theory. This presentation is kind of long, so excuse me if I seem exasperated at any point. It's also pretty intense, but I do recommend thinking about it more deeply. So basically, what is the rollout theory? Military black budget labs lead public markets by approximately 15 years, stage releases, and use pop culture to habituate the public to threatening deployments. A lot of people would immediately dismiss this after I read it. I feel we've reached a point where it's undeniable now. I mean, that the people who spoke of things like predictive programming and coming across crazy technology in like the middle of the woods or near oceans or whatever, they were onto something. It was good for people to listen to them more, but we will get to that. So is the volume high enough for you, TML, or sorry about
Yeah, it seems okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's let me tell. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I can't make it higher. I don't know how, but if you want, you can like watch it on the YouTube, and then well, sorry about that. Slightly low here. I wonder why this one is low. Maybe I should
Yeah.
try. Maybe I should
I
stream
can
it.
hear it
From,
fine, but yeah, maybe on YouTube they can't hear it as fine. But yeah.
yeah, maybe I can stream it from YouTube or something, and maybe it will be higher volume if I stream it from YouTube. Let me just try that quickly. So,
Yeah, it's bound to be lower if you do that. I think.
Oh, it's bound to be lower.
Yeah. Usually, usually if I play music on my show, I share the
Well, actually,
video.
it's possible. Actually, I'll just read it myself right now. Yeah. Yeah. Wait a second. I'll just get the PowerPoint and read it myself. Yeah, because I do have the PowerPoint. So yeah, that will be louder if I do that. Yeah. Yeah. I'll just read the PDF. Wait a second. I'll just get the PDF and yeah, I'll just get the PDF. It will take like just 20 seconds to get the PDF. So here we go. Roll out.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, here we go. Got the PDF. Also, yeah, I'll read it from the PDF. Yeah, don't worry. I'll just read from PDF. All right. So basically, the rollout theory is just military black budget labs lead public markets by approximately 15 years. They stage releases and use pop culture to habituate the public to threatening deployment. And technique has a trajectory. Based on this presentation, I believe technique. Possesses directionality. Technique isn't no longer about means becoming ends. Rather, it is about supplanting the organic and molding it in its image. Technique has the character of being invasive and puppeteering man to make themselves obsolete, much like the planned obsolescence of iPhones. If it weren't for technique's shadow, it would be purely about efficiency, production, and consumption. However, the shadow of technique also makes it about creating something above us in the food chain. It's to either depopulate or replace us. So you can comment anytime you want, or anyone can join. Now and comment. So yeah. So 2 case studies. No, there are many more. My father, while working as an architect at a firm, he was approached by unusually secretive clients. They brought him to a private demo showing live real-time surveillance with tight zoom on specific people. Such capabilities were already operational long before the public knew they were possible. Inference he drew. Major tech advances incubate inside military DARPA ecosystems, then surface years later. He began to see consumer tech as the public rollout phase of earlier classified work. Pop culture functions as preconditioning. Films, TV normalize capabilities before they appear on the market. Personal impact, lasting skepticism toward official tech origin stories and timeline. My friend Darklord, okay, well, let me see. While near the ocean, he witnessed an unidentified craft emerge from the water. It slowly but quickly went across his field of vision. It made no noise and it didn't disturb the trees. Only Darklord and his witness saw it. On the right, he claims that's what the craft looked like. He describes it as a little wider and darker. So it sat there for a while, like Darklord and others didn't see it. After the encounter, he reports persistent severe anxiety. So conclusion, black box research and development, military DARPA sits approximately 15 years ahead of public tech. He now views much of new consumer releases as staged rollouts of older classified capability. He, I don't know why. He cites present-day examples as indicators of the curve. Implication: today's edge in public view. If this is today's edge in public view, private and defense programs already operate far beyond it. So past examples, one of them is DARPANet. The internet actually started off, as a DARPA research and for military purposes. So DARPA's research network, late 1960s, linking universities and defense labs to share compute resources, resilience under attack, leading to packet switching, redundant routing, decentralized control, UCLA, SRI, UCSB, blah, blah, birth network email and remote login soon after. TCP/IP standardized across network led to foundations of today's internet. Capabilities incubated in defense research, then migrated to academia. So the implication for this talk is ARPANET is a canonical case of a military defense tech stack rolled out years to civilian life. So they basically fund high-risk prototypes, then test and close networks, then commercial spin-offs, then mass adoption. Interstate highways are like from war plan to everyday life. Born as the National System of Interstate and Defense Highways, 1956, pitched for rapid troop movement and civil defense evacuation in the nuclear era. Eisenhower's push from military experience. The rough 1919 Army convoy across the U.S. and seeing Germany's Autobahn and with World War II convinced them a defense-ready network was essential. Congress funded a 41K mile system and set up the Highway Trust Fund. The defense framing helped secure scale and money. Once built, the network quickly became the backbone of civilian travel. The commerce, suburbs, and logistics. The military rationale faded while public use exploded. Framed for defense, financed the national scale, then normalized for civilian life. This also explains why so many people die from car accidents, because it was originally meant for war purposes, interstate highways. Then it was accommodated to civilian use and expected to be used.
Right.
Yeah.
There's some soldiers on the road, going to work.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's kind of like a war. Yeah. So Pentagon's heartbeat ID, laser jetson. I mean, people can Google this. This is real, 100%. But it used to be considered conspiracy, stuff like this. But now we know 100% it's real. What it is, a DoD-backed laser vibrometry system that reads your unique cardiac signature from a distance. Reported effective to be around 200 meters, works through light clothing, not heavy winter clothing. I don't believe that. That's what they say. I think it's much more powerful than that, at least 15 years ahead. Early claims, let's see here. Unlike faces, which can be obstructed, a heartbeat pattern is stable and harder to spoof. Expands biometric tracking beyond cameras. From conspiracy to admitted tech. You see that a lot. From conspiracy to admitted tech. Once a rumor, now openly acknowledged in mainstream coverage, citing Pentagon sources and programs, aka Jetson. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely right. The thing is, and I talk about this near the end, is there's a strong lack of transparency. We don't know what the hell DARPA and the shadow of technique are doing. We can only infer, because they're not telling us. But the point is that a lot of so-called conspiracies ultimately become true or were true. You know, I mean, like, you know, because they roll it out. You see, that's the rollout theory. You know, it's very hard to like really. So syringe injectable neural mesh. This is real too now. I mean, this was, you know, this, you know, Harvard, Stanford teams show syringe injectable macroporous mesh electronics that unfurl in tissues after passing through needles as small as 100 micrometers. Devices survived injection with over 90% yield. So follow-ups in rodents reported minimal chronic immune response and seamless integration, exactly what long-lived brain interfaces need. This is only what we see on the surface. You know, what we see on the surface. You know, obviously DARPA and others are 15 years ahead. This is, you know, so this tech press coverage injectable origami electronics building with brain hat back in 2015, long before today's hype. You know, defense interest tracks the timeline. DARPA programs openly fund high bandwidth, ideally non-surgical neural input-output, precisely the use injectable meshes point. From conspiracy to just tech. When the papers are public, assume more capable versions exist in restricted labs. You know, and you have stuff like DARPA too, and I mean like Plum Island and other stuff. But yeah, so this is another one. Graphene and quantum computing. Now, scientists achieved the impossible, unlocking quantum circuits using magnetic graphene. Now, quantum gear gets hot and fussy fast. Cooling it down and correcting errors costs a ton of energy. If you need giant fridges and magnets, the whole system is slow, expensive, and hard to scale. So I have a friend, he was online acquaintance. He lived in Sweden. We talked a bit, and he told me, like, I don't know, 3-4 years ago or so, like a couple of years ago, that we're nowhere near quantum computing. He told me that. Okay, and he said the reason is because of thermodynamic limitation. I mean, they need a very cold environment. But then around 2025 or 2024, I started seeing articles like using a graphene to bypass those thermodynamic limitations. And you know, graphene is kind of blackish. You know, it kind of looks black, and that could tie into the predictive programming of black goo, which we talk about also. So you know, specially engineered graphene can carry quantum-style signals like spin currents without huge magnets and sometimes near room temperature. So what? Less cooling and bulky hardware, a smaller heat bill, simpler setups, and a path to more practical quantum parts. If graphene enables quantum-ish transport at room temperature, it collapses cost barriers that keep quantum tech rare and visible. Big fridges, big labs. That's exactly the kind of materials jump that you'd much quietly then roll up. So let's see here. This is hard. It's hard to see. Sometimes the text is in the way. Okay, so when you see the public claims of no magnets, higher temperatures, assume classified variants targeting robust low-power spintronics and hybrid classical quantum modules are at least 15 years ahead operationally. The paperwork and press might be step one. So, you know, here's another one. This graphene tattoos. This was actually, I saw a lot of these articles around the time of 2019. You know what I mean? Study. Dust of graphene-related materials is not harmful. My question is, why tell us that unless, you know, like this is like, there are lots of news like this, you know, and it's kind of strange, you know, when you see, I don't know, professionals or academia or a certain trend telling you, oh, dust of graphene-related materials is not harmful. That makes you think maybe they're spraying your food with graphene. You never know. You know, graphene, you know, because I heard conspiracies also, or so-called conspiracy, that graphene or like 5G could alter, I don't know, the form of or the structure of graphene. Maybe you can make it come together and alter it. But I actually didn't look into that, though. I should have looked into that. Graphene tattoos could continually monitor your blood pressure. You know, that's kind of messed up. Yeah, but yeah, you know, I also saw this one clip of people using phones and scanning each other to see if you're vaccinated or not. And maybe that could also tie into graphene. Graphene e-tattoos are a possible revolution in blood pressure monitoring. Evidence for unconventional superconductivity and twisted. So yeah, I just wanted to show that. Cloaking tech, you know, this is real now. Cloaking tech is real. You know, basically it's invisibility with special materials. I'll just go faster now, you know, because I just took this. So basically, you build materials that steer waves like light, sound, or heat around something so sensors don't see it. And let me see. Anyone can come on if they want. But basically, you have stuff like heat cloaks, sound vibration cloaks, real gear today. From conspiracy to commonplace. Cloaking once lived in rumor territory. Now, today, microwave, IR, infrared, acoustic, partial cloaks are demonstrated and briefed openly. Public now treats them as normal niche tech, not sci-fi. I mean, we see that pattern over and over again. I mean, so basically, yeah, so there's that pattern. So let's continue on. Okay. Directed energy weapons. This is real now. I remember reading approximately 5 to 10 years, or maybe it was 5 years, that they were claiming directed energy weapons are just mere conspiracy. They dismissed it as like such. But now we see now they admit to it. So weapons that project energy, lasers, high power microwaves, radio frequency beams to disable sensors, drones, vehicles, or people. Why it matters to roll out. I mean, so like decades of research and development were largely quiet, defense focused before initial deployments, then broader public awareness. So directed energy weapons illustrate how capabilities can be dismissed as conspiracy until unveiling makes them undeniable. Yes, and yeah, that's true. Maybe that's one reason we see the predictive programming of black goo everywhere. Like tons of media. That is true. That's one strong possibility, very much so. And so let's continue on here. Nanotech and biology. We actually saw them talking about this. Carbon quantum dots. CQDs. They're less than 10 nanometers, carbon-based nanoparticles with bright, tunable fluorescence, often excitation dependent, cheap to make, including green synthesis from sugars, biomass. So yeah, that could like go beyond the blood-brain barrier, neural interfaces, wearable and implantable sensors. It's all dual mode imaging, for instance, MRI when hybridized. CQDs exemplify a platform that matures in research, defense, medical niches for sensing, targeting, counter microbe, then diffuses into consumer health and diagnostics. So yeah, we saw interesting stuff about that. Machine learning, so I feel like machine learning it probably already existed among DARPA. I remember reading stories about how some people will come across random stuff that would like kind of hint that maybe AI algorithms are being used. Like some random people will call and it sounds like AI algorithm. But the math for machine learning is very, very old. It's from 1950. It's mostly based on linear algebra. Machine learning is heavily based on linear algebra. That kind of stuff could be kind of old, yeah. So I wonder how I can go. I see that. Okay, that's better. Okay, so I'll continue on. Okay, so organoid intelligence. I actually mentioned this during our conversation. Basically growing miniature human brain cells and then integrating them into computer chips. So there are networks of human brain cells, organoids interface to silicon, microelectrode arrays, CMOs to sense, compute, and act. Why it felt sudden, it felt sudden to me. I was like, I got my degrees in neuroscience and computer science. And I never knew about this until just a few years ago, And it's extremely energy efficient, on-the-fly plasticity, graceful degradation, and potential for edge learning, where silicon struggles. Edge learning or edge analytics is like it's like your phone or like sensors, IoT basically, and then you can do machine learning on the edge. If you put stuff like those miniature human brain cells into edge analytics, maybe it's like putting a massive brain around you. I mean, maybe that's what I want to do if they do it. How organoid and intelligence computes, population dynamics, spike timing, plasticity, and homeostatic rules. trained via electrical chemical rewards, more like adaptive control than today's backprop. I mean, let me see here. Nonetheless, it's reasonable to suspect some classified parallel road given the dual use potential. So, there was, I think, mostly underground, definitely, and now we're seeing it, like, you see, they kind of like take stuff from different fields and then unite them in dangerous ways. Like xenobots, what they are, tiny living robots built from frog stem cells, skin heart, assembled into designed shapes that move and do simple tasks. For example, this is Michael Levin. The research he does is very creepy. You have xenobots, limb regeneration, and the power of cellular communication. Basically, it's, researchers use evolutionary algorithms to propose shapes. Cells self-assemble and heart cells contract to power motion. So, locomotion, pushing, carrying microcargo, limited self-healing, I don't know, mostly bad, why it matters. Proof that programmable multicellular life can act as a tool, blurring robot with organism versus organism. So xenobots basically blur robot versus organism from fringe to normalized, Once tabloid sounding, xenobots now show up in peer review or mainstream coverage because it was rolled out. You know what I mean? Another so-called conspiracy-ish idea turning into just tech. You know what I mean? So here's another
yeah,
example.
it's like the Guyver show, right? Like,
Yeah, that's the direction we're heading, man. Like, holy shit. And there are people, man, let me tell you this, this is the most important stuff to be talking about now. Looking philosophically at, everything, the technique and thinking historically and talking more about this stuff. But, academia doesn't do that, That's why I thought David Skrbina's book was so interesting. It got me thinking a lot and more seriously and meditating and stuff like that. More people need to be talking about this stuff. This stuff is very important. But that doesn't pay the bills for the elite or the technical elite. So that
right.
You see here. Yeah, I know so many problems. Like I don't know, it's just accelerating. Yeah, it's already accelerating. That doesn't surprise me. I mean, there's like so much shit out there now. And also, it starts off as conspiracy. So, GPS, night vision and thermal imaging, stealth and materials, UAVs, drones, public key crypto, satellite imaging. These are all other rolled out examples. Now, you could probably find thousands of them or hundreds of them. I mean, like,
yeah.
Yeah.
I call the cell phone what it is. It's a radiated lithium brick.
Yes,
It's just carrying on you. It's
yeah, exactly. That's right.
not a good idea.
Probably started off in DARPA or something, and then it was rolled out. I mean, and the point is the shadow is much faster, but we'll see now. Question for audience: which current classified networks tools are today's pre-internet quietly maturing before public debug? Yeah, so debug. So we raise it. Examples of predictive programming. Now, predictive programming is definitely real. I mean, I definitely believe in predictive programming. So this is one article I wanted to share. This is a real bullshit article, like in the sense that I don't believe it, but I do question the motives of even bringing it up. Lethal autonomous weapons laws. Congress, put this article here, and it claims that here are some questions. If laws aren't in the inventory, why brief Congress in detail and mandate annual reports? Are they normalizing something that already exists in prototypes or already exists altogether? Why build a full compliance pipeline? If there's nothing to feel, legal cover in advance. It is about shaping public opinion, human judgment, manual control. So fully autonomous strikes feel acceptable when revealed. See what I'm trying to say here? I'm saying the shadow shapes the public opinion in lots of ways via predictive programming, so that when it finally is unveiled fully or rolled out, people act like it's normal, and I see it happen, I mean, because, like one of my friends, he's an over socialized cretin, I mean, I've been talking to him for 5 or 10 years. I don't really like him. He doesn't watch this either. And I told him about, directed energy weapons about 6 or 7 years ago. And at that time, I remember Wikipedia or somewhere else was claiming it was a conspiracy or something. and he dismissed everything I said. Now I show him that it's real, and I ask what he thinks, and he's so stupid. He doesn't understand the dangers. You know, maybe he's just mentally weak or something. So let's continue on. You know, are they pre-justifying budgets? Competitors are forcing our hand to fund programs already underway behind curtains. So, you know, I would say, you know, just classic rollout. You know, define, reassure, regulate on paper, then unveil limited operational evaluation, something like that. So, you know, just you got that. You know, it is fishy though. You would agree this article is fishy, right? Like I just put the excerpt here. You know, like why bring this up unless it's going to be unveiled in the future or something? You agree with me? Or like,
oh yeah, because people who think there's a free marketplace of ideas, I mean, they're living in delusional world.
Yeah, exactly.
That is, you know, they are promoting certain ideas because that's, you know, I mean, just like you said, it's predictive program. It's predictive programming. I mean, on a psychological level, you know, so that when, and that's what a lot of the alien stuff is too. You know, it's like, to get people psychologically prepared.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, you know, there's a lot of weird stuff they're doing, and there's a lot of predictive programming. The aliens does feel like that too. You know, brain cloud interface. I read this article. You know, supposedly speculative, but you know, it's just talking about a real-time link between the human brain and the cloud. You know, and it's like using nanorobotics to monitor neurons, synapses, and shuttle data to external compute. So, you know, yeah, you know, that basically, you know, this claim, this is like, you know, a speculative piece, you know, but I just feel like it's predictive programming, you know, because it's kind of weird to me that people will be talking about like it's all normal, you know. Are they that over socialized? Do they have some insider knowledge or something? Are they like trying to normalize people's reaction? Thing is, there's a large element of predictive programming in this article too, you know. It's kind of Ray Kurzweil shit, this article. But yeah, when the white papers detail actors, bandwidth, and use cases years in advance, expect parallel classified paths to be further along. Public discourse is the acclamation phase. So yeah, that's kind of sounds like, you know, rollout. So DSX, actually I've talked about this game a lot and I share clips, remember. So basically, you know, the Twin Towers were missing in the original DSX for PC. You should note the PS2 version was censored. I don't think the new remake looks good. It's best to stick to the original, and if you want to play it, play the Give Me DSX mod, avoid New Vision, but GMDX is a good mod. But basically the Twin Towers were missing when it was originally shipped, you know, and that was like 1 year before 9/11. Then they added a terrorist lore patch. You know, fans have questioned the memory excuse. They claim they didn't add the Twin Towers because of limitations in memory, but fans actually went and looked at the memory space and blah, 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 and that was a lie. They had the memory space, you know what I mean? They had enough space to add the Twin Towers, so why was it missing? You know what I mean? Released before 9/11, the game's missing towers plus terrorism plot reads eerily prescient into many players. DSX openly names real-world power networks, Illuminati, Majestic 12, Bilderberg, Trilateral Commission, you know, baking elite governance narratives directly into gameplay and dialogue. So it deals with stuff like transhumanism, augmentation, ethics, corporate capture of the state. I would say the state and the corporations are largely fused now. Surveillance and social control, issues that mapped onto later real-world debate. Even brushes against civilizational homogenization, anxieties, global governance, cultural flattening, resonant with today's arguments about Europe's cultural identity. So whether by constraint, craft, or coincidence, DSX normalized a bundle of once fringe topics: augmented humans, clandestine elites, terror shocks years before they dominate public. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that the original DSX has a lot of predictive programming. I actually have shared it a lot on your show, as we saw. But yeah, this one's definitely full of predictive programming. Black Mirror, you know, I have never actually seen Black Mirror, but I know it has a lot of predictive programming, you know, brain uploading, consciousness cookies, full sensory virtual reality, memory implants, you know, remote body perception hacks for soldiers, parental surveillance, and geofencing. If Dark Lord were here, it would be interesting to hear if he has watched Black Mirror, I should probably watch Black Mirror because there's a lot of crazy shit in it. Autonomous micro drones and swarms, kill bots and pursuit drones, platform-induced crisis. This is like what people watch during Netflix. You know what I mean? Like, and yet people do not connect the dots. You know that could very well be predictive programming, creator control, and digital clones. You know, so I have shared this on your stream also. You know, man-eater truth code. You know, humor often functions as predictive programming, sugarcoating to model shocks as today's jokes. Comedy is a soft launch tool. Laugh first, accept later. Jokes make radical tech feel normal before it arrives. Satire defangs disturbing ideas, easing their rollout. Today, habit tomorrow. So it was developed in Georgia, USA, a state dense with military bases and historic Freemasonic lodges. I'll share some screenshots now from my playthrough. I'll share the screenshots later, but I have shared it on your stream also. Maybe I'll share it a little bit afterwards. You know, but yeah, this felt like predictive programming. You know, it has stuff like that looks like Plum Island, nuclear spills. Even it just treats it all with being a joke. You know, frivolous. It makes me kind of suspicious. You know, like the kind of stuff they are pointing to is really hard to joke about. You know. Yeah, this guy says it. I think he's saying this about Black Mirror. You know, Black Mirror. You know, 100% predictive programming. Yeah, definitely. Maybe I should watch it for that reason. You know, just like maybe I should watch it for that. Yeah, I know. Black Mirror is 100% predictive programming. You know, let's put this again. There you go. Yeah, maybe it's good to watch this. You know, even though it doesn't look that fun. You know, or whatever. It's good to analyze it. You know what I'm trying to say is that predictive programming or analyzing the trends of what they're trying to normalize us for the future is a valid, I would say, intellectual or even academic pursuit in some ways. You know, because when you think about it, you know, it's less dangerous to watch when you know what it is. Yes, that's right. Yeah, exactly. You know, that's right. You're conscious of it. You know, most of popular media is predictive programming. Black goo, graphene oxide. Oh, this one can go on and on. You know, there's a lot of YouTube videos about and other stuff. You know, you have black oil, X-Files, sentient infectious oil that affects people. Prometheus has black goo. There are a lot of examples. You know, from popular media. I just, you know, there's a lot. You know, yeah. So I actually showed this on your show too. You know, you can see the legs here. And you know, the genital there and the breast there and the face. But this is also Baphomet. The teeth are here, the nose, the eyes, you know, and this is not a coincidence, you know, the horns. So the biggest question in life, or like this is very hard. Where do the lies end and the truth begins? I don't know. You know, that's why I always have healthy doubts. You know, I mean, skepticism. Yeah, the Black Spider-Man, Venom. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the black goo. You know, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. In the movie, the guy who gets or not just in the movie. I mean, anytime somebody gets infected with the symbiote, it starts changing their personality. And that's part of the thing. It actually hacks their brain, right?
It could be the carbon dots. I mean, the quantum dots. You know, the carbon quantum dots, or it's predictive programming basically for all that crap. You know, and then they'll basically roll it out and, you know, act like it's normal. Yeah. So basically, conclusion. There are two basic principles that this whole presentation is arguing. From conspiracy to just tech. You know, that's the first one. When the papers and program pages are public, assume more capable versions exist in hidden labs. So who benefits from the timing of these revelations, and what are we being prepared to accept next? My answer, as I agree with Dark Lord about that, I hate to say, I would argue depopulation, social collapse, and restructuring society for greater automation, smart city, brain cloud interfaces, graphene tattoos, normalization of biological engineering, and so on. Perhaps many conflicts are deliberately manufactured for this objective. You know, if they are lying this much to us in the Matrix or whatever, you know, it makes me question a lot of global conflict. You know, it's like very difficult to determine lie from truth at this point. It's very hard. So yeah, let me see here. Oh yeah, this was from a World Economic Forum pamphlet. Let me see. Oops. This was from a World Economic Theory pamphlet. Basically, they showed this in their pamphlet, vaccine, and then it goes there, maybe syringe, injectable, nano mesh, it connects humanity to the cloud. You have the phone to a 5G network, internet, and then it's connects to that. This was from a fucking, World Economic Forum pamphlet. You believe that? And people act like it's normal, yeah.
Sheeples.
Yeah, sheeples, definitely. And I already shared this. I accidentally put it again. So, I don't see. So from Internet of Things to Internet of Bodies. It could be the carbon dots, the quantum dots, the carbon quantum dots, or could be it's predictive programming basically for all that crap, and then they'll basically roll it out and act like it's normal. Yeah. So basically, conclusion. There are two basic principles that this whole presentation is arguing. From conspiracy to just tech. That's the first one. When the papers and program pages are public, assume more capable versions exist in hidden labs. So who benefits from the timing of these revelations? And what are we being prepared to accept next? My answer, as I agree with Dark Lord about that, I hate to say, I would argue depopulation, social collapse, and restructuring society for greater automation. Smart city, brain cloud interfaces, graphene tattoos, normalization of biological engineering, and so on. Perhaps many conflicts are deliberately manufactured for this objective. If they are lying this much to us in the Matrix or whatever, it makes me question a lot of global conflict. It's like very difficult to determine lie from truth at this point. It's very hard. So yeah, let me see here. Oh yeah, this was from a World Economic Forum pamphlet. Let me see. Oops. This was from a World Economic Theory pamphlet. Basically, they showed this in their pamphlet, vaccine, and then it goes there, maybe syringe, injectable, nano mesh, it connects humanity to the cloud. You have the phone to a 5G network, internet, and then it's connects to that. This was from a fucking, World Economic Forum pamphlet. You believe that? And people act like it's normal, yeah.
Sheeples.
Yeah, sheeples, definitely. And I already shared this. I accidentally put it again. So, I don't see. So from Internet of Things to Internet of Bodies. I might show a clip of something from Rand Corporation. Basically, they have stuff like pills, and the pills have sensors, and they can integrate with your body. It's basically like Internet of Things to Internet of Bodies, and so you can stream health and behavioral data, examples now, watches, rings, AR glasses, smart clothing. That's what they tell us, So it could be like smart pills. You know, there's a real thing that they're trying to push now. Smart pills. You know, micro implants. Next step, brain cloud interfaces. And like, okay. The solution scale back technology to 12th century AD levels, and that's basically the presentation. You know, and so basically, I'm saying technique has a shadow. You know what I mean? It definitely has a shadow, and the shadow is like stretched before technique, and it rolls it out to technique as technique proceeds because it wants the technique to be acclimatized. You know what I mean? So we have to like think of that there's a shadow to technique. Thinking about the technique shadow of too long or dwelling on it too long makes it go crazy, but it's kind of important to realize it's definitely there. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's definitely there. You know, it's too much of a pattern. You know what I mean? The problem is with the scientific method or empirical science is they try to destroy your thinking. You know, if you see a pattern and it recurs over and over again, then you got to like say this, infer that it's real. You know what I mean? Like I just say there's a shadow to technique, basically. Would you agree with that?
Oh
You know,
yeah, yeah. It says William James says. I mean, it's loss of truth for risk of error, right? You know, it's too rigid of an epistemology. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, with my second presentation, I just wanted to make that, you know, I think we covered a lot. I mean, anyone can come on and talk about stuff. You know, I think I gave the two most important presentations I wanted to. You know, like basically about solstice 5 autopoiesis. You know, how we're drifting towards autopoiesis. You know, self-making system. Then I gave a presentation on, you know, rollout theory. You know what I mean? And basically the rollout theory, I'm gonna go back, just wanted to be there in case someone, because I feel military black budget labs lead public markets by approximately 15 years, stage releases, and use pop culture to habituate the public to threatening deployment. Yeah. Yeah, so basically, yeah. So yeah, basically that's it. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna remove this from the, yeah, basically that's it. So, oh yeah, here it is. Okay. Yeah, okay. So those two are what I wanted to show. So anyone can join on the panel. Let me see if I can find anything else to talk about. I think those were the two main things I wanted to talk about. And it's very hard to talk for a lot. You know, I think it was very good. Let me think what else I could talk about. So let me see here.
Yeah,
Yes.
excellent presentation. So
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Sometimes I don't know, 'cause this mic I should have gotten a better mic. Hope it on YouTube it sounds louder. I'm gonna double
yeah, it
check.
sounds okay to me. Yeah, especially the other day when everybody's yelling. You know?
I actually went and talked to Martin Manos again privately. And
Oh, okay.
yeah, he's
Yeah, he's
retarded.
correcting me.
Yeah, he's kind of stupid. Yeah, and yeah, I know. Yeah,
Yeah, he's a persistent stooge. So,
yeah, yeah.
he's gonna play dumb.
I think his biggest problem is that he doesn't treat this stuff with any seriousness. That's the problem, you know.
Well, he can't. He's
Yeah.
it's his bread and butter, you know, as they say. You know, so he needs to LARP. You know, he LARPs out of technical necessity at this point.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah.
You know,
The funny thing is that after we talked, you know, he was starting to talk about how he just does it for money. Like I was like, what? You know, what I mean, like, you know, he's at least he's transparent about that. You
yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah. I sent him $5, and then for the free promotion. I mean, because we did have 63 people watching. I mean, and I thought I'd better send it to him than the other guy because the other guy's a drug dealer. So I thought, okay.
The other guy is way worse. You know, the other guy.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Even I can agree that at least Landry, you know, he's nerdy, but yeah, the other guy's much worse, and you know, so
yeah. That's true. Yeah, definitely. So, let me think what else I could talk about. Okay. Maybe I'll just give one other presentation from something I have here. Let me just check my computer.
Yeah, but on the last one, I think this idea of two-way communication, right, between the human and the machine, right, that they kept saying it's some sort of science fiction concept, and now, of course, voila, they have it, right? And of course, they can create this idea. Of course, they've had it in terms of, you can even have a machine mediate impulses between one human and another. Right, there's another idea about nanomachines being placed in the bloodstream to turn on virtual reality simulators. And right, so I mean, all these things that we talked about, that are mentioned in Ray Kurzweil's Promise and Peril, Kevin Warwick, who talked about how they put a chip in his shoulder, right? And he communicates, all his bio data with the computer and all this stuff. And of course, he's able to remotely control, electronic limbs, right, through accessing this computer, right? So I mean, if they're able to do all this stuff, they're able to use machines to send information directly to your nervous system, and they're admitting that they can do all this, right? Right now. Right. So, apply the rollout theory to this idea. And of course, when they start using this stuff and they get caught using it, and then they claim it's alien technology, and all this stuff, you should try to question these things, right? Because it's obvious that, there's much more deeper things at play, right? Has been continually noticed, right? First through the predictive programming in the media, and secondly through them saying that, oh, this is a conspiracy, and then 15 years later, it's the truth, right? Just like the graphene, nano, tubules, and the organoid intelligence, and a lot of the stuff you said, right? So yeah, it's time to start learning quicker.
I agree 100%. And the point is, if you think there are people out there who think all this stuff is cool or blah blah blah, but they're just fooling themselves. That's just over socialized. Like, look at nukes. This is like nukes bringing it into the body or something like that. It's like nuking the whole notion of humanity or life itself. This is not cool stuff. This is very depressing stuff. Because sometimes I do think that maybe they're hiding something more, though, like maybe occult documents or maybe something like that. I'm open to that possibility. It's very hard to know for sure. For example, Brown's boy said, notice very little, if any, tech is focused on looking underground. It's all about controlling the surface or going to the sky. It's not popular to look underground, according to propaganda. Maybe they are hiding something underground. Remember Jesse Ventura had a great episode about it. He went underground. He went to this place where people claim something was underground. And a lot of weird things happened when he went. Like, they could hear weird stuff or whatever. I don't know. Maybe there's reptilians or something. I have no idea.
Yeah. And there's enough of our Hyperborean friends to actually, there's like 1 million of these guys at this point. So, are they gonna, create an organization that digs underground, right? Because, or are they working with the Vril or whatever it is, the reptilians to hide the information? Who knows, right? But, but
exactly,
it's pretty crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah, but they don't want they don't want you to look underneath, right? Right. They want you to look up. Now here's from 1985, from the book The Media Lab, right? Before they even got the internet started, right? This is 1986 to 1987. They had 11 projects, and so I'll just read this real quick. One is electronic publishing, the other is SpeechWorks. Okay, I'm using telephone and telegraph, right? The third is advanced television research program, right? I'm using ABC, NBC, CBS, PBS, and all these services. The next one is movies of the future. I mean, the movies of the future, they basically sent movies via the telephone modem, right? So it was like Netflix, right? 5 is visible language network, right? That's directed by Polaroid. 6, spatial imaging, right, or holography, and now they have advanced topological maps. Of course, there's advanced topology. Research is huge, right? Creating virtual spaces and all this type of stuff, animation and computer graphics, computer music.
Yeah,
This-
actually,
yeah.
Let me interrupt you quickly. I actually forgot to mention LiDAR. LiDAR is pretty big too. Like they can I don't know, scan and get the light and make maps of the environment of such great resolution. Now, forgot to mention LiDAR, and of course that's a rollout also. LiDAR. I forgot to mention that. There's so much. There's what I'm saying. Basically, when you were mentioning the more topological stuff, LiDAR is connected to that.
Yeah. It's weird. The description here says computers and entertainment project. It says is a fuzzy set containing a fantasy called Vivarium, sponsored by Apple Computer, featuring Alan Kay along with Marvin Minsky. Trying to godfather the next generation of artificial intelligence and other fecund activities. Just as a media lab is considered by some to be MIT's lunatic fringe, this group is the lab's lunatic fringe. And School of the Future, that they're working with Lego and Apple Computers and MacArthur Foundation. But this is an important one, is 11, human-machine interface, right? And of course, the entire computer system is seen as a sort of human machine interface, right? Because they wanted to idealize the computer as an extension of the biology, right? As an extended mind, so to speak. So yeah, computers started out that way, right? It's not that they developed this idea with the advancement of computers that the machines are going to become conscious or meld with human intelligence, but this was the proposal at the very beginning, right?
So I have a quick question. What was that from again? You said advanced research program. What was the name? Because
it's called the Media Lab: Inventing the Future at MIT by Stuart Brand.
By
Stuart Brand. Yeah.
Is that a book?
Yeah, it's a book. Yeah.
Yeah, I should read that. That seems very interesting.
Yeah, he's a good writer for sure.
Yeah, I see it. That's interesting. Yeah. Very fascinating stuff. Yeah.
He was the student of Gregory Bateson, as we learned on our show recently. So he's an interesting guy.
Yeah, and I know Bateson was connected to MK Ultra, like you said.
Right.
Yeah. I don't trust that when he says that. He didn't know what he was doing. You don't work for MK Ultra without knowing what you're doing. Like, yeah. Yeah, lots of crazy stuff. Yeah, you can spend a lifetime just looking into the rollout theory. I mean, all of the different angles and stuff. I mean, yeah, yeah. Basically, there's a lot of medical system could also be tied to a lot of problems. But anyway, let's know a lot of their malpractices or whatever. But let's maybe I should let me see what else I should do now. Yeah, we covered a lot, and then just that short time we covered a lot. Yeah, so let me see what other topic I could talk about that's related to this. I could look at my presentation because I have a lot of presentations, and let me see. Let's see.
Yeah, nice.
Let me see. think that's good for now. So that they cover a lot. Maybe just if anyone want to come on, they can. Just give the link again. Yeah, I don't really trust the viewer watch, like, because sometimes it says like there's only one viewer, and then I get like 2 comments from 2 different people. It makes me, I don't know, suspicious. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just they don't do a good job. I'll just come in. Wait, let me see. Oh yeah, I know what to share. Yeah, yeah. You know about Rand Corporation, or no? You know about Rand?
Yes, I've heard about some of their sort of nefarious
Yeah, they're definitely
global
involved.
corporation. Yep.
They're definitely involved in a lot of nefarious stuff. That's definitely true. They actually push for Internet of Bodies. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Also, this guy Larry Ellison, from Oracle, he has
I
some pretty
know.
interesting ideas about how human beings are going to be hooked up to the cloud and all this stuff. Obviously,
He's definitely a vital person. Massive Zionist, massive
right.
technophile. Yeah, and lots of crazy ass stuff. Yeah, he's definitely one of the worst ones. He's like a pretty bad. Yeah, definitely. And there are a lot of those people. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about the graphene mesh. And they even have a bacterial mesh. Where they could get these, bacterial mesh tattoos. That change colors. As a sort of sensor for different diseases. And they've even invented smart pills. Where you take the pill and then you get like a notification on your cell phone. When to take the pill again or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that stuff did exist. That's predictive programming, because I feel like I saw cartoons with that stuff, like taking pills and then it would
right
like monitor your vital functions, that kind of stuff exists. I can't believe, if we spoke like this, I don't know, 5 or 10 years ago, there will be so many people calling us shills or blah, 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 calling us schizophrenic. But now they don't bother doing that because it's all in your face now. So who knows what kind of shit they're hiding now? You know what I mean? Like, really, I don't know. I think that's what happens when. I notice people tend to get amnesia or like collective amnesia more easily now, and they don't look back to the past as much as they used to and like analyze trends or reevaluate things. You don't really see people do that as much anymore. Like, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's part of the sort of fake conspiracy stuff too, because they've pushed a lot of fake conspiracy information out there, right? So now people don't think twice. If somebody mentions that there's something conspiratorial going on, nobody knows the difference between fact and fiction anymore. So to speak. So there's the problem of the auto hoax. And so-called, and of course, how that relates to the technical necessity and the use of propaganda and mass media is pretty obvious.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a kind of pattern. So I've decided that I will read my review for I'll show like stuff on Goodreads and maybe read my review on biocivilizations. And if no one comes on by then I think that the stream is good. Let me see here. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, ancestral amnesia is real. I would agree. Lineage is no longer valued as much. Thanks to liberalism. But another thing is that ancestral amnesia can also occur connection to the earth. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people have green thumb. You know what I mean? A green thumb. You know what I mean? I think there are less people with green thumb now, but the green thumb is very interesting. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's true. I agree with that too. Yeah, all hubris is idiotic, no matter where it is cultivated. you know, there are people with PhDs or who are very stupid, you know, like they don't understand like the basics, you know, or like there are people who are living alone in rural areas. I mean, they're insultingly referred to as hicks or whatever. I wouldn't ever call anyone that, but I'm saying that that's what they refer to, but they're smarter than someone with a PhD. They have more rooted, grounded knowledge, those people, or whatever. You see what I'm trying to say? I'm saying this, they're educated people are largely indoctrinated a lot of times. I mean,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. I think moral discernment, you know, is way more valuable than intelligence. I mean, you know, it has to be
exactly.
because that's what keeps
Exactly.
communities together. So, you know,
Exactly. That's right. Discernment is very important. It's not like a discursive reasoning. It's like discernment is more like maybe intuition and discernment are kind of connected in some ways. I think the right intuition and discernment are connected in some ways. Which
yes,
is which
yeah, totally,
yeah,
yeah, totally. I
yeah,
think it is intuition.
yeah,
You know,
intuition.
yeah, yeah. I call intuition is something you know, you know, without memory, right? So it's like the butcher in Shangzhou, right? He acts without thinking, right? That's because he's mastered, you know, the action, right? He doesn't need to think while doing it, right? So this is
Yeah,
intuition.
yeah. Wu Wei. I think it's called Wu Wei. Wu Wei. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Right.
And
Right.
and this guy said that too. Inner vision is replaced by techniquism. And what's interesting is William Blake's poetry talks about that too, where inner vision is replaced by technique. It's interesting. He talks about that in his poetry. Yeah, I see. Yeah, technique is trafficking humans' attention, in my opinion. Of course, you know, like you know, it even affects stuff like human relations. You know, so-called experts are telling you how you should be with your wife or be with your kids or whatever. You know, Kaczynski talked about that too. I mean, like they're saying that you shouldn't spank your kid or whatever. Like, don't tell me what to do or how to raise your kid or whatever. Like, so-called professionals, they, you know, like healthy marriage life. You know, what I mean, that's not really that's something you go to the tradition for, in my opinion. Yeah, it's better. Yeah. 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 So yeah, let me think. What else? Yeah, I was gonna show the some reviews, but there's a lot more to read. Uh, I'm just curious. TML. I'm not trying to size up, but how many books have you approximately read? I'm just curious. Like, I just want to know. Like, well, I'm not trying to say it in a way to like compare or whatever. I just want to know like I'm a slow reader and stuff.
Yeah, same. Yeah, same. It's hard to keep track for sure. You know,
Yeah.
yeah, I think I've read a lot of books over and over and over again. You know,
Yeah,
the three that I've studied in great detail is like the Bible and the Quran. Obviously, Plato, and Lao Tzu, right? Also Machiavelli's The Prince, right? So I have a great deal of reading, in works of political theory. For example, Hobbes and Locke, and Rousseau, that sort of thing. So I've read a lot of that stuff. Obviously I've read lots of works in theology and the history of religions and stuff like that. I've read some works in history, but most of my reading is nonfiction. So yeah, I don't think I've read more than that many people, but I think definitely I've been able to synthesize the information that I do read. So I think that's more important than reading a lot.
Of course,
Is being able to synthesize information, as you have done as well, right? Because the ideas of science and technique, right? It's important to synthesize those topics. So just as I synthesize the ideas of spirituality and technique, or I talk a lot about religion on my show. So it's important to also look at the side of science and evolution, right? So this is very important in understanding
both the historical nature of techniques and all these things, and of course, providing a more, robust analysis, right? So yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Yeah, there are multiple angles you can approach it from. I think there's value in all of them. Interdisciplinary can help. When you have different people of different backgrounds, you always learn something new. It's not possible to read everything that each person of different backgrounds comes with. Also, we have to live our own life too. I've learned a lot from different people.
Yeah, no, I think between me, you, Unseen, Twilight, Hyperborean, we have read everything.
Yeah.
Also Reddington, we have read. If we combine forces, we have almost read the great swath of everything that there is. Right? So or at least we're able to reference like 90% of it. If we combine forces, so that's a greater project.
Yeah, that's right. We have read a lot. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I feel like Skrbina is probably one of the best thinkers in the modern age. I kind of wish he would get more popular, but I doubt that will happen. But yeah, that's right. Yeah, let me think what else I can. Yeah, say yeah. I like Dark Lord's approach. That's why I made the rollout theory. Because I think his approach is valuable also very much. If I came across something like that, I would probably go crazy too a bit. But definitely, when you come across something like that, let me think. My dad would always tell me that about rollout theory. He knew about 15 years ahead of what we see and stuff. Tell me that in the market. Let me see what else I can say. I will say that one thing that we haven't really looked into, and I know someone. Well, no, I don't really know him, but is herbal medicine. People underestimate the power of herbal medicine, like traditional herbal medicine, like from China. And one of them I know that's very powerful and can really help people even more than antibiotics. I'm not giving advice, health advice, or just a suggestion. Or is green black walnut texture combined with wormwood and with cloves. Those three together can help deal with intestinal parasites. They have anti-inflammatory properties. And if you do like a fast, like while taking drops of them in water, sometimes can really like flush out your system and kill off parasites and others. And there's other stuff too, like NAC can help with heavy metal toxicity. NAC. I'm not giving health advice because that's illegal. I'm not giving health advice. I don't have that one. Hey, can you later on send me that thing about I'm not giving health advice? That little banner you have. I kind of need that banner.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually can create a banner here. Let me see. The Avian Buddha does not give any health advice. Is that sufficient to say, in order to avoid problem? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I usually say, I usually do a 3 thing, which is, health advice, insurrection, type of activities or violent, activities. Also, legal, advice or activities, right? So I just sort of just, put that banner up. And I also tell people that I'm not part of any online organizations, right? So I'm a totally independent voice that, also that the people on the panelists do not speak for me, right?
Okay.
So I say all of those things, that I'm only responsible for my words. I'm not part of any, I'm not a representative of any organization, not David Skrbina, not anybody, right? So this is the thing. So
yeah. So okay, I got it. And okay, does not. Okay, and one. Okay, I just want to do that.
It's important to remind people,
Yeah. Okay, so basically, yeah, there we go. That's what I want to say.
Yeah, exactly.
Iodine is probably good too. Yeah, iodine. Let me see. Yeah. So let me think. What else I had to say? Oh yeah. So I think maybe there's something in herbal medicines, permaculture. There's always refinement in that too. Like let me think. Right. There's a lot of interesting. I researched this too a bit. The medicinal properties that haven't been found from, like, I don't know, plants or various kind of natural remedies. Exploring that stuff could be interesting too. I think. You think, because it's
Yeah.
probably
Yeah, we did some presentations on deep ecology, right, which is a sort of ancillary topic, to the sort of natural health stuff. There's this whole idea of deep ecology and how this idea of the biotic sort of energy system and attuning ourselves to that whole energy system and using nature as energy source and and all that type of stuff. So yeah.
Yeah. Otzi the Iceman, like I mentioned before, Otzi the Iceman, he had like mushrooms that were very good for killing parasites, anti-parasitical qualities. And he was holding them when they found his corpse, that was frozen, and it was very astounding. I don't believe that's just due to trial and error. There could be like some more numinous connection between mind and the external world. Maybe when you're like closer to the natural world, sometimes not 100%, but it can, like, certain things can glow that are good for you in some way, like maybe fungus, because the population size was low. How can he like know that mushroom was good for him? I mean, the traditional account is that it's through trial and error. That people eat mushrooms and they die or whatever. Maybe there is a minor element of trial and error, but I don't think it can fully account for everything, like finding the
Right.
good moments. Yeah. I have made that point before.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they engineered a poison berry into a tomato, right? I mean, that just seems wild, right? So something that's not edible, right? So that's not trial and error, right? Something else.
Exactly. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. There's a lot of like stuff going on that the scientific method cannot detect or pick up on. And the thing is, they try to claim any of those aspects or minds that do it are like illusory. What I mean? And that's ridiculous, because they deny the whole reality of agency. What I mean? Or even the mind itself, as the previous one, as the previous stream discussed. Yeah. So, think think we covered a lot of ground in like 5 more minutes. I think the stream will end unless someone else comes on. Because we covered a lot of ground. What I mean? A lot of ground. That there's a lot of food for thought here. What I mean? For people. What I mean? So in 5 minutes, I will end the stream. Unless someone else comes on. So I'll just give this here, because we have covered so much, and a lot of stuff. So let me see. Oh yeah. So yeah, like come on in 5 minutes, because I'm gonna end the stream at around like 5 minutes. Yeah. So I guess I talk about some of this. So what did you watch the video I gave from my friend Tivra? He goes by that name, Tivra. Like, I do not agree with Tivra. I'm just making that clear. I don't agree.
Well, I have not watched it, but
Yeah, you can watch it.
I thought we could watch it together on the show.
Yeah, we will watch it together on the show. Do not
Yeah.
watch it now. I'll just watch it
Yeah.
together on the show.
Yeah, because I think yeah, and I'll try not to interrupt the video too much.
You can interrupt it. You can interrupt it.
Yeah. Feel free to comment. Because it's his presentation, so I kind of want to
Yeah,
just
that's fine,
I might
yeah.
take notes instead.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm of
So you should-
interrupting because it'll be
You
like
should be aware that he has a heavy accent. Yeah, Slovenian accent. Yeah, a little bit.
sure.
That's fine.
Yeah, sure. But it's attached to a PowerPoint, huh? So
Yes, yeah,
So
but he
that's cool.
talks a lot over the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint is kind of, I don't know, he just puts some, bullet points, but he talks a lot over the PowerPoint.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. So just continuation of the stuff. We'll do it before we look at Pannenberg again. So I think that'll be a good little segue into that, and then we'll look at the other video that I have, art meets science and spirituality, and then from that we'll read the Kala Chakra stuff that I have, the weird stuff, and then and then we'll move on to Mumford and ellul. So that's pretty much the plan tonight. Yeah.
Yeah. I look forward to that. I'm definitely coming over.
Yeah,
I'll come every Saturday, but Wednesdays I might not be able to come anymore
Yeah, sure.
because I have that work.
Yeah, no worries, my friend. Yeah, it's no pressure. Yeah, there's no obligation for anybody, but I do appreciate your time very much.
Thank you. I
And
appreciate
also this
your
presentation. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming here too.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, very
basically.
important.
Yeah, so in like 5 minutes, when it's right now it's 1:59 at 2:05. I'll end the stream unless someone comes over. So let me see what else I can talk about.
Yeah, I get trouble. I'm having people call into my show too, so
sometimes a lot come over, but other times no one comes. So
yeah. When it's like the other day, then everybody will come. When it's stupidity is unleashed, then they'll all come. And then yeah.
You've had people porn bomb you, right? Porn bomb you
several times. Yeah, several times. Yeah, so you have to scan. If you don't recognize the name, on the account, you'll have to ask them to cam up and wave, because they could very easily be using an OBS camera and then put porn on the OBS, instead of their camera, right? So you have to ask them to cam up and then wave, and that's how you know that they're not using OBS instead of their camera.
But yeah, that happens normally at night, right? Or does it happen at daytime too? I'm just kidding.
It could happen at any time, right? So yeah, they could even use a fake account. They could even use a fake recording of somebody. So wait and see if it's a recording that keeps looping.
No, so I'm gonna tell you something. Okay, I'm kind of scared about this. With the deep fakes, you could probably create, I don't know, an deep fake of someone's voice now. So it's good to talk to someone. If something like that ever happens, just Discord message me and verify that's me or something. But I do get kind of paranoid. Maybe I might have pissed someone off, and they probably use a deep fake of mine.
Yeah, I pissed hundreds of people off. So
I'm
pretty sure. So yeah,
I will verify that if something like that happens over Discord, if that happens before. Yeah, it's good to verify it. That's yeah, and so many new kinds of problems. That's the thing with as technique expands and grows and complexifies, creates new kinds of complications. Imagine trying to explain these new problems to someone in the 90s. They wouldn't be able to wrap their mind around it. Most people deep fakes and stuff like that.
Yeah, somebody could cam up with a filter AI and look like somebody else. They could totally, they can even change their image, right? So it's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. It's like that is crazy. And the whole thing with the that one guy, Charlie Kirk, many people were claiming that video was AI, and actually maybe it could be. I don't know. Given the rollout theory, of course, the military and the states have way more advanced stuff than what we see on the market. So yeah, it could be AI. Yeah, it could be, for all we know, and stuff. Maybe a lot of Trump or a lot of these politician talks could be AI. You know, like, yeah, it could be. You know, that's right. So yeah, that covered a lot of pertinent, important topics in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, I will end the stream. And yeah, let me see what else I could say. I think. Lots of interesting comments and discussions occurring in the chat. I really appreciate all of you. You know, thank you for being here, and you all have interesting comments. You know, also you can disagree with a lot of what I say. I welcome disagreement. You know, and the important thing is with disagreement, one can refine or think more deeply. You know, so don't feel compelled that you have to agree with everything I say. You know what I mean? So that's good that are people talking. So long as people are professional and polite, things are fine and stuff. And I mean, polite and respectful is what I mean. Not professional, just be polite and respectful. That's it. You know, and in 1 minute, I'll end the stream, basically. So I see no one coming up.
Yeah, I like the work Botany of Desire, right? Yeah, by Michael Pollan, right? I mean, I think there's a documentary, based on it too. He says that basically, corn, and apples, and hemp and things like this that have the ability to be reproduced in different climates, stuff, and they, you could easily use them to produce a monoculture crop and all this type of stuff. That'll survive in different climates and regions, right? That they sort of hack human civilization, right? So he's saying that these plants have guided the shape of human civilization, right? In that they've relied on them so much, right? So he says the plants are like producing the humans, right? They're producing civilization, right? So I think that's interesting, right? To look at how industrial agriculture produces civilizations, as a form of technical necessity as well.
Now that you mentioned that, I can actually talk a little bit more about some stuff, but that very interesting stuff that I could like push back or I could end it now if you're tired, or I can talk about stuff relating to what you just said. You know what I mean? Because I have a lot of stuff to say about what you just said, because that stuff is fascinating.
Yeah.
You still have time?
Environment,
You still have time? Do you still have time? Or
sure. Yeah, sure.
So yeah, there's a lot of fascinating stuff about that. I'm gonna say that first. Let me just take this away. How do I? And now I need to take away the banner first. Okay, so yeah, let me just share my screen, because what you're talking about is like some kind of co-evolution. You know what I mean? Like
exactly, co-evolution. Yeah, that stretches to how we're co-evolving. With the technology, right? Or devolving, especially because it's obviously selecting humans, right? The technosphere is selecting humans, just as a natural environment would select certain species, that are formidable and propagate certain means within that environment, right? Such as the transport of seeds and things, right?
Exactly. So basically, this is my Goodreads. I have a lot of interesting reviews that people can see there. Let me see here. Okay, so here's my Goodreads. And I'm going to be reading some of my reviews that tie into what Machine Lies just said. And so I'm going to go into Ecoforest. First, I want to show you this review I have of The Revolutionary Genius of Plants, A New Understanding of Plant Intelligence and Behavior by Stefano Mancoso. So any organism, this is a quote from it, any organism, regardless of its level of complexity, must have the ability to maintain internal organization in the face of the natural drive toward degradation and disorder. This ability manifests itself in the skill of being selective and knowing. Let me see if that's showing. And knowing how to make the right choices. For example, distinguishing friends from enemies or expanding or contracting depending on the availability of resources. Every living organism exchanges data with its surrounding environment that allows it to survive. Communication is an essential feature of life. Without it, even the simplest organisms cannot maintain the very delicate balance that is life itself. So already here we can see that, based on this principle, even the cell is intelligent. There's research showing that the cell is a minimal active inference agent. I'm planning to make a future video on active inference, because active inference is ubiquitous in the natural world. Active inference, basically you anticipate, and then you try to, take your internal model and try to minimize the surprise or something based on external anticipations. That's called active inference. The Revolutionary Genius of Plants by Stefano Mercoso is an engaging and thought-provoking book. It's a relatively quick read that explores the fascinating world of plant intelligence. Plants distribute functions that animals centralize in specific organs across their entire body, exhibiting a form of distributed intelligence that allows them to adapt effectively to environmental challenges. From reading this book, it becomes clear that plants are highly intelligent and possess a distinct umwelt. Covering every topic Mancoso explores would take too long, so I'll focus on a few key insights that is not meant to be exhaustive. Intelligence is defined as the ability to learn, understand, and react successfully to new or challenging situations. It requires memory to store the relevant information needed to overcome obstacles. Plants can learn from experiences, store the best responses in memory, and use them to increase survival chances. For example, they can distinguish between harmless and potentially dangerous stimuli and remember past experiences. This is likely achieved through epigenetic changes, which modify gene behavior without altering their sequence. Plants even remember when to bloom at the exact right time. Remarkably, even the irregulation of stomatal openings in cacti demonstrate intelligence. The root system acts as a collective brain or a form of distributed intelligence, analogous to ant or bee colonies. Groups of agents making autonomous decisions without central organization, communicating through simple rules, and acting collectively exhibit swarm intelligence. The roots of plants detect faint gradients of oxygen, water, temperature, and nutrients with remarkable precision, and follow these gradients without being misled by local fluctuations. This behavior is guided by stigmergy, where environmental changes act as a means of communication. Similar to bee swarms or neurons in the brain, root apexes work together to make decisions collectively. Root growth and movement involve cellular division in the apical meristem and elongation in the elongation area. Additionally, faint electrical signals in specific root apex regions serve as sensory inputs. So let's see here. Plants exhibit both active and passive movements. Active movements consume internal energy, while passive ones rely on environmental energy. The passive movement of iridium seeds is especially fascinating. The seed's bristles assist in movement, and when a seed finds a small slit in the soil, the bristles position it precisely, with the tip pointing downward. The mimic cry ability of Bacola trifoliata is astonishing. This plant mimics the leaves of each shrub or tree it grows around with considerable accuracy. So let's see here. This is what it's referring to. Like, it's a kind of vine that can grow around certain plants, and it mimics the plants that it grows around. See what I mean? This is very fascinating. That does indicate some degree of intelligence. Evidence indicates that plants might even have a rudimentary form of vision. The upper epidermal cells of leaves could function as simple eyes, ocelli, and B. trifoliata's mimic cry might be facilitated by seeing its neighbors. Yeah, that was the one I wanted to show. This one, yeah, kind of mimics, kind of like the other one too, mimics with the plants that grows around or something. like that. Yeah. So, oh yeah, this is the most interesting one. The drug dealer trees. I've mentioned this before. Acacia trees have evolved remarkable symbiotic relationships with ants. They lure ants with extra floral nectar rich in alkaloids, sometimes producing specialized fruiting bodies to feed the ants and offering them living spaces within the tree structures. Once ants depend on this relationship, the trees can manipulate their behavior by adjusting the neuroactive substances in the nectar, enhancing the ant's aggressiveness or mobility to protect the tree from threats. Essentially, the acacia becomes a drug dealer tree. So you have that tree basically yeah. So basically you have that tree altering the composition of its compounds in order to make the ants more addicted, and sometimes if something attacks the trees, they can alter the compound to make the ants more aggressive to what's attacking the tree, the acacia tree. And that shows that life, even trees are intelligent. Trees are intelligent, Of course, we see a lot with slime molds and fungi also. Fungi. I read this book also, which is interesting too. This book was very popular, and you can study nature and its symbiosis all the time. I think symbiosis is more important than so-called natural selection. Symbiosis is more important. If you view life as a creative, anticipatory system, then that means that forming new forms of symbiosis is more important than natural selection. Natural selection is just an editor. It's not it's not what generates the novelty. Does that make sense? So I would say that the creativity and the spontaneity in nature, but there's also a kind of movement of seeking new forms of symbiosis. And we see that with fungi, and how it was thanks to fungi that plants colonize the earth. You believe that? Because they form symbiotic relationships with different systems.
Right. The mycorrhizal, right?
Yes, the mycorrhizal, yeah. And then my review of Entangled Life covers that too. I can read the review, but it's kind of long. People can read it too if they want. But yeah, and the biocivilizations go into that too. I have my review of biocivilization. People like these kind of themes. I do recommend, exploring my reviews on Goodreads, like biocivilization. This is one of the best ones. Maybe I'm planning to make a video of it soon for the third way. Bejrek B. Slip Civic. I think that's how I pronounce.
Slidjekovic seems like. I would say that maybe the P is silent. I would wager to say, right? But yeah, because that might not be a sound there. But...
Yeah. So So basically, it talks about how life is creative and anticipatory. It seeks new forms of symbiosis. Like our body is a symbiotic collective of cells in many ways. Because it talks about that, and it's like an ecological assemblage. And so, it also talks about how agency is a part of life. That's crazy. Modern synthesis and neo-Darwinism, they all deny agency. Which is demonic, I think. So, I think they did that because they wanted to promote better ways of tampering and controlling nature, not because that's the truth. They only care about the other stuff. So, but basically, agency is about anticipatory systems. They can anticipate environmental fluctuations and change them to suit their needs, like niche construction. You know what I mean? And in the process, create environments. For example, like ant takes a bunch of fungi and then farms that, leaf cutter ants do that. And by doing that, that changes the environment also, and it can lead to the creation of new environments via niche construction. So I'm just summarizing the review, and he was influenced by Alfred North Whitehead. Whitehead was interesting. Whitehead believed in God too. Did you know that? But he had a kind of, I think Whitehead was better than D. Chardin, to be honest. But
yeah, his views on technique are great. I mean, his views on how technique disturbs the artistic, endeavor, and I mean, yeah, his process theology is interesting, but
Yes.
but yeah.
I see here. So so basically, there's life is defined by autopoiesis. He talks about the autopoiesis.
Nice.
Yes, it's constantly Gia is constantly striking unknown territories. He accepts Gia theory. Gia is like a sculptor making itself. So let's look at a painting drawing by MC Escher. Okay, and trying two hands. Okay, so yeah, see this is like this is kind of like drawing two hands. It's kind of like autopoiesis in some way. See, it's drawing the hand there and it's drawing the hand there. It kind of shows that they're both involved in making each other in some kind of integrated system. You see what I mean? So that's kind of what that's what Gia is like, a sculptor making itself. It is a self-referential process that flows around dynamic regulatory point. Essentially, Gia's hyperthought is a decentralized and distributed mind composed of interacting or communicating parts into which organisms and their fusions are incorporated. So it's an intelligent mind-like process. So yeah, and analogous to indeterministic holons, which are both parts and wholes at once, and merge to generate autonomous systems. In much the same way that eukaryotic cells are already ecological communities, the distinction between organisms and their environment is blurred. Natural learning occurs when organisms sense stimuli from the environment, process the stimuli to create knowledge, and then direct behavior by actively changing environment based on knowledge acquired. The act of being intelligent involves balancing assertive and integrative tendencies. For example, when eating prey, an organism asserts itself, but it is not advisable to hunt the prey to extinction. Evolution is not driven by fixed laws because the constraints also change. So, Pitchak is a third-wave evolutionary biologist also. So let's see here. He also goes into biosemiotics and other stuff. Yeah, but basically this is the important part. Life is open and indeterministic, autopoietic, semantically meaningful, qualitative, and creative. Mechanism is closed, deterministic, allopoietic, semantically meaningless, quantitative, and non-creative. See, right? So if it reaches the point of autopoiesis, that means life could be extremely threatened. So yeah, life's evolutionary combinational diverse potentials far exceed the number of particles in the universe as they fuse, diverge, and unfold in ways we cannot fathom. So let me see here. Slivik's his theory can be seen as a variation of Panpsychism. In this theory, orderly gradient reducing systems such as the Great Red Spot of Jupiter, or the structural similarity between cosmic web of galaxies and neural structures of the brain, are seen as signs of an intelligence nous beyond human comprehension. Energy flowing through an open thermodynamic system imposes orderliness on the system. Granted, Gia is fundamentally cognitive, with orderliness flowing through the river of life and arising periodically and with persistence. So I would argue we have a moral imperative to care for it. Biological periodicity can be seen as a more dynamic and procedural way to understand convergent evolution. We must see our equality, or I wouldn't agree with this, I'm just conveying his views impartially, in the multiplicity of all biocivilization and Gia's river and care for it. I would say that as you move up the hierarchy, there is more capacity for transcendence also, which comes with symbolic reference. I mean, that's different from Pitchak. So I disagree with Pitchak about that. I think there is something special or transcendental about symbolic reference that also eludes the scientific method. So in that sense, I agree with Hyperborean, actually, because symbolic reference is, I see it as unique too, but I need to explore that more, symbolic reference is unique only to human beings right now. I mean, one big question about this channel is, can symbolic reference emerge among other beings? And we don't know that. Because symbolic reference is very big anomaly. We don't see any other species do that yet. We don't. Making cave paintings is actually much more cognitively or even spiritually complex than people think. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a symbol. And symbols are only connected to other symbols. Symbols make sense only in relationship to other symbols. You see what I'm saying? And no other species does that yet. No other lineage, which is an interesting idea. Yeah, and I will be talking about that more. In my videos of Jesper Hoffmeyer, he talks about Terence Deacon's notion of symbolic reference more, which is a very important topic. And there are limitations. There are lots of mysteries about. Hide this for a second and change something quickly. Let me change that thing quickly. I should remove that. But yeah, okay, there, I fixed it. I'm gonna put it back up. Okay, so basically, yeah. Anything? What else I can talk about? So, yeah, I could talk. I have my review of this Jesper Hoffmeyer's. Yeah, you can watch the videos. I have 2 videos on Jesper Hoffmeyer's biosemiotics. So basically, the semiosphere is the planet-wide web of sign exchanges, and that all organisms rely on iconic and indexical cues. But human beings are unique in that they have rule-governed symbolic system. And it's bootstrapped on iconic and indexical cues. Iconic is basically like likeness, and indexical is like correlation, basically. Like pointing and stuff. And you just wanted to say Terence Deacon. Yeah, there's a kind of discontinuous leap to symbolic reference, meanings defined by relations among relations. It's scaffolded by iconic indexical skills and movement-based cognition. So maybe movement-based. We don't know that. I actually don't see how more movement can lead to symbolic reference. So maybe it can, because movement is tied to the mind and the latent mind that is unfolded and stuff. So let me see here. So anyone can come on, because right now I'm just reading reviews, invite guests, waiting for people to come on. And Neurojack was asking good questions last time. That was very nice. I like this one. Very good questions. Let me see what else. So let's see. Review. Oh, did you know HTML that? Oh, that's good. You sent me this. Shane Goodall.
Yeah, I heard that yesterday. when I was driving, I turned on the radio, and yeah, I don't think we can play this here. We might get struck for playing it. So
I won't play it, but I can look at it though, right?
Yeah, of course. But yeah, I think what's interesting here is that she was explaining how the monkeys use tools, but she also said that the monkeys can make tools. Yeah. So that's pretty interesting. So this idea that humans are the only ones that make tools, she was sort of sort of going against this idea. So it's very interesting to hear, very very renowned scientist.
Did you see my well, have I shared my presentation on biosemiotics of the crow tool use?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's related to your presentations. Exactly. Yeah.
Did you see that one, or I don't know if I should share that one or keep reading my reviews? Yeah. Hey, let me just show that. Let's see here. This is the part I wanted to show. Yeah. See right here the tool use.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. This part. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Chimpanzees can do all of that. So can New Caledonian crows. But other ones cannot use tools as much yet. But there is a correlation, with tool use.
Yeah. She also shows the use of organizational techniques. In that they form social hierarchies, because they go to war and stuff like that. So within those war, packs, that raid the other tribes, right? They form, territories and social hierarchies, and so they actually have complex organizational techniques as well.
Yes.
Sort of internal politics.
They do, yes. Actually, I was gonna make a video on the greater apes. Believe it or not, I can show you what I have about that so far. I'm still in the process. Actually, this one's more speculative. And I'm gonna show you early, okay, my video on the greater apes. So I talk about chimps a bit, believe it or not. And I have different views on this. It's gonna surprise you. You know, I actually talk about Ebola, believe it or not. You know, you'll see what I'm talking about. Oops, I actually showed the wrong one. Let me see here. Damn it. So let me remove that. So let me see here. It's gonna surprise you. This. Let me see. Yeah, PDF.
Yeah, Evola's pretty based.
Yes, is based. Yeah. So basically, you know, Evola's path of contemplation and action, parallels with gorillas and orangutans. I actually do talk about chimpanzees here, believe it or not. And basically, well, you've read Evola, right? So I can just kind of go faster here. Basically, you know,
yeah, for sure.
Parts of it. Basically, Evola says there are two poles: the contemplative asceticism, the inner detachment, which is extinction of images and forms, orientation to transcendence. That's the contemplative asceticism. Path of action is the imminent awakening of vital forces toward a heroic life, like solar heroism, with both outer and inner aspects. So, you know, he has two paths, you know, contemplation and action, as an interpretive lens for. But I see a great ape society that gorillas are closer to the solar path of action, while orangutans are close to the solar contemplation from Evola's schema. You know, tradition distinguishes Uranian solar forms from telluric, lunar ones. Fidelity to tradition tracks the predominance of the solar spiritually virile types. You know, in traditional orders, the king unites the priestly and warrior virtues as a more than mortal center axis. The regal religion synthesis later fractures in history, you know, based on his cycle. So the royal center is marked by stability, peace, and solar glory. You know, Invictus. The throne and crown ritualize ascent to that center. So the way I apply it is that I view silver blacks of the gorillas as like a lived image of solar regality, you know, order through presence, noble conflict resolution, and the arboreal solitude, long calls, and orangutans as images of elevated solar contemplation. You'll see what I mean. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like an allegorical mapping that hints at an esoterism, the unfolding of nature. Evola frames the masculine as heaven solar governing principle and feminine as the earth nature principle. Superior civilization aligns with male precedence as the earth is subjected to heaven. This is according to Evola's views. Now, I don't agree 100%, but I'm just... So basically, the path of action, gorillas. You know, the silverback embodies regality in action, a living center that secures peace, arbitrates conflict with dignity, and rules by presence more than force. See, gorillas live in like, you know, the silverback is like, you know, the center, you know, of his harem, his tribe. You know, the ruler is an immanent transcendence, a being set above others who stands at the center and apex of humanity, the earthly focus of order and power that maps cleanly onto the silverback's role as living axis of truth. In royal symbolism, the center is also the lord of peace, winner who rises with the sun. Hierarchy that pacifies. Traditional order mirrors a stable center pole. Vedic consecration says the world of the living is steady, and so is the king of the people. Likewise, a silverback's presence, steady daily movement, feeding and rest. Conflicts tend to be contained around him. Nobility and conflict. Evola's chivalric ethic prizes honor, faithfulness, punishment of unfairness, and magnanimity after victory, with disputes settled by a principled test of arms, understood as establishing justice. Silverbacks typically resolve tensions with ritualized displays and brief charges, an assertive order-restoring style rather than wanton violence. Action as inner discipline. You know, Evola's lesser holy wall, outer struggle, should serve as greater holy wall, mastery over fear, impulse, and fragmentation. Read as an allegory, the silverback's composure under challenge models action informed by inner command, not mere aggression. So they're like cacheteras, function made flesh. The warrior order exists to impose form over chaos, uphold justice. In social animals like gorillas, a dominant male's protective polygynous leadership performs the same stabilized function for females and young. So in gorillas and orangutans, you know, it's one male having multiple female, you know, so it's like a harem, you know what I mean, of the male dominance, you know. So patriarchal order, male above female, you know, this is not 100% my belief, you know, I'm just conveying an Evolve scheme applied to nature. You know, a silverback's harem, where one dominant male directs movement, defends, and monopolizes mating while females defer, mirrors the sacred hierarchy. So, okay, now the path of contemplation, orangutan. Orangutans are inward mastery, elevation, and quiet ordering, contemplation as sovereignty from above. So, you know, they have a lot of solitude. You know, they also have harems, but they are like, they can handle solitude very well. So adult orangutans live semi-solitary, moving deliberately and avoiding constant status contests. An ethological analog of Evolve's contemplative ascesis, where one turns toward the principle beyond forms, through detachment rather than social action, inner stillness above outward drama. Their slow, considered movements and long periods of quiet foraging echo Evolve's description of contemplative practice, the extinction of images and forms, leading to a higher inward knowledge, above the cast. You know, yeah, I'm gonna go through this faster. I'm gonna read all of this for the video I will upload. You know, but basically, you know, like they have like minimal loose social structuring. You know what I mean? Like males go away from females, their harems, for a long periods of time. Like they're just walking alone, the males. You believe that? And you know, they're also patriarchal too, and they have harem. And it maps to Evolve's image of the Asiatic, above one above the caste, free of the rule-bound obligations and crowd's flux. So, you know, there's conflict avoidance. You know, they're very peaceful. You know, both gorillas and orangutans are very peaceful creatures. You know what I mean? Gorillas are called peaceful giants. You can actually walk up to them, and that's bad too, because now gorillas are being poached. You know, a lot of them are being poached and killed en masse, and you know. A lot of orangutans are also suffering from habitat fragmentation. You believe that? These are very intelligent creatures, you know, both gorillas and orangutans, and they're suffering a lot due to the encroachment of the industrialization, from habitat fragmentation to pollutants, and even to, believe it or not, but there are people who prostitute them out, which is very gross. You know what I mean? I do not support bestiality. It's a gross crap, you know what I mean? I've read stories about that, and I don't know why the fuck people do. But anyway, like, let's see here. So males will travel alone for long periods and then have long calls travel through the forest, organizing space and signaling presence without physical coercion. I mean, so there's long mother-offspring heart bonds among the longest and great apes, favor concentrated learning and inward inventiveness, closer to a monastic tutelage than to troop politics. So yeah, but anyway, this is what I wanted to show you. I think chimps are pretty disturbing creatures, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. Some of what Shane Goodall talks about regarding them, it really disturbs me, man. Chimps are really fucked up. You know, I'm being honest with you. Like, I've read stories about them ripping each other's faces off, and they cannibalize each other, ritualize cannibalism. You believe that? Chimps are really messed up, man. Like, compared to gorillas and orangutans, they really messed up. You know, like, so chimp society is like a flux, coalition, coercion, and promiscuous eros. It is lunar, it is anti-solar pattern and Evolve's metaphysics, the foil to regal sensuality and just hierarchy. So drift from solar to lunar. No, I'm gonna be honest. I don't really. I have to think about this more. Read some more primatology book, but maybe I will debate J.R. Busk about this, because I do think human beings are better off being patriarchal. You know what I mean? To some extent, I do believe that it's better for human beings to be patriarchal. So no sacred center, fission fusion, you know, shifting coalitions, no fixed apex. The solar polar ideal is an immutable central sun pole. Chimps invert that by replacing center with flux, horizontal power. Coalition bargaining, the number games resemble collectivist leveling, drift Evola towards hierarchical form. Let me tell you, I like the way Evola approaches traditional social matters more than I like Ludwig Klage's approach to social traditional matters. You know, because Klage's was matriarchal, and he also promoted ecstasy in a way that prevents like hierarchy and stability and centeredness. You know, because he's all about the ecstasy. But I still respect them, and I think there's lots to gain from polite disagreement, and you know, so, and I learned a lot even from reading people I don't agree with 100%. I do like Evola's approach to, like, society. It kind of moves me more, you know what I mean? But the second half of Revolt about Hyperboreans, I cannot really get behind, you know what I mean? Because I see no evidence for that, but I am open to being wrong, though. So let's see here. Hyperviolence over chivalry, So they're always raiding, ambushing, intimidating each other. There's no knightly ethic of honor, truth, or courage, They are polygenandrous, that's a fancy way of saying polyamorous, Basically, chimps are polyamorous, It's an anti-ordering eros, opportunistic, coercive mating contrast with Evola's vertical male heaven yang, ordering the female Earthian in normal civilization. So they're lunar telluric tone, where solar sovereign and clarifying the lunar kuphanic mode is gangster, and at odds with the central line. Chimps are promiscuous, coalitionist, politics runs with the solar register. But chimps are still patriarchal, kind of. I mean, they're like patriarchal polyamorous groups are always breaking from their groups and then forming new groups, and they don't really have like fixed groups the way that, relatively more fixed groups the way that gorillas do, or orangutans do. So reading about chimps really takes a lot of freaking energy. I do not like reading about them really, but yeah, lunar bonobo, I really hate bonobos. I just don't like. When I think about bonobos, I respect chimpanzees more. Because they literally fuck their babies. You believe that? It's fucking disgusting. I don't like projecting or imposing my moral values.
Yeah, this is like the the civilian like the dark logos.
They're matriarchal, eroticized and leveling order. They're more egalitarian than chimpanzees. Chimpanzees rely on coercion and a kind of politics to maintain the coalition. Even though they are always like breaking up, they're like gangsters. Chimpanzees are like gangsters, like thuggish gangsters. While lunar bonobos are like hippies that are always fucking each other. They fuck everything in sight. You see what I mean? They're like an ecological foil to Evola's solar regulators. There's no centeredness or hierarchy. They really have sex and like are always looking a lot. Even babies. So adult females form strong coalitions, lead travel feeding sites, and high status mothers boost their sons. An aversion of Evola's solar patriarchy. Authority diffused, not centered. Fission fusion parties with shifting alliances. No stable axis figure who arbitrates order and measures horizontally. Socio-sexual glue overload. They resolve everything via sex. Frequent adult socio-sexual behavior, such as females rubbing each other, diffuse tension, forge alliances, and access resources. Conflict is pacified by eros, not by a regal vertical judgment. Low coercive violence relative to chimps. Intergroup killings are rare. Within group aggression is often short-circuited by affiliated rituals. Peace by softness rather than sovereign command. Polygenandry or polyamory and paternity uncertain. Mating is widely distributed, weakening patriarchal lineage, enforcing the horizontal web. So they're very Dionysian, like play, pleasure, and play, pleasure, and symbolism saturate social life. Evola tagged this as lunar kuphanic, imminence, flux, fecundity, solar Apollonian, transcendent center form hierarchy. Oh yeah, that's what I have so far from the president. Maybe I'll make a few more slides later on. But yeah, you can see what I'm trying to get at here.
Yeah, fascinating.
It's fascinating. Yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah. These are the great apes. They are really based on the evolutionary schema. They are the closest to us, But I would say lunar bonobos are very close to like hippies. They're always having sex with each other. Chimps are close to gangsters. They're always, forming new coalitions and stuff like that. Orangutans are basically like monks. They're like monks who have like a harem that they occasionally visit, you believe it or not, because the males are like walking alone for weeks at times. You believe that? Like just walking alone for weeks at a time, the males, what I mean? And gorillas are basically like warriors, like Spartans in some sense. Maybe it's not like Spartans, but like warriors, And what's interesting is that both of these, the ones that are most peaceful, are highly patriarchal, and they're polygyny, which is one male with multiple females, you know, harem structure, which is very interesting. And, you know, that's one thing I always wonder. If these scientists accept evolution and that we share the closest ancestors of the gray apes, wouldn't that lead to arguing that polygyny is better than, you know, feminism and stuff like that? You know, like, why don't I ever see any of them argue this? You see what I'm saying? You know, and maybe, see what I'm trying to say? Yeah, because, you know, chimps and bonobos are considered the most violent out of all of them, right? You know, they're extremely violent, you know, like, well, bonobos are a little bit less violent than chimps, but they are pretty hypersexual, like very hypersexual, like really like this. Yeah, so yeah, that's the presentation. I'm kind of like working that out more. Yeah, so yeah. But I think I saw some bonobos at the WEF meetings. I know these elites, are really like gross, you know, like, yeah, they're gross, you know, like, yeah, definitely. Well, there are gibbons too. Gibbons are monogamous, so I didn't really mention that. I don't think gibbons are great apes, but they are kind of close to great apes. So, yeah, I see here. No, I wouldn't say bonobos are like the Japanese. I'm not sure. So good question. Yeah, I'm not sure though. I don't know. Yeah, so yeah. I think Japan used to be a little bit more patriarchal. Not as much anymore. Alright, but champion easy, definitely. Chimps are crazy. Yeah. I see here. What's interesting is among the birds, like ravens and crows, they mate for life, you know, and they have extended family, you know, like,
wow.
Yeah, there's like convergent evolution there. You know, ravens and crows, you know, like when they mate, you know, they are faithful their whole life. I think that sexual monogamy, you know, most of the time, sometimes very rarely it breaks up, but then they have cousins help raise the nestlings, and they also are, so there's a convergent evolution there. And there's a book I wanted to read about that, which I could like show. I see here. It's called Parrot in the Mirror. And you know, parrots, there are parrots too. Parrots are highly intelligent and they also mate for life. So among the ravens and corvids and the parrots, we do see more modern, not modern, but more human social organization, like with their monogamy. And so that's very interesting, you know. And what's sad is that parrots, a lot of their habitat in the Amazon is being destroyed now, thanks to the technique expanding. But yeah, they're highly intelligent, sensitive creatures too, parrots. And I would never place a rabbit on the level of, like a great ape or like a parrot or corvi. Now there is a hierarchy in nature, you know what I mean? Like, I've been reading this book on ants. It feels like a horror novel. You know what I mean? I do not agree with Alexandriac, but I do respect him. And I do see where Alexandriac is coming from. You know what I mean? But when you have stuff like Dracula ants, you know, giving rise to the babies, and then they eat their babies like to feed themselves. You know, I don't know. Ants are pretty creepy. A lot of the species of ants are creepy. Like they're like metal, you know, black metal. Or like Gorgrind even. When I read about ants, I feel like I'm reading a horror novel or something. Like, I don't know some of them, but some of them are pretty cool. Like leafcutter ants are cool, but Dracula ants are really fucked up, you know. But yeah, like, yeah, Dracula is interesting. But there is like kind of growing, you know, order and complexity, which is what Skrbina talks about. Non-random trends that lead to more order and complexity over time. We see that in certain lineages and certain branches of that lineages. Like we see among corvids, we see among great apes, you know, and stuff like that, you know. It's interesting. Yeah. And also dolphins and whales are interesting. Dolphins though can be creepy too, but they're very intelligent and sensitive creatures. It's just the way that they are. It can be hard to understand, you know. And there are lots of species diversity and cetaceans also. One can spend a lifetime studying them also. Feel like whales and orcas are very interesting. One way to help them, the best way to help them is to just scale back on technology. Regulations don't work, you know, that should be obvious by now. When I read the books and I study more, I realize that regulations do not help, you know, they don't help. You know, what helps is just scaling back on technology. So in that sense, I would actually disagree with what I read in Kaczynski's manifesto. He said that people who are too much in animal welfare are likely to subvert the movement. I'd only argue that's possible when they think regulations are sufficient. I mean, but regulations they work, but they prove ineffective in the long run. Regulations do not work. What only works is scaling back on technology, which is what the anti-tech movement wants. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think what he means is the problem of environmentalism, right? Because environmentalist ideas have been hijacked, and I think some of the animal rights stuff could fall under that category. And then I guess he's just looking at it that in the short term, right? Under more sort of primitive conditions, people would have to rely on eating animals more, right? If there's not, sort of supermarkets for the vegans and stuff like that. So, I think he's, just thinking of the long term, how the movement, pans out. But I think, it's important to tell people that, the damage that's being done to the animals by the technological system, so I think that's a huge part of it, right? Because it's destroying life, right?
I definitely agree with you, because let me tell you this, the problem isn't that, people who are eating whales or dolphins or any other animal, or even that they pluck the parrots' feathers and make half of it. The problem is more like the industry that's made now, or how they're being driven to extinction, or how their habitats are fragmented. Because there were lots of parts on the earth, before like 1400 AD or 1200 AD, before industrialization spread, where animals had safe refuges, you believe it or not. Like, I watched a documentary about parrots, and there were parts in the Amazon where even the tribal people had trouble getting to due to the rivers and other things. They just had trouble getting to it, and there were animals were living in those parts away from people in uninhabited space and free. So the point is that people didn't have the capability of driving species to extinction, anyways. So it's like things were fine. It's like the problem now is that we have stuff like habitat fragmentation and non-biodegradable waste and other stuff like that. So that kind of accumulates, and now people can get anywhere. Those tribal people I read about, now they actually are going to those places, and that leads to disruption and other things. Before they couldn't get there, because they have technological power now, right? So the point I'm making is that's right, but I'm saying that if someone thinks more long-term and more deeply and more realistically, they realize that the best form of animal welfare is to promote scaling back technology, not more regulation. So that's what I'm trying to say, because scaling back the technological complexity actually ultimately helps them in the long run, because it goes back to the way things were, which was fine enough. Because, human beings were integrated into the ecosystems in the past, more so. They weren't causing that much problems, except the only exception are islands. So islands, but otherwise, outside of islands, they weren't causing any problem. Because there is a kind of nuance with islands. That, island ecosystem is the only exception, but island ecosystems were devastated about 2,000, 3,000 years ago, believe it or not. Most of islands before human beings stepped on them look very different, believe it or not. But yeah, I actually read that as well. But anyway, let me think what else. But yeah, that's the best way to help the nature. I actually read one creepy article once from this transhumanist who was an animal rights activist. He argued that we should bioengineer all animals to stop them from eating each other. You believe that? And that's very over-socialized, that's very over-socialized, I do not support that stuff. That stuff is fucked up. What I support is just scaling back technology. That's the way things have been. Yeah, and I agree, animal rights is wrong, because, you have to kill to eat, and, different cultures have different things, ways of doing things. Some cultures will engage in animal sacrifice. Other ones were not really much into that. But, the point is that it wasn't causing as much damage now. What's causing damage is the technique.
Right. So, yeah, and I really like Ravola's theory. This whole idea about the solar and the lunar, sort of representing this Apollonian, and Dionysian kind of element. And I think it's also there in Machiavelli, right, where he talks about sort of fortune and virtue, right? I think he's going with the sort of a competition between thumos and eros, right? Our honor-seeking sensibility and our pleasure-seeking sensibility, and how that's a greater conflict that's driving, which aspect of our sort of forebears that we resemble, right?
Yeah. Sorry, but I kind of zoned out a little bit. What did you
No
say?
worries.
Zoned
Yeah,
out.
just just recounting the whole Apollo and Dionysus thing, and how how it relates to sort of these elements within the solar and the lunar idea, within Evola, and then also how that relates to this concept of thumos and eros, right? Honor and pleasure, right? It seems like he's balancing these two aspects of our social organization, right, as driving forces of the evolutionary principle.
Yeah, that could be a good point. So it could be like they're balancing it in the evolutionary principle. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. See, evolution it has a mysterious qualities. Definitely, once you accept agency and stuff like that, the reason they don't want you to accept agency is because they don't want you to see that evolution is more creative and more mysterious. You know what I mean? And the thing I'm trying to say is that I'm not against stuff like theistic evolution or against the idea that maybe there could have even been a special intervention. I don't think special creation has good arguments, though, personally, because when I look at the argument, but special intervention might. You know what I mean? But the point I'm making is that they don't want you to think that there could be a deeper mystery in it. So they claim there is no agency, even though that's asinine. You know what I mean? To claim there is no agency, and then that means you're a zombie. You're a p-zombie in the scientific worldview. Your mind is just an epiphenomenal illusion. If you want to listen to some really disturbing stuff, you can look up the music Current 93. I have a special plan for this world, and that kind of conveys the materialistic scientific worldview. It's like an icy bleakness of things, like your mind is just an illusion. I'm against all of that shit. You see what I'm saying? And I have direct experience with it. I know their arguments. I know about Mainlander. I know about Peter Wessel Zapef. I recommend looking him up. Peter Wessel Zapef is like the core of all nihilism and even the scientific worldview. You can actually read about it if you want. You know about Peter Wessel Zapef or no?
No, I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah. Well, let's well, let me just say one more thing. I'm not gonna judge anyone for this, but even Kaczynski has certain views. Like Kaczynski said, he would never eat an owl. I believe that he said that during an interview. And I would never really eat stuff like corvids or whales or dolphins or like.
Right.
That's my personal feeling. But I draw a line at like the higher organisms. I would have no trouble eating a rabbit or a fish or something like that, or even rabbit, fish, stuff like that. But let me just say this. Now let me get to this. Peter Wessel Zapef. This is interesting. I'm just gonna read a summary of his views. I don't feel like reading his whole damn essay, but basically he claims that I do not agree with him, but this is the scientific worldview. Okay, this is very close to what scientists believe. Peter Wessel Zapef's view is that humans are born with an overdeveloped consciousness, which does not fit into nature's design. Like self-reflection, self-knowledge. The human craving for justification on matters such as life, death, and meaning cannot be satisfied. Hence, humanity has a need that life cannot fully satisfy. The tragedy following this theory is that humans spend their time trying to dull their consciousness to escape the burdens of existential reflection. The human being is thus a paradox, given that self-reflection is one of the prime attributes associated with human consciousness. Death anxiety is a major part of this reflection, according to Zapef. And the human being is unique among living beings in the ability to reflect on their forthcoming death. So in The Last Messiah, which is the biggest work of Zapef, he described 4 principal defense mechanisms that humans use to avoid fixing the paradox. Isolation, which is like the fully arbitrary dismissal of consciousness of all disturbing and destructive thought and feeling. Anchoring, fixation of points within construction of walls. And distraction. One limits attention to critical balance by constantly enthralling with oppression and sublimation, refocusing of energy from negative outlets toward positive one. So I do not agree with Zapith, because what I'm saying is that symbolic reference, which is very similar to what he's talking about. I don't see it as purely accidental. I feel like symbolic reference emerged for higher transcendental awakening. And the thing is, this view assumes that agency is like purely accidental. I do not think agency is purely accidental. I mean, the point I'm making is rooted in the modern synthesis and neo-Darwinism and Peter Wessel Zapith. There's a connection there. You see what I mean? Is what I'm saying. The third way is trying to fix that and stuff. I think idea is not bad either. Intelligent design, it's not bad either. And let me see.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, I do think more people should be critical of modern synthesis and extended synthesis, because what I notice is those modern synthesis do attack people like me a lot too. You know what I mean? Like unseen acts like I stick too close to science. That's not true. I'm deviating from the scientific consensus quite a bit, believe it or not. Like I am deviating from the scientific consensus. I can show you the article again. I read the article in full. Actually.
Yeah. I think most people do not understand that when they hear the word evolution, right? And then from the perspective of a lot of people, right, they're super against the notion of theistic evolution, right? Because it supports these ideas like from Blavatsky and stuff. Sort of neo-dispensationalism, or sort of millenarianism. So we have to, sort of on the one end watch out for that, right? But I think by exploring people like Pannenberg, Teilhard de Chardin and Skolomowski, you sort of easily get over that hump because you sort of see all the signs and you sort of see the conventional view. You see that, well, this can't possibly match with Darwin or Newton or something like that. This idea of the mechanistic universe, right?
Well, let me tell you this. I feel like these people get too full of themselves or something, because I keep it simple. Maybe one could say that symbolic reference emerged in order to recognize God or something like Buddha nature or something. See what I mean? Yeah, just keep it simple like that. I don't know why they start arguing for some weird eschatological scheme involving, I don't know, superhuman or something like Omega point. You could just say the Omega point is the recognition of God, or is the recognition of Buddha nature. You see what I mean? And that's sufficient. You see what I mean? That's what I do. You know what I mean? The whole origin of symbolic reference. And after that, it becomes a decline. You know what I mean? After symbols start to be used to exceed themselves and to like making one a false idol. You see what I mean? A false idol. Making a false idol.
Yeah, it's a good example of sort of mimetic, complexity and how it sort of it takes on a life of its own is like the idol, right? I have sort of used that metaphor, right?
Yes, exactly. That is what I am saying.
Yeah,
yes.
There's a saying by the Prophet Muhammad. He says that one of the signs of the Day of Judgment is that a slave will give birth to its master. It's like a sort of dark, sort of autopoiesis or something.
Well, let me tell you this also. A lot of people like Dave Fresno or modern synthesis or neo-Darwinists, they do not respect any religious people like Muslim, Christian, or even Buddhist when the Buddhist is serious. Because I do take it seriously. Because they want everything to conform to their strict mechanistic worldview, but I'm not like that. You know what I mean? And I feel like, that the symbols, they do have some greater cosmic purpose, whether that's recognizing God or Buddha nature or whatever. And the point I'm making is that science has become pure instrumentality. You know what I mean? Pure instrumentality, pure tampering. It's no longer even about truth. You know what I mean? It's not about truth. Because, you know, like we talked about before, metaphysical presumptions, assumptions can inform how you like interpret it all and frame all of it. Like if you deny agency, then you're going to become like Peter Wessel Zappa. You know, that's what Ligotti's fiction deals with. Ligotti has this one book, which is not fiction. This is one is non-fiction. I'm not sure you ever heard of it. The Conspiracy Against the Human Race. In that whole book, it just compiles a bunch of, you know, pessimistic, nihilistic thinkers from the Western tradition. That includes thinkers like, I don't know, Mainlander. Mainlander had the idea of will to death. And then it includes other thinkers like Peter Wessel Zappa and many others. He also talks about Metzinger, you know, Metzinger and others, you know, but I don't think Metzinger is really nihilist if you are an idealist or something. But, you know, but yeah, the point is there are lots of nihilists he talks about. Like, I think there are like 10s or 20s. Even Schopenhauer is a nihilist, but I don't think Schopenhauer was a nihilist, though, because Schopenhauer has some weird Platonic beliefs. Most people read the first volume of Will to Life, but they don't read the second volume when it becomes all Platonic. Like Schopenhauer believed the character had an immortal aspect to it. He called it unintelligible character, which is interesting. If you're a Platonist, then I think you will like Schopenhauer when he gets more metaphysical. He wasn't a nihilist, but Schopenhauer was a kind of misanthrope or cynicist, but he was not a nihilist. Like he did see life. I think I will read all of it in the future. But anyway, the point I'm making is that if you want to see the roots of nihilism, and the Conspiracy Against the Human Race is good to read. I did read it when I was younger, so like 10 years old. But yeah, that's the thing. Nihilism and the modern scientific methods of empirical science go hand in hand. You know what I mean? They go hand in hand. You know, because yeah, that's interesting. So I decided to talk about that. So I think I covered a lot. Let me see here. Yeah, the Conspiracy Against the the thing is, though, I'm trying to get at is there's a spiritual war now. Yeah, spiritual. It's spiritual now. Like the way science is evolving and technology, it's spiritual.
Yeah, I think it's like yesterday. You know, I don't know if it was yesterday. The sort of off the you know script stream that we did. You know, the LARP stream. You know, it seemed like a lot of the ideas were conflating, you know, or reducing, you know, technique to instrumentality, right? And that was sort of the problem, right? Is you know, they're sort of, you know, reducing it down to use. They're not seeing these greater elements at play, and you know, so they're sort of banging their head against the wall, and with these sort of yeah, but, you know, with their truncated, you know, sort of synthesis there.
Exactly, you know, that's the thing, you know. See here, yeah. I feel like this knowledge we've gained is not worth it, you know what I mean? Given everything that we're losing and all the damage that's being caused, the knowledge was not worth it, you know, in many ways. Definitely was not worth it, you know. I'm trying to, it's not worth it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's better to live in bliss and ignorance, for sure.
I mean, the true knowledge is different. It comes from the heart or from the true nature of mind. You know, that's a different kind of knowledge that goes beyond all contingent facts. It goes beyond all contingent.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, I agree with Evola about that too. You know what I mean? I think the experience of Buddhahood does have a transcendent aspect from my perspective, you know, so it does have a transcendent aspect. So, see here. I have to read Evola's book on Buddhism. I look forward to that. I really look forward to his perspective. That's one doctrine of awakening. I have that on my shelf. I plan to look forward. Yeah, I do like Evola a lot. I kind of am in the middle way of Claudius and Evola. You see, I'm trying to bridge the two. See what I mean? I think it's possible to bridge them, you know, and I am close to doing it, believe it or not. You know, what I think right now is that, well, it's a work in progress. Basically, I do accept common descent, but I feel like the symbolic reference come from above or Dharmakaya, like it's a pulse or something. It cannot be explained by pure biological facts. So symbolic reference, it kind of is a pulse or comes here, and then it offers some kind of degree of non-locality. You know what I mean? When you get deep into symbols or even sacred art, you know, sacred art is different than art for entertainment. You know what I mean? Sacred art does go beyond nature, I think so. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Sacred art goes beyond nature. So when you read, and I would say some poetry does too, you know, can go beyond nature, you know what I mean? But that comes more from like the, you know, Quran is like sacred art. I mean, some in the sense that, yes, the Quran. So yeah, so that's what I think. The symbolic reference has to be explained as coming from above or something. But it doesn't make sense for the contingent facts, yeah, because it's hard to work out. Yeah, but that's what I'm working out. Yeah. I mean, I think even Philip Hoffmeyer, I mean, not Philip, Jesper Hoffmeyer hints at it. Maybe if you read him differently, you can kind of hint at it. So I think we talked about a lot. You know, we talked, especially near the end, we talked about, you know, not many people came to my stream. Last time, more people came. I think because NeuroJack streamed it on his own stream or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll play it later. You know, so we'll get more eyes on there. I'll put your channel up there. You know, so.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think I talked a lot. Like 3 hours is the most I can do because, you know, after that I can start to sound like I'm rambling or something like
I know
that.
what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. It does kind of feel that way. Yeah.
Oh, I'm rambling. I'm rambling. I'm sorry about
No,
sorry.
I know. I mean, just a 3 hour mark. You know, sort of feels
Yeah.
like it's an extra hump. You know, like
Yeah,
sometimes I'll go and get, some food or some coffee. I'll put on extra long music.
I'm sorry if I was like offending you or something. I'm sorry about
No, no, not at all. No, not one bit.
No.
No, I didn't find anything you said to be offensive. So
Yeah, I am
so
definitely.
yeah, blessings. Yeah, it's no worries.
Yeah, so I'm going to end with a closing remark. You can give a closing remark too. Yeah, if one thing I might say is that no matter what happens, never adopt the nihilistic worldview ever. You know, it's wrong. It's based on bullshit. You know, and I say that as a scientist. You know, life is meaningful. You know, I believe personally that there is a sense of the transcendent. You know, it can be Dharmakaya or God, but the point is there is a sense of the transcendent, and that symbolic reference does have an aspect of going beyond nature, I think so. And that if you look within your heart or the true nature of mind, you will find the transcendent, and that gives your life a very deep meaning, self-worth. Never lose your sense of self-worth. That's what I would say. Never lose your sense of self-worth, because the modern technique and industrialization and science and academia exist to destroy your sense of worth. They view you as a meat bag, as a puppet. You know what I mean? They don't really see you as having a mysterious irradiance or as having a luminous mind. You know, so that's my advice. You know, always realize that your life is special in ways that the empirical science cannot point at. You know, but at the same time, you need to respect nature and know that that there is a truth to immanent spirituality. Also, I feel like that everything has a kind of mysterious irradiance too. I do not view so yeah, like there's both eminence and transcendence. I'm in the middle, you know what I mean? Above. I see value in both of them. You know what I mean? Hyperborean leans more towards the transcendent, whereas Twilight leans more towards immanence. At least the way I interpret it.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I tried to spark a debate between them one day. I mean, I tried to instigate it on my show. But yeah,
yes.
So yeah.
I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle, to be honest.
Yeah,
I do my best to stay in the middle.
Yeah, and really it boils down to nature for them. You know, I think because Hyperborean said that nature worship is worship of matter. Or of materialism, right? So for Twilight, nature is God, right? So he's more of a. So it really is sort of Spinoza versus Hegel there, right? Just as we'll be looking at tonight. So it's interesting, fascinating stuff.
It's fascinating. You know, the thing about Hyperborean is the way he describes the resignation of symbols is very close to like Buddhist enlightenment, or like when you get deep into samadhi or something, and he describes
Right.
it as transcendent, the origin, and I think that has some truth. And the way Twilight describes Sophia is very much like the immanent schema, of nature worship, the trees embodying the Sophic wisdom and stuff like that. That's very much close to the immanent, like a hylozoism. It's interesting, because in a way, the views, like I would say Hyperborean is close to Evola, and Twilight is close to Klages. I noticed those parallels too. I think this has deep roots in like Western esotericism. You see a kind of split, where one is like placing spirit above soul, the other one is placing soul above spirit. You see what I'm saying? But I kind of want to be in the middle. I see both of them as important, both of them. But I do feel like maybe near the end of one's life or something, maybe the spirit is a bit more important, in the sense that I do think that brings centeredness when you like focus more on the spirit. You're oriented towards it, maybe. But it's interesting. The dichotomy, the dichotomy is interesting. The dialectic is an interesting thing to reflect on. But yeah, it does make you think. The contrast. But yeah, I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I formed a new dialectic, looking at Pannenberg again, and I was thinking, whoa, there's a dialectic between spirit and mind, right? And yeah, it seems like a real hump, right? Because you could look at a word like psyche, right, where it transforms from spirit to mind, right? So there's all sorts of weird things like that. I mean, of course, today, mind is spirit, right? And also the idea of Geist, right?
Yes.
Sort of like both, at the same time. So yeah, I've also seen the translation of phenomenology of mind. To phenomenology of spirit, right? And yeah, it's crazy.
So do you have any closing remarks, TML?
Oh, sure. Yeah, yeah, it's just as Shang Tzu says, words are for meaning. Once we've got the meaning, we can let go of the words. And yeah, mimetic complexity is depth, so, as I say, simplicity is creativity, complexity breeds assimilation, right? So yeah, thank you to all the people for watching us, and yeah, blessings, friend.
Okay, blessings. Yeah, that was very good. So I'm ending the stream now. End stream.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a stronghold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak, women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We're only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault, but society's, because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle-class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify the rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the Earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating them from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community, because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems, but we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belonged to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas 19th century frontiersmen had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire country might have only a couple hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern country is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate, it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there has been rapid change and/or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. We divide human drives into three groups. 1. Those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2. Those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3. Those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventual defeatism, depression, etc. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone, in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case you have hardly any autonomy in work, so the need for the power process is not well served. Social needs such as sex, love, and status often remain in Group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into Group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into Group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process, largely through a pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. It seems that for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of the social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names, such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee, and as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small businesses today operate on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative, because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by the experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into Group 3, the drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and we usually do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hayman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis in the New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards of a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, or how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man, threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger, can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless. Nuclear accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault unless it's the fault of some imaginary impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the results of chance, but are imposed upon him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. Thus, primitive man, for the most part, has his security in his own hands, either as an individual or a member of a small group, whereas the security of modern man is in the hands of persons or organizations that are too remote or too large for him to be able to personally influence them. So modern man's drive for security tends to fall into groups 1 and 3. In some areas, food, shelter, etc., his security is assured at the cost of only trivial effort, whereas in other areas he cannot attain security. The foregoing greatly simplifies the real situation, but it does indicate in a rough general way how the condition of modern man differs from that of primitive man. People have many transitory drives or impulses that are necessarily frustrated in modern life, hence fall into group 3. One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can only work according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that may frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial society. Modern society is, in certain respects, extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion, as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like, as long as we practice safe sex. We can do anything we like, as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. Behavior is regulated not only through explicit rules, and not only by the government. Control is often exercised through indirect coercion or through psychological pressure or manipulation, and by organizations other than the government or by the system as a whole. Most large organizations use some form of propaganda to manipulate public attitudes or behavior. Propaganda is not limited to commercials and advertisements, and sometimes is not even consciously intended as propaganda by the people who make it. For instance, the content of entertainment programming is a powerful form of propaganda. An example of indirect coercion. There is no law that says we have to go to work every day and follow our employer's orders. Legally, there is nothing to prevent us from going to live in the wild like primitive people or from going into business for ourselves. But in practice, there is very little wild country left, and there is room in the economy only for a limited number of small business owners. Hence, most of us can only survive as someone else's employee. We suggest that modern man's obsession with longevity and with maintaining physical vigor and sexual attractiveness to his advanced age is a symptom of unfulfillment resulting from deprivation with respect to the power process. The midlife crisis is also such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children that is fairly common in modern society, but almost unheard of in primitive societies. In primitive societies, life is a succession of stages. The needs and purposes of one stage having been fulfilled, there is no particular reluctance about passing on to the next stage. A young man goes through the power process by becoming a hunter, hunting not for sport or fulfillment, but to get meat that is necessary for food. In young women, the process is more complex with greater emphasis on social power. We won't discuss that here. This phase having been successfully passed through, the young man has no reluctance about settling down to the responsibilities of raising a family. In contrast, some modern people indefinitely postpone having children because they are too busy seeking some kind of fulfillment. We suggest that the fulfillment they need is adequate experience of the power process with real goals instead of the artificial goals of surrogate activities. Again, having successfully raised his children, going through the power process by providing them with the physical necessities, the primitive man feels that his work is done and he is prepared to accept old age, if he survives that long, and death. Many modern people, on the other hand, are disturbed by the prospect of physical deterioration and death, as is shown by the amount of effort they expend trying to maintain their physical condition, appearance, and health. We argue that this is due to unfulfillment resulting from the fact that they have never put their physical powers to any practical use, have never gone through the power process using their bodies in a serious way. It is not the primitive man who has used his body daily for practical purposes who fears the deterioration of age, but the modern man who has never had a practical use for his body beyond walking from his car to his house. It is the man whose need for the power process has been satisfied during his life who is best prepared to accept the end of that life. In response to the arguments of this section, someone will say, society must find a way to give people the opportunity to go through the power process. For such people, the value of the opportunity is destroyed by the very fact that society gives it to them. What they need is to find or make their own opportunities. As long as the system gives them their opportunities, it still has them on a leash. To attain autonomy, they must get off that leash. How some people adjust. Not everyone in industrial technological society suffers from psychological problems. Some people even profess to be quite satisfied with society as it is. We now discuss some of the reasons why people differ so greatly in their response to modern society. First, there doubtless are differences in the strength of the drive for power. Individuals with a weak drive for power may have relatively little need to go through the power process, or at least relatively little need for autonomy in the power process. These are docile types, who would have been happy as plantation darkies in the Old South. We don't mean to sneer at the plantation darkies of the Old South. To their credit, most of the slaves were not content with their servitude. We do sneer at people who are content with their servitude. Some people may have some exceptional drive in pursuing which they satisfy their needs for the power process. For example, those who have an unusually strong drive for social status may spend their whole lives climbing the status ladder without ever getting bored of that game. People vary in their susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. Some are so susceptible that, even if they make a great deal of money, they cannot satisfy their constant craving for the shiny new toys that the marketing industry dangles before their eyes. So they always feel hard-pressed financially, even if their income is large and their cravings are frustrated. Some people have low susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. These are the people who aren't interested in money. Material acquisition does not serve their need for the power process. People who have medium susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques are able to earn enough money to satisfy their cravings for goods and services, but only at the cost of serious effort, putting in overtime, taking a second job, earning promotions, etc. Thus, material acquisition serves their needs for the power process, but it does not necessarily follow that their need is fully satisfied. They may have insufficient autonomy in the power process. Their work may consist of following orders, and some of their drives may be frustrated. For example, security, aggression. We are guilty of oversimplification in paragraphs 80 through 82 because we've assumed that the desire for material acquisition is entirely a creation of the advertising and marketing industry. Of course, it's not that simple. Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement and organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely. Example, Manuel Noriega was an irritant to the U.S. Goal, punish Noriega. The U.S. invaded Panama, effort, and punished Noriega, attainment of goal. Thus, the U.S. went through the power process, and many Americans, because of their identification with the U.S., experienced the power process vicariously, hence the widespread public approval of the Panama invasion. It gave people a sense of power. We see the same phenomenon in armies, corporations, political parties, humanitarian organizations, religious or ideological movements. In particular, leftist movements tend to attract people who are seeking to satisfy their need for power, but for most people, identification with a large organization or a mass movement does not fully satisfy the need for power. Another way in which people satisfy their need for the power process is through surrogate activities. As we explained in paragraphs 38 through 40, a surrogate activity is an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that the individual pursues for the sake of the fulfillment that he gets from pursuing the goal, not because he needs to attain the goal itself. For instance, there is no practical motive for building enormous muscles, hitting a little ball into a hole, or acquiring a complete series of postage stamps. Yet many people in our society devote themselves with passion to bodybuilding, golf, or stamp collecting. Some people are more other-directed than others, and therefore will more readily attach importance to a surrogate activity simply because the people around them treat it as important or because society tells them it is important. That is why some people get very serious about essentially trivial activities such as sports or bridge or chess or arcane scholarly pursuits, whereas others who are more clearly sighted never see these things as anything but the surrogate activities that they are, and consequently never attach enough importance to them to satisfy their need for the power process in that way. It only remains to point out that in many cases a person's way of earning a living is also a surrogate activity. Not a pure surrogate activity, since part of the motive for the activity is to gain the physical necessities and, for some people, social status and the luxuries that advertising makes them want. But many people put into their work far more effort than is necessary to earn whatever money and status they require. And this extra effort constitutes a surrogate activity. This extra effort, together with the emotional investment that accompanies it, is one of the most potent forces acting toward the continual development and perfecting of the system, with negative consequences for individual freedom. Especially for the most creative scientists and engineers, work tends to be largely a surrogate activity. This point is so important that it deserves a separate discussion, which we shall give in a moment. In this section, we have explained how many people in modern society do satisfy their need for the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But we think that for the majority of people, the need for the power process is not fully satisfied. In the first place, those who have an insatiable drive for status, or those who get firmly hooked on a surrogate activity, or who identify strongly enough with a movement or organization to satisfy their need for power in that way, are exceptional personalities. Others are not fully satisfied with surrogate activities or by identification with an organization. In the second place, too much control is imposed by the system through explicit regulation or through socialization, which results in a deficiency of autonomy and in frustration due to the impossibility of attaining certain goals and the necessity of restraining too many impulses. But even if most people in industrial technological society were well satisfied, we would still be opposed to that form of society because, among other reasons, we consider it demeaning to fulfill one's need for the power process through surrogate activities or through identification with an organization rather than through pursuit of real goals. The motives of scientists. Science and technology provide the most important examples of surrogate activities. Some scientists claim that they are motivated by curiosity or by a desire to benefit humanity, but it is easy to see that neither of these can be the principal motive of most scientists. As for curiosity, that notion is simply absurd. Most scientists work on highly specialized problems that are not the object of any normal curiosity. For example, is an astronomer, a mathematician, or an entomologist curious about the properties of isopropyl trimethylmethane? Of course not. Only a chemist is curious about such a thing, and he is curious about it only because chemistry is his surrogate activity. Is the chemist curious about the appropriate classification of a new species of beetle? No, that question is of interest only to the entomologist, and he is interested in it only because entomology is his surrogate activity. If the chemist and the entomologist had to exert themselves seriously to obtain the physical necessities, and if that effort exercised their abilities in an interesting way, but in some non-scientific pursuit, then they wouldn't give a damn about isopropyl trimethylmethane or the classification of beetles. Suppose that lack of funds for postgraduate education had led the chemist to become an insurance broker instead of a chemist. In that case, he would have been very interested in insurance matters, but would have cared nothing about isopropyl trimethylmethane. In any case, it is not normal to put into the satisfaction of mere curiosity the amount of time and effort that scientists put into their work. The curiosity explanation for the scientist's motive just doesn't stand up. The benefit of humanity explanation doesn't work any better. Some scientific work has no conceivable relation to the welfare of the human race, most of archaeology or comparative linguistics, for example. Some other areas of science present obviously dangerous possibilities, yet scientists in these areas are just as enthusiastic about their work as those who develop vaccines or study air pollution. Consider the case of